The biggest icon in wrestling. For life. The biggest icon in wrestling.
Hi, this is Michael Butler, and let's get ready for EJ Boxing Live.
What's going on, people, man? EJ Boxing Live. It's been a while, man. Been a minute. And we're going to talk about Anthony Joshua versus Joyce. They haven't really... There's no date or anything like that. But Joyce he's on it, mate. He wants to fight. Let's talk about it, man. There have been words of Twitter after Joyce demolished Joseph Parker. Yo, bro. Yo, what's up, Popcorn Boxing? Yeah, man. Yeah, after he demolished him, Joyce is calling all the names. It was all the smoke, man. All the smoke. So this is what they're saying, isn't it? All right, so who was it first? All right, so Anthony Joshua, yeah, LOL asks, okay, I've shared this ring with most people you see in the heavyweight division today. Yeah, I boxed Otto Wallim twice as a youngster, yeah, and I boxed Joyce and stopped him in one round. Wow, smoke. I don't know why he needed to say that, but that's what he said. I'll do the same thing today. Ain't nothing changed. Woo, throw down the gauntlets, throw down. Joyce replies, and Anthony Joshua, you having a meltdown. Where's all your belts? You know what, Andy Joshua threw the belt, so that all those sponsorships and endorsements helping. Oh my days, bro. You're a glass. What's it? You're a glass cannon. Yeah. Quit the act. You were giving everything easy. Oh no. Well, this is where it comes from, because when I talked to Anthony Joshua's Joyce's mom, Joyce was in the Olympic team GB before Joshua, and Joyce felt like he got bypassed by Team GB in 2012. That's where the animosity comes kind of from Joyce. You were giving everything. That's what he means. When he was there, he should have been selected for the 2012 instead of Joshua. I mean, he did fight in the other Olympics and he got robbed in the finals, so that's where the animosity comes. But Joyce is on the smoke. He's hot right now. Just, you know, Andy Joshua never did that to Joe Parker. In fact, no one done it to Joe Parker still. So that's where too risky for AJ. Nah, it's not really. They sparred many a times, man. They sparred and fought and everything. Not really. Uh, I don't think it's uh for Andy Joshua is thinking, boy, I've beaten many times, I sparred him. I don't think it's a big thing. Would the people pay for it? Yeah, I guess they would. Because anyone to see Andy Joshua. But Tyson Fury wants Joshua. That they're still talking about that fight. They're still talking about that fight coming up. So there's a possibility, man. Joe Joyce is the guy. I guess he's trying to rush him because he's getting old a bit. Or that's what most people perceive he's getting old. But he looked really good. He looked really good against Joe Parker. In fact, you know, he looked absolutely spot on, man. He got his tactics spot on. He admitted Joe Parker did hurt him, but his will for taking pain and coming forward was what it was. He just kept on coming forward, you know. Yeah, I just, you know, I don't think Andy just fears Parker, man. I don't think he fears not Parker. I don't think he fears Joyce at the minute. Joyce wants the big fights. He wants them now. Who would want to see that fight? I'd want to see it. I don't know if I want to see it now though. But the same thing is like Joshua. Where's Joshua at the minute? And Tyson Fury, he don't want to like. When I saw him ringside, he didn't look like he want. He doesn't want Joe Joyce. He didn't even mention his name. You know what I mean? He didn't mention his name. And Joe Joyce has called him out. So Joe Joyce is the guy in the division. Has made himself. Is he the boogeyman? Is he the man that wants to face with Joe? Andy Josh is saying he's not bothered about him. Tyson Fury knows it's going to be a hard day at the office. Joe Joyce will give people a hard day's work at the office. That's what we do know. You know, you're not going to have a picnic. You know what I mean? You're not going to have a picnic with my guy. It's going to be a hard day at the office. So, what do you guys think, man? My man Popcorn Boxing said it's too risky for AJ. AJ don't think it's too risky, my man. He thinks it's okay. He thinks it's a walk in the park. That's as Eubank says, isn't it? What's it? Chris Eubank Jr. said it's a walk in the park. Conor Ben is going to be a walk in the park. Yeah, I'm not too well actually. To be fair, you guys, you know, what I mean, I don't know if I contracted a flu, whatever. So I haven't been on this for so long, but I thought I'd just make a video on it. It's a trending topic right now, especially last week as well. Joe Joyce is going to be on a holiday, come back next year, I think. Yeah, next year. But he was saying he wouldn't mind fighting in December if Tyson's an offer, but I don't think Tyson Fury's people want that fight with Joe Joyce. I think it's too hard for them. He looks too good. What's next for Joe Joyce, people? What's next for Anthony Joshua? Do you think that Tyson Fury fight is actually going to happen? Do you want it to happen? I won't mind seeing it because it would happen. You know, it's not happening on Joshua's side of the fence how they'd want it. SA1 boxing fit and boxer size. I agree with Popcorn Boxing. You do? What do you agree with? That it's too risky for AJ, yeah? I see you agree with. I don't think so. I think the confidence Joshua with Usyk, I don't know what you know, AJ needs to sort out his team. Is he still with Garcia? What's going on down there? Who's he got? You know, I like Dillian White has picked up what's his name? He's picked up Buddy McGurk. I think maybe Xavier Miller's still there. I'm not too sure about what's happening there, but I like that move though. Buddy's very experienced. It's a good move. Yeah, what's up, bro? What's up, Saj? What's going on, bro? How you been? I think it's a bit too risky for Joshua. Yeah. Why? But he's beat him in. He's beat him in the Saj. He's beat him in the in the I think the box cups or open bouts and stuff like that in tournament. He's beat him in tournament stuff already, and he knocked him out. And look, he's not. Look, see there. I stopped him in a round, man. He stopped him, you know. Remember when people say Joe Joyce can't be stopped? He stopped him in the round, so I think he feels confident. And Joe Joyce wants to get him back as well. So I think, you know, it's a natural grudge match. Natural grudge match from the amateurs. I think you could build with that, you know. naturally could build to that. And the animosity that Joe Joyce feels over Joshua for getting picked over 2012 when he should have got it, I think that's a natural fight. I think Joshua should have got Jonathan Banks. Yeah. I don't think it was available though. I think that would have been a natural thing for him. That would have been a good pick for him. I think them not get along well. That would have been a good pick. They had Mr. Bashir, but they didn't want to go with Mr. Bashir. Yeah. So what you saying, Saj? How you been anyway, man? What you been up to? Did you go to the finals on the weekend? Salute. Yeah, man. The London finals. Oh dear. I was also talking to I haven't talked to people for a while, boxing talk for a while. But yeah, like I said to you, this boxing thing is goes in rings and circlebouts, rings and circleabout. You never know what's gonna happen day to day. All I know is that Joshua's he seems confident that he can do Joe Joyce in. Joe Parker, I don't know what he does. They made a gamble with Ben Shalom. I like Ben Shalom, I think he's good for boxing. It does for the sake of he throws these guys in. You know what I mean? He signed a big contract with Joe Parker had a big contract with Sky. And let's see if he could fight. And they put him in there in a fight. If he won, it would have been great for him. It would have, it could generate a bit of money, but he didn't. It backfired, and he got battered. He got battered. So now you're looking at they might have to revise that contract they got with him. Usyk beat him in the amateurs too. But I think Joe Joyce has improved, and Joe's style was also suited to the pros. Okay, it's a bit, yeah. Well, the rounds are longer and it's got smaller gloves, yeah. Plus, yeah, you can get stopped a lot easier in the amateurs. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah. I know you meant amateurs, not didn't it? yeah. I know. Yeah, you can. It's easy to get stopped in amateurs. Yeah, you don't have to knock someone down in it because of the way things are. 100%, Saj. You make a good point. But yeah, Joshua fought Otto Wallem in the box cup, Haringey box. It's on YouTube actually. You see Joshua beat up on thingy Otto Wallem, battered Otto Wallem. Tyson Fury, but the weird pros. There's different strategy. You have to come with different strategy, different game plans. But giving strategies, game plans, all well and done when you're fit. If you're unfit, just like game plans have been thrown out. You just revert to what you know, innit? I found Joe Joyce has shown surprisingly subtly versatility. Your things is against Parker. He just rolled up and batted him. Parker got gassed up just hanging the back out of Tyson Fury. That was his problem. You know what I mean? Hanging out of Tyson Fury. I'm in the in crew or whatever it is. He thought he was someone, innit? That was his problem. He thought it was someone because he was hanging the back out of Tyson Fury. It's a false sense of security because you're hanging out with the champion in the world. You think you're the champ as well. I remember Roy Jones used to have that. He used to have a guy called Derek Gaynor. He used to hang out the back of Roy Jones. He thought he was someone, innit? He became a world champion, no doubt, yeah. But he got pieced up by Kevin Kelly, pieced up by Juanma Marquez. Oof, he got a battering. He got battered by a lot of people. Because you hang out with the champ, don't mean you the champ, Jojo. Salute Silver Trend. What's up, man? Yeah, because you hang out the back of the champion, don't mean you the champion, man. And that's where we are with Parker. Parker, that beating Parker got, that's a career ender. It's a career ender because if you're an opponent coming to fight him, unless they're gonna give him easy opponents, I'm just gonna roll up the Parker and punch him in his face, isn't it? And see if he can take it. Because Parker was built on, I've got a great chin, I've got great stamina, all that. Joe Joyce blew that out of the water. Joe Joyce just blew him out, came in bigger. He weren't exactly faster, but he was consistent and persistent in getting these shots in. And Joe coming in bigger messed them up. They picked the wrong strategy. Andy Lee. Listen, people big up these coaches. They give them more credit than they deserve, man. You know what I'm saying? The fighter does all the damage. They give him the right instructions at the right time. The coach looks like amazing, but Andy Lee got him battered. Let's get it right. He got him smashed up, smashed to bits. Yeah, restyles. Yeah, aspects. Yeah, Joyce has not tried to be clever yet. Just walk him down and back. Joshua has probably tried to be too cute rather than just be a beast. Exactly. See, there you go. See, overcomplicated things. Absolutely, that's what it is. That's I thought Parker was too cautious against Joshua. Yeah, because he was scared. And that's scared because he's WBO champion. He didn't want to get embarrassed, and this is what people do. Joe Joyce don't care about it. He's a very happy-go-lucky guy. Doesn't really care about anything, and he just comes straight forward and stuff like that. I haven't talked to his mum for a while. She was talking the other day on team. She's over the moon that Joe's finally getting credit. He's not a world champion, but he's the number one contender. And if you look at Tyson Fury right now and the way his mentality is, he's got some of the hardest challenges, but there possibly could be. Let's start from number one. He's got the WBA. No, not Tyson Fury. Usyk. But Tyson Fury still. These are the people out there. You got Daniel the Dangerous triple D. Daniel Dubois, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Dangerous Daniel, I don't know if that dangerous, but he's decent. Usyk has to face at WBA champion. He's got the WBA regular belt. That's one. The next one is Philip Hovovich. He's the number one contender for the IBF, right? And Usyk has to face. He's got him there. And then you have the WBO champion, which is a rematch will happen in the amateurs. Joe Joyce, the juggernaut. These are some hard challenges. Now, out of them lineups, you think Usyk's going to hold on to that belt? I don't think so. Hokovic is tough. Joe Joyce is tough. And Daniel Dubois, you're not too sure. He's a wild card. Them three right there, they ain't easy. Tyson, that's what Tyson's got the OBC belt. Now, Wilder and Helenius are fighting for that one. If Helenius wins, bruv, he'll give Tyson Fury all the trouble he wants. Tyson Fury doesn't want to see the Nordic Warrior. I'm telling you, he don't want to see him. He doesn't want to see him. Helenius will give Tyson Fury fits, man. He'll give him trouble. He's just as tall as him. He has a long reach. He hits much harder. Yes, people, he hits harder. I won't be surprised if the Nordic Warrior put Tyson on his back, bruv, a couple of times. But I think Tyson will probably get back up. Most people pick Tyson Fury, but in the big man game, ain't no one bigger than Helenius and a longer reach, and he hits hard, much harder than Tyson Fury. Do you think Joshua was gun shy in the second Usyk fight and hesitated, didn't just go for it? Yeah, I think the trainers put that in him. I think he did look a bit cautious. He fought the same way. This is silly. It was rubbish, man. That was a rubbish game plan. It's quite a lucky against the Chisora. Chisora won that fight. Everyone talks about that fight. Chisora, he actually performed pretty well. His style performs pretty well against them kind of tall, straightforward guys, isn't it? Not against Fury though, because Fury's got a bit of he's got leg movement and stuff like that. But the heavyweight division is actually very interesting. And it doesn't seem like, I think we're on merry-go-rounds, isn't it? Helenius, yeah. You think Helenius, if he got a shot at Usyk, they're gonna play around with him. They're not gonna play around with him. They're just gonna straight steam him, bro. He don't hit that hard. For 12 rounds, they're gonna punch him up, man. Daniel Dubois, he's gonna struggle with him though. But Daniel Dubois, he's fast and young, He's fast and young. If he just comes with a good work ethic and just knows how to work inside when Usyk tries to hold, bro, he could beat the ish out of Usyk. Philip Hovovich is slow, but he's ponderous. He can give Usyk trouble. Tyson Fury don't want no smoke, man. He's sitting there. When he saw Joe Joyce, yeah, he said, "My God, like I need to quit. I need to quit this game quick, man. I ain't got time to fight these guys here. These guys are gonna beat me." That's why he could sweat when he wakes up in his bed. I lost my record. See, like Billy Joe Saunders, who lost his own. Look at him. He's never been the same since, isn't it? Oh, Billy J. Oh, BJ. Yeah, he's not the same, man. He's put on weight, fat. Yeah, depression about coming back. No one cares about you, bro. You had the biggest mouth on the block until you got turned over. Listen, boxing's horrible, yeah, but that's what it is. Tyson's going to get turned over. He knows it. To see his face, man. You don't want to fight Joe Joyce. Fury just has Chisora's number. Yeah, Chisora has been unlucky a few times, but he didn't get the nod. Yeah. But Chisora is one of them guys. They just keeps on trucking. People still want to see him fight. Still good, entertaining guy that still sells decent amount. Dillian White. We're talking about Dillian White now on his new new training camp with a Buddy McGirt. That looks promising. It looks promising. So Dillian's on the comeback. So we're happy to see what happens to him. He wants to fight AJ, innit? Hope AJ fights White as a tune-up. Dillian, Dillian's no one's tune-up, man. That's deep, man. Dillian should be no tune-up. It's a hard fight. There's a couple of new American heavyweights, yeah, on the scene. Yeah, I think these new kids. Oh, Anderson. He's okay. He's okay. You can only test people by who they fought, innit? Some heavyweight, none of these heavyweights are claiming to be the best. It's just that, in boxing these days, yeah, right? That's in general, in every division. There's people like Clarissa Shields, she's claiming she wants to be the GOAT and she wants the best, and she's calling out all comers like, yo, what's up, PMC? Josh ain't fighting Joyce. You don't know about that, PMC, man. Anything's possible. We're in the UK, PMC. This ain't America, man. Yeah, you don't know. He could be fighting him. Anyway, guys ain't trying to be the best. I think in the early 2000s, right? And 90s, there was a statement by HBO. It's like, do you need to say that you're the best in the division and beat all comers? Like somewhere along the line, someone's forgot about that. It's like, no, we're just gonna chase the money and we're gonna stay away from dangerous opponents. Eddie Hearn does that. Like but Ben Shalom, credit to Ben Shalom, he go forward. I think I like the way his style is. He puts his fight, even if it's not a big money fight, he puts the guys in his fighters in fights that to make them great. You know what I mean? I like that. I like that. Like I like the way like he puts the guys in. Like he threw like Kell Brook and Khan. He made that happen. He's made Carissa Shields and Savannah Marshall happen. No, we can talk about that. Wilder tried to be the best. Yeah, Wilder should have just stayed away from Fury. He shouldn't have called his. He should have just kept on defending that WC belt. And just let AJ do his thing, That's what he should have stayed in the lane and maybe do voluntaries, Resurface. Whoever told him to bring resurface Tyson Fury, they should get fired. And I think that was that Kelly. What's his name again? That guy with the glasses, the idiot, man. Wilder's anyway. Shelley Finkel. He's the one who told Wilder to resurrect Tyson Fury. That was terrible. He's finished his career off. Lots of people put in Joshua against some of the top men and calling them tune-ups. Yeah, Joshua needs confidence builders. There's no confidence builders in boxing. Everyone's trying to get their opportunity to knock you off the block, rebuilding fights. But how about Martin rematch? People are like, come on, Martin. Did you see his face when he got knocked against Luis Ortiz? So if AJ wants to rebuild, why didn't he fight with Luis Ortiz? Yeah, AJ ducked him. They put the AJ protectors and they try to say he weren't that good. Eddie Hearn's terrible. The reason why AJ's been knocked off the block here is because Eddie Hearn's decision making. Yo, what's up, Smoke? Smoke, you're doing well. I see Smoke. You're doing your channel, man. It's good to see you. You put life into your channel and you got a panel and stuff like that. That's pretty good, man. People, even PMC and the rest of the guys investing in your channel is a good thing. Even you, what's up, SA1, man? Yeah, Saj, yeah. Investing in your channel and everyone should sub to Saj. Make sure you sub to PMC Boxing, and sub to Get the Smoke. Sub to each other, and everyone should build each other's brand, and so we can all go to each other's and get everyone's opinion. This YouTube thing is it's a beautiful thing. So everyone get used to his opinions. Joshua ain't fighting nobody. He didn't sign the Fury contract. How he ain't signing it? They negotiating to make sure AJ gets the enough money in it. They're still negotiating that fight. Frank wants it because he knows Fury is gonna beat Joshua in his opinion, and Eddie needs it because Eddie needs to put the money back in the zone. So they gonna have it. They want that thing. They want that thing to go ahead, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I see it. Yes, PMC, my guy. Yeah, everyone should do their live stream on their channels and just share their information and stuff. Like I said, I haven't done a live stream for a while, but I haven't been motivated to do one because the subject matter didn't do. But now it's interesting, man. Joe Joyce is the guy, bruh. A lot of people blame Eddie Hearn, Barry, and both Barry and Eddie. Yeah, being overly protective. Yeah, they were overprotected. And then eventually their fighters get caught out. Yeah, exactly. That's it, Saj. That's what it is, man. That's what it is, bro. That's what it is, bro. That's what it is. Yeah, they did do that. They did that with Eubank as well. They're just trying to get money, man. You know, that's what it is. I'm not really feeling that. I want fights to fight. Tyson Fury versus Usyk next year. I ain't interested in that fight. It's a boring fight, man. I know it's undisputed. It's not. It's not the undisputed fight. I wanted Wilder and AJ. That's the fight I wanted. You were the first, my first homie on the panel this year. Big up to you, EJ. No, you're welcome, man. You're welcome, bro. Yeah. Back in the day, yeah, bro. Always support everyone. Now, listen, that was the fight I wanted to see, man. Wilder versus AJ, and Eddie ruined it, man. The undisputed fight was right there. The America versus the UK. They could have a rematch, one in Europe, one in UK, one in thing. It was all there, man. The J Roots Theory. What's up, man? The J Roots Theory. What's up, bro? I'll pay to see AJ versus Joyce. Yeah? You see? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. People are on this joint. See? That's what I'm saying. People want to see that joint right there. Ruiz versus Wilder. Listen, I got a fight for you guys, man. I got a fight for you. Ruiz versus Joe Joyce. How about them apples? What do you guys think about that? Andrew Ruiz versus Joe Joyce. If that's not money, if that's not bankable money in the bank, that's money in the bank like they do in WWE. That's money in the bank, straight up. Yeah, the UK versus Andy Ruiz versus Joe Joyce. Oh, that is like a dream match right there, bruh. Joe Joyce with KO. Yeah? You think so? I don't think so. You see, I tell you why, right? You see, he got that Mike Tyson moving his head. Like Joe Joyce gonna have trouble, and Randy Ruiz got fast hands, bro. He gonna put some quick hands on him, and you know, it's can Andy Ruiz sustain that? You know what I mean? Because Joe can eat some shots though. So, but you see, Joe's gonna get his. That is a modern day Foreman versus Joe Frazier, something like that. You know. What's up, Joe Host? Where you been, bro? Long time, bro. Everyone that's jumping in today, boy. Has it been Ruiz before he lost? Yeah, a fact. Yeah, listen, that fight will be sick, man. Ruiz has got a great chin too. You see, that is a fight that I'd want to see. Joyce will destroy it. Nah. I don't think so, man. Ruiz, I don't think so. What's up, Caroline? Nah, man. I'm telling you, boy. That's what it is, man. The Caroline Reaper. That's a cool name, bro. That's a cool name, bro. Yo, listen, I'm telling you, man. Listen, Andrew Ruiz versus Joe Joyce. That's my dream. See, my first dream match was AJ versus Wilder. That's the fight I still kind of like. It ain't the same no more, but I still would want to see that because AJ, you know, the way he goes on shy, and Wilder's like, man up, man. You look how you acting up. You know, you can see Wilder talking down to AJ. And he's like, what? Who you talking to? And then you can see them bowing back. That they would mesh because Wilder's personality is like alpha dog and shit, and AJ kind of like, you know, try to be respectful and stuff. So that would just beautiful, right? Then Ruiz versus Joe Joyce is like, you know, I'd find him, man. You know, Ruiz is just like, I don't really mind, you know, I find anyone, and Joe Joyce like, you know, he's okay. I'll either go, you know, but in the ring, man, that magic for 12 rounds, magic. That would be magic. You know, then I've nailed it right now. So anyone talks about Ruiz versus Joe, I called it first. That is a dream match right there. It's a dream match. Wilder versus Ruiz, this year is a must to see after Spence. Oh, Spence and Crawford. Spencer's Terrence, yeah, but maybe never happen. Well, we have to be wishful. You know, if that fight happens, I got Crawford winning that fight though. I like Spence, but he's the one dragging his knuckles on that one. Spence don't want it, man. He told Bud to do this, told Bud to do that, but he don't really want that fight. You know what I mean? Because he's another. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why guys. You know, you know, everyone's a great fighter, but you want to prove that you're the best. This is what I was talking about before. Like, don't guys want to prove that they're the very best in the division? You know, even if I lose, so what? You know, Manny Pacquiao's still a Hall of Famer, but he's just the one better than Floyd. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Like, you good. You good. Anyone else Pacquiao can give trouble to, but you're just not better than Floyd. You know, don't mean you ain't no you don't mean you're no good because you were very exciting, but you weren't better than that guy. Because people talk so much ish about that fight. That's what it was. And you see the Bud Crawford fight, the way Spence dragged these knuckles. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that's why it is. Bear in mind, Terrence is a free agent. Yo, I don't know what's going on with Bud, bro. Bud's been inactive for so long. Yeah, it's the welterweight division needs to be nailed down to have number one. And I was watching like the welterweight fights back in the day. There's a Milton McCory versus Donald Curry. That was no unification. Then it was Tommy Hearns versus Leonard. There was another unification, and then it was Felix Trinidad. I think the next big unification was Felix Trinidad versus Oscar De La Hoya. That was another unification, and there was Ricardo Mayorga versus what's his name? Ricardo Mayorga versus Corey Spinks, another one. There was another unification. These are great welterweight fights to unify. There's welterweight fights before, Mantequilla, Jose Napolis and stuff like that, like before that, Elmer Griffiths and stuff like that. But we're talking like near the age that most people go. Milton McCory versus Donald Curry was nice. That was a good fight. But what I'm saying is this. These fights need to happen, man. They should happen when they're young, when they're in their early 20s. And if you lose, so what? Oscar De La Hoya lost to Trinidad, so Oscar was nice still, man. Still one of the biggest earners, man. Didn't kill his view, didn't kill his thing. People carried on, man. It weren't about like losing. It was just about making the great fights when they're young and seeing what's popping. Floyd Pacquiao. Oh, Tony Cisse. Yeah, man. Oh, Tony. What's up, Tony?
How you been?
I'm all right, Tony, bro. We're just talking Joyce. Joe Joyce versus what's his name? Andy Joshua, bro. How you been, Tony? What's going on, man? Yeah, bro. TC Top Cat in there, bro. In the house, bro. Go ahead. Hey, what's your take on it? What's your take on that, man? Go ahead, Tony.
Well, Joe Joyce versus Joshua. Wow.
Yeah.
The boy is doing so well. He is definitely a juggernaut, isn't he?
Yeah.
He performs like a juggernaut. He's slow, but look what happens. Everybody seems to, he seems to have him at his own peril, meaning that he takes them apart bit by bit. And I think even with Joshua at his state now, I think that would be a good fight. I think Joe would break him down because how he paces himself within the fight, and then he dictates that fight, meaning that he pushes the tempo. And then the next thing you know, people like Joshua fade within that. When it's all right when he's taking the lead on the pressure of the fight, but when someone else pushes that pressure and pushes it that more, he fades. It's a shame because he's a good kid. I like him. You know what I mean? But Joyce, he's getting better and better every time. He's getting more and more confident every time. He's a juggernaut. And if you can remember him years back, I remember I went to a show in Elsfield, and I see this boy, Joe Joyce, boxing. I told his coach, even his coach, I said, he's useless. I said, what's he doing? I said, what you put him in there for? He's useless. He says he's in the England squad. I said, what? I said, he's in the England squad. I said, well, he must be good then but I couldn't see anything good in him. I shouted it out. I wanted everyone to hear. I said, he even heard it himself, I think. I said, he's bloody useless. So, I said, what are you putting in? Because I thought they were taking a piss, putting in some Raspberry Ripple in the rings, I thought they were taking a piss, but no. The England team see what it was about, and they liked him, and they could see that this fella was going to be good. I couldn't see it because I just thought that they are using this kid just to get a bats on, But no, he's turned out to be, a good boxer. He's a boxer, because that's what he is. He's not a fighter. I mean, if you was to put, who can bang? What's the one Fury? what was the name? What
Oh,
was it?
Wilder, yeah.
Wilder. Now,
Yeah.
if you was to put Wilder in with someone like Joyce, that's where Joyce will find his number. You know, he wouldn't be able to, because, you know, Wilder now, that would be a good fight because Wilder's learning how to box instead
Yeah.
of just fight. So I think, but that punch that, you know, Wilder's got, Joyce wouldn't be able to take that because when he fought Dubar, Dubar was catching him with some shots and he started going back. You know, it's only that Joyce has never. I mean, Dubar hasn't been in that kind of you know, of a boxing match. That kind of degree of high tempo. You know, where he was in control of everything. Now he found himself that he weren't in control anymore, and you know, and this guy stepped up. Joe Joyce stepped up, and you know, and he managed to stop him in his tracks. But and I never ever thought he would, you know. Then
Yeah.
again, I thought Dubar would catch him with some big shots, and
Yeah.
did catch him with some big shots because, you know, Dubai had a lot more than he would have, you know, that Joshua would, or, you know, so you can see that they've just rushed the bar. You know,
Yeah.
I think they just rushed the bar too much. You know what I mean? But he'll be a good, good specimen in this big heavyweight, you know,
Yeah.
league of boxers.
Let me ask you a question, Tony. So when you saw him fight as an amateur, did he win that bout or he lost?
No, he won it.
Did he win it in the way he fought against Parker? He started slow. You're like, what's going on? All of a sudden, he battered the
No,
kid. And
he was
stopped him.
worse than that. He was worse. Jesus. You know what I mean? I just thought they were
You
taking
just
the.
thought he was useless. You looked at him. He looked
I
useless.
just said he's useless. I said, and I shouted it out.
How old is he? How old is he? How old is he then?
He was, he must have been because he's around 30. What is he now? 37.
Yeah, yeah.
So he must have been around say 20, 24, 23, 24.
He boxed. He boxed out of Ellsfield Boxing Club. Yeah.
Ellsfield, that's where he was. Yes.
Yeah, but you see
and
Ellsfield.
and,
If you
and I
look
took and Anthony Yards was fighting on the same show, and I
okay,
took
yeah,
him over there. See, so that's why
yeah,
I knew him. That's why I got to got to meet him when I
yeah,
saw him. I didn't
yeah,
get to meet him because I said to his coach and everybody who was there, I said he's bloody useless. You know what I mean? I said, gee, I said, what are they putting him in there for? I thought
yeah,
they were just trying to find bats for
yeah, yeah.
but no, he won the fight and and he was in the England team, and he went and fought in some championships, and I went, wow, that's the kid from Airfield. I didn't think
Yeah.
he should box, but he's doing very well, and
But you know,
and I've even got a picture of him on my wall now because
yeah,
when he beat Dubois, I had to have it on my wall. See, because of a bet, it was a bet, but now he's doing well. I've kept it on there.
yeah. But you know the thing is, elsewhere they got another kid over there. Yeah, strong. I can't remember his name as well. They build them like that. They don't really look technically good, but they're very fit and they're
Yeah, he's
strong.
got
They built. There's another. I can't remember another kid over there.
very good coaches there. One
Yeah,
of one of the boys used to be, involved with directing years back, so he's got a good pedigree out to box.
yeah,
And
yeah,
you got Khan there. What's his name? Is it Khan?
yeah,
What's his name? Yeah, the mayor's brother.
yeah,
Yeah, and he's been there from day one, isn't he?
yeah,
You know.
yeah. But yeah,
Um,
yeah. But I'm surprised though, because by the way, Saj, you know your guy Saj in it. He's in the chat anyway, but you know Saj in it.
Saj,
Yeah. Saj.
where's he from?
He's from down here. Short India. You remember he films you all the time when you go there. You know, you go to the boxing, he always catch you on the camera and films you.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, that fella. Yeah, what's
yeah.
happened to?
No, he's in the chat and he's just saying hello in it, Tony.
Okay, hello, my man.
Yeah. Oh, look, we've got Dan the man jumping in as well. It's all popping off today, isn't it? What's up, Dan the man?
Yo, what's happening? What's happening, EJ? What's going on?
Yeah. Tony's here as well, man.
Hey, what up, Tony?
Hello, my man. How you been?
I'm in all right, man. Just the weekend, just trying to relax here for a moment before we go back to work tomorrow. But I don't like the sound of that, but it's all good.
Yeah.
Is it sunny there?
Yeah, it's Sunday over here, man. So, half the days are gone by, so I'm not happy about it. The thing is too is like the weekends, man, it seems like they're designed for for time to fly by, but it's the work day is designed for the day to go slow. So I don't get that. So
Yeah, yeah. All right, we was just we me and Tony was just talking about the how Joe Joyce became. But Tony, so when you looked at him, yeah, like because obviously you looked and there was nothing technically you looked at him say, he could take a punt, but he just looked slow. He was even slow then. So they must have gone.
It was slow. He moved like a Sasquatch. You remember the Sasquatch?
Yeah, I know, like a bloody
Like,
Frankenstein,
it was
this
a
Sasquatch.
monster. It was like
Yeah,
a
but
monster. He moved like that, and I
yeah,
went and I said to everybody, I said, "What you doing with him in there?" I said, "You." I thought they were taking a piss out of the kid. Just
yeah,
wanted a bat and stuck him in.
yeah,
And I told the trainer, I said, "He's useless." He said,
mm,
"He's in the England squad." I went, "What?" I said, "Where?" I said, "Wow." So when he said that to me, I said, I knew, because you don't get into the England team just like that. You know what I mean? So you got to have some sort of quality. They
yeah,
must have seen something in him to put him in that England squad. And not only that, but win, because he didn't win. I don't know if he won the ABAs at that. He didn't win the ABAs at that time. You know what I mean? See, so which I
yeah,
but I think he got to the Londons and things like that. But he was in the squad because I thought, but through sparring and things like that, because
yeah,
needed people to spar, and he came, and they really liked him, and then from then he was winning stuff. He was winning ABA titles and doing
yeah.
stuff and going to tournaments and winning things on tournaments, and that's when I really stood up and said, "Wow, there's something special about this kid."
Yeah, because he's fit. He's proven he's been fit. He's fitter than majority of people. Most of the stuff this is what people don't understand about the amateurs, right? The stuff that he learned in the amateurs has helped him out in the pros. He's always fit. He throws a lot of punches
Yeah,
and he keeps coming forward. And he
yes,
and he's got and his mentality. He's very strong minded. Because, like you said, Tony, he got a lot of abuse when he first came out. Oh, you big Sasquatch, you ain't going nowhere. He took a little abuse, so it
yeah.
made him mentally tough. Go on.
Yeah, I was one of them. I was one of them. I just didn't think this kid was going anywhere.
Mm,
No way. But he proved everyone wrong. He proved everyone wrong, and he'll prove more people wrong because he's going to a place. He's in America now. He goes there. He does a few months there. Then he comes back.
uh.
The coach there
Israel
coaches
Salis.
him.
Yeah, Israel Salis. Yeah,
And I know him, yeah, and he's a good coach, and
yeah,
he,
he is.
he teaches him the simple, because you're not going to teach someone like Joe Joyce to be a Floyd Mayweather. You have to just teach him to how he is. You've got to just build him up and develop him even more as he is, but better and quicker,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
more powerful, because he knows how to throw that jab. He's got a really good jab, and when he throws that big shot to the body in the he hurts. You can see that he hurts. He's hurting people, and I'm talking about since he's been with his coach. He's
yeah,
got better. He's got better.
yeah. All right, let's hear Dan, because he's obviously trying to die and say, Dan, what's your take on this potential fight, and what do you think of Joe Joyce? Has he surprised you as well? Go on.
You know what? He has surprised me a bit, but I'm not too surprised. And the reason why I say that because of his, as you guys had alluded to, his experience in the amateurs, who he fought there, and he's beaten some of those guys, the Phil Herkoviches and the Frazier Clarks, and people don't even know that fight is online right now, where he knocked out Frazier Clark in the amateurs. I mean, stopped him on his feet. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
Frazier Clark was hurt very badly in that fight, and that was several years ago, and I'm not too surprised. I mean, how far he's gone. And the one thing I will be, I'm a little surprised about is the fact that he's still able to maintain his cardio and his conditioning with all that extra weight on him. Because if you
yeah.
look in his days in the ABA days, in the amateurs, even at WSB, he was weighing around maybe roughly 230, maybe around there. I mean, he was lighter, he was a little lot faster as far as foot speed wise, but even at the extra weight, the extra 40 pounds he's gained over the years, he still maintains his fitness, his conditioning. So that right there is surprising to me. So, as far as the potential fight with him and Anthony Joshua, I know Anthony Joshua stopped him in the amateur, in his earlier days in the amateurs. whatnot. But that was a very, very long time ago, and this is not even the WSB. This is where headgear was applied, and as of now, Anthony Joshua, especially at this state of his career where he's at, I think Joe Joyce would. I mean, I don't favor Joshua win that fight right now. If this was the Joshua after the Ruiz comeback and he's been on a fight win streak, then maybe I would say, yeah, it'd be probably. I don't think Joe Joyce will win it. But after like I said, now after those 2 losses to Usyk, yeah, this version of Joe Joyce will beat Anthony Joshua. I don't think they should even consider that fight right now if I'm Matcher. Even thinking about that. I know Joe Joyce called him out. He said, I'll step in. Let's see how Matcher responds to that. But I don't think they're going to go through that fight. I don't see that. I mean, why would you at this point? Why would you? That's career suicide if you go up against Joe Joyce right now.
Definitely. Yeah, you're definitely right. Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, man, I just think I'm not saying Joshua doesn't have a chance of winning it because Joe Joyce is a hitting target. That is one thing that goes against him, is that he lacks the head movement. But the one thing again that's in Joe Joyce's favor, as I mentioned, is the conditioning. He can go 12, 15 rounds, 18 rounds. He can go. I mean, obviously he can take a shot, but one thing he's deceptive about taking shots, he doesn't take them cleanly as people think he does in most fights. He actually rolls off those shots, but it looks like it's like slow time mode when you look at when he's rolling off the shots. So he knows how to take the sting off of them, just like Usyk does to some extent. So whatnot.
But Thingy knocked him out in a round, bruh. Thingy knocked him out in a round. Andy Joshua knocked him out in a round in the amateurs. He knocked him out. He's sparred him many a times. He's very confident. He's very confident.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's very confident.
Amateurs and pros are 2 different things, isn't they?
So but he sparred him up to like they.
Joe Joyce. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Where Joe Joyce started late in the game, and Anthony, started late, but he started a lot earlier than he did, and he was a lot more, positioned in the game. So I think, Joe Joyce learned off of Joshua, and developed through the sparring through England. Because they would have sparred together. They would have both been in England squads. So, they were both sparring each other. So Anthony probably got the better of him then. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and Joe was, and that's the thing. I was talking to Joe Joyce's mum. Joe Joyce in England longer, and then all of a sudden, Anthony Joshua came in, and they picked him in 2012, and Joe Joyce got overlooked, and he never again. And this is what I'm saying. So he stopped them in a round. Had loads of sparring with him. He doesn't, you know what I mean? He knows him, like he knows Joshua knows him, but this is the pros. And in our mind, look, Joshua didn't stop Parker, he stopped Parker, blah blah blah. Apples, oranges. That's what it is. I personally think, I would love to see the fight. By the way, Dan, you've been called out. Usyk ain't beating Fury. My man Hypotite just put it out.
I know we got into a little debate about that yesterday on Tony Reviews' channel. I'm not sure if you heard it, but shout out to Haplo.
Okay, fair enough. No, but what I'm saying is that I think Joshua at this stage is probably losing some of that psychology. I'm mentally, I'm in his head and that, because to us, Joe Joyce has never been knocked out. I mean, he looks like the juggernaut for real. Like he's made us believe that he can walk through guys, but he's actually been stopped a couple of times in the amateurs. I mean, but since then he ran through the amateurs. He should have won the gold medal, and as a pro, he hasn't done a foot wrong. So where does he go? He's the number 1 contender for Usyk. What are we saying about that fight? I mean, I know where Dan stands, but Tony, where do you stand on that fight? Tony, where do you stand on that fight? Tony.
Say that again.
Yeah, where do you stand on Usyk versus Joe Joyce if they were to fight in a rematch? Because obviously they fought as amateurs. How do you see that fight going?
I think Usyk is the only one who can really outbox him. That's what I feel. I feel Usyk is so good on his feet, and he can hit as well. See, so with boxing, if you keep striking somebody in the same place, for 5-6 rounds, you're gonna break them down. It don't matter if it's soft and it's little flicks, but if you're throwing good shots and powerful shots in there, you're still breaking them down, but quicker. That's all it is. the flicks may come out, but there's still a bit of power in them flicks. But if you're throwing with speed and power, boom, you'll break them down quicker, and especially if you're fit, and he's fit. You know, he can do 20 odd rounds. You know, you can fight two people if he wants. You know, you can put two people in that ring, one after the other. He'll have the energy to fight them. I mean, uh, with the other fella, I said, you know, I don't think he's good. You know, he's good, but he'll have a tough with Usyk. I think Usyk will beat him all day.
Go ahead, Dan. What do you think, Dan?
All right, cool. Yeah, you saw him far away. So it looks like you about to go get something real quickly, EJ. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, look, I know people are gonna allude to the fact that yeah, Joyce has improved tremendously after that Usyk fight several years ago, and I get that. But what also you have to take into account is that Usyk himself has drastically improved after that fight. So let's not dismiss that, you know. So me personally, will Joe Joyce give Usyk a lot more trouble, maybe more so than Anthony Joshua? Yes, and the reason why I say that is because Joyce himself is a very awkward fighter. He throws punches in different variety of angles that you're not accustomed to. So explain why he beat guys like Herkovich and you know back in the day. But now, like I said though, it's just like Usyk is this type of guy who doesn't stand. Oh, we all know he doesn't stand in front of you. So Joyce is going to have to figure out. I mean, he's going to really going to have to figure out a way to close the gap on Usyk right now. I mean, when at this point, yeah, I just don't see how Joyce wins that fight unless Usyk tires out or unless he gets old overnight. That's the only way I see Joyce beating him. I'm sorry to say that. So, I mean, yeah, it would definitely be a good fight. I mean, we definitely need to see that rematch. It's long overdue. But at this point, if you ask me, I think Undisputed precedes that. It should supersedes that, I should say. That's if Tyson Fury's up for it. I know. To me, I know. This is my opinion. The way he's been behaving about that particular fight, I don't know if he really wants it. But if he does take it, all power to him. But if that fight does happen, I'm favoring Usyk by in that fight as well. So
Yeah.
I know Pablo begs to differ on that.
Yeah, but we don't. I don't think Fury even wants Joe Joyce. I saw his face when Joe Joyce beat the hell out of Parker. You know?
Oh yeah.
He looked shook on that one. But let's talk about something more current because it's coming up right now. So let's hear Tony say. Tony, Conor Ben, Eubank, will he make the weight or will he not make the weight? And if he does make the weight, how's he going to perform? Go ahead, Tony. Talk on that one.
Yeah, don't worry about that. He'll make the weight. Eubanks will make the weight. You know, he's a very, very clever, you know, person. You know what he's doing with all the bits he's going into these restaurants and eating this to make, and it's psychological. You know what I mean? You know, the dad was the same. So he's getting to everyone's head. He's getting into everyone. He's getting into Ben's head, I think. But hopefully he doesn't take it. You know, because he's doing so much on this social media about his weight and the weight that he's gonna mess up psychologically people who are in the other corner. So I think Eubank is very clever to take that. They would never have taken that fight if you know they couldn't deal with it with the weight and deal with the stature of what they've got in front of him is Ben. And you know, I would like Ben to win. I know him. I know the family, and I like he's you know a lot. You know, Nigel. We would be out while he was DJing in them times. You know, and he invited us to his place where we could. You know, because that time when he was into the music and he was the DJing, well, he was fun. You know, and if he had taken up that more seriously, Ben would have been out around a lot longer. I'm telling you, you know, for what he was doing in them, you know, them garage days. And I used to think to myself, well, I don't know how he does it. I really didn't know how he did it. He would train, he would be out, and then he would be training the next day or the next the day before, the day after. It was amazing seeing an athlete like that, you know, mess up the body of himself, which he had an extraordinary body because the man could do all that and then train and then fight, and he had a few years of that, and he was successful at that time, you know, when this music was around and he was in it in them days, you know. But the son is so geared to what they've done to that boy and turned him around from someone who's not boxed, and the people that have helped him along the way. It's been unbelievable because you don't get many who can go into this game of pro boxing and be looked after that way, and then get the right fights and reform himself into a champion to say he can now, you know, push his way to something of quality success to win something. And then, you know, so the people around him have developed so well and backed him so well. And I think because of the dad, and only because of dad, they've done it, they've helped him. So he's become strong. He's become mentally, physically, you know. I used to take a few guys up there to spar him, and you could see this weren't no, you know, fairy tale. You know, when you think to yourself, oh, this ain't gonna work. You know what I mean? This kid's living on the dad's name, and you know, but no way. This kid lived in the gym. You know, that's all he'll be in there every day. You know, and you'd see him run, you'd see him do stuff, and you know, and he'll come in and ask for advice, and you know how you do what you do, and he'll take it on, and that's how he was, and I think he trained better than his dad. I'm telling you, you know, when I see him, he trained better than his dad. Nigel Ben had all the qualities of the power, and you know, and everything came around him. But this kid had to really work for what he's got, and for what for what he's become now. You know, he's a different side of Nigel, but he's made his own name. He's developed his own, you know, his self, and you know, I'm so proud of what he's done, because no way, you don't usually see young people coming up into this game. You get looked after so much, and then it stops. You know, when the champions start coming in, it stops. You know what I mean? Because boxing is a fickle game. Only the best survive. I'm telling you, only the people who have been in these amateur games had a pedigree of doing that. And then you've been to these championships, the world championships, Olympic games, and all that pedigree. This kid never had none of that, you know, but he's now fighting kids which have got that pedigree, which have been into these, you know, places. You know, he's fighting them kind of guys now. I mean, Eubank wasn't. He's the same. You know, I think Eubank had a few amateur bouts before, you know, he turned pro, and they looked after him the same way and developed him. You know, but I think, you know, Eubank is the bigger guy, and he'll be the bigger guy on the night, you know, again, because I mean, when you've got to figure out when do they weigh them, so they'll be weighing them in the afternoon, so you still got 8 hours to balloon up, you know, whatever their way of doing it, they've still got that to say, boom, I'm gonna get back to, you know, super middleweight. So, you know, it's a big advantage. So I think there's not going to be that much difference to the Eubanks, you know, and he's good on his feet. He can box, he can move, he can throw them 1-2 shots, you know. So I think, you know, Eubanks has that advantage. You know, he will be big on and strong on that day. So would, you know, Ben. I think, you know, he's going up in weight, but as you know, boxers who go up in weight when they're used to a certain weight, become sluggish. I don't know if that will happen to him because he's doing what he's doing to keep himself good. So I hope that doesn't happen. But for me, in my career of boxing and going up in weight, I'm sluggish. I'm not the same quick person anymore, and I've experienced that with many world champions, who have been to all the games. Do you know when certain individuals go up in weight? Boom, they're not they used to be. See,
Yeah.
so that's what I'm really worried about.
Yeah, well, when I'm looking at the record of Conor Ben's opponents, and most of them have come off draws or losses, or they've been inactive. Granada's only fought a couple of months ago, and he got a draw. Before that, he got knocked out. So what they're doing is that the kids are coming off getting a beating. Van Herden, let me see, have a look at him. Van Herden, before Conor Ben, he was out 2 years. So yeah, on the tin it says that these guys are former world champions. But
Yeah.
let's get it right, man. These guys have been active for the longest, man.
Yes.
What's his name? Chris Algieri. Chris Algieri. He was out near a year, and
Yeah.
to be fair, he had a couple of wins coming in, but it was out near a year. And you're talking about the pandemic. But what I'm saying is that he's beating these guys there, but I don't know that it's more to do with the matchmaking and the way he is. Look, think about it, right? So you're going against a world champion or former world champion, and they've been out for a year. How would you go about fighting them? Would you sit back and let them come and jump on them? So he jumps on them, right? He jumps on them, buzzes them up, yeah, and which is well. But you see with Eubank, he might want to do that with Eubank, but he might get shit. But you're right though, really and truly, he shouldn't be in the ring with some of these guys there. But he still hasn't fought, in my opinion, a 50-50 where even they're doing this thing to it's an advantage. They should be, the two of them shouldn't really be fighting, but they're doing little things that give Conor advantages, in terms of the weight. Now they're hoping the weight ain't going to be a factor. If it's not a factor, then Eubank should beat him quite easily. But if it is a factor, Eubank, then Ben should win him.
Be a factor, isn't it, EJ? Because you can lose a kilo, 1 kilo. We know in boxing, 1 kilo is a big difference. Come on, you know what I mean? So
it is.
It's how you want what you do and prepare yourself for this. So they have to be strong mentally and physically. I just can't wait to see the fight.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to put shade on Conor, like, because Eubank's been doing these shifties as well, because he was getting pieced up by what's that guy, Matt Corbat, right? And Matt Corbat's arm popped out of his socket. He was about to get a beating, right? And and that James DeGale fight was awful. So it ain't like he fought, and James, every time Eubank stepped up, he's always losing.
Sort of, but what I'm trying to say is that Eubank has fought some world champions. When you talk about DeGale, and you talk about
Groves and that.
Groves, and then you who was the other one? Who else?
Billy Joe Saunders, isn't it?
So their class.
But I agree. But every time he stepped up to that level, as not having that much amateur, he's turned down. So he's been found wanting. And at this point with Conor, they're like, well, we put him in. Even if he loses, we can make some money out of it. Make some money out of the fight.
Good for Conor. So and this is where he could have his day. So which is so good.
Yeah, if Conor blasts up Eubank, you have to retire, man. You have to retire, bro.
Oh, when he say that, that's what he said. I would.
Yeah, I would.
So it's like having a lightweight beat me up.
That's what Conor is. Conor's he's a blatant lightweight. He's never fought at 147. He's been 145.
And then he's come up. Then he's a welterweight. Then he come up to welterweight.
Yeah.
Then now, he's like like he's gonna be a light. What is it? What they call it?
Light welterweight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he should be. That's why I said he should be fighting them people like Josh Taylor.
Wait. Then you got light middle. Is it light middle?
Light middle. Yeah. After welterweight, above weight, the super welterweight or light middle, and then you got welter, and then you got light welter. What I mean? Or super lightweight they call it. But what I'm saying is that in between them weights, because I remember when Conor first came over, and he was a lightweight, and then I saw the next thing I know he's a light welter, and then he's a welter. But I goes, but he's never actually fought a welter really. He's a welterweight, but he's not fighting big welterweight. All the guys he fought in Algeria, these guys are 140 guys really who moved up to welterweight. So they're doing little things. But this Eubank,
they're doing the right things for him, ain't they? See,
Yeah, but this Eubank one, with all that weight, let me tell you something. So that all the weight he's put on, so really, he's really a lightweight, buffed up lightweight, who's going against a middleweight. I mean, bruh. But Eubank is one of them guys there. He's a weird guy, bro, because you see him eating the food and doing what he's doing, and he's selling the pay-per-views, I'll tell you. But people want to see him get battered.
What?
People want to see Eubank get battered, man. They don't like him, man. Don't like Eubank.
They don't. So that's that, and he's clever. He's making a big thing out of it, isn't he? He's making sure he's in these lovely restaurants. He's making these films. He's delivering. You know, there was something you posted out to say that they should boycott the. What was that?
Okay. So we talk about that. It was Eubank's dad who's actually went on Spencer Fury and said he caught him this morning. He messaged him this morning, and he said, "I'm telling Spencer that anyone listen to my voice, they should boycott the fight." So the dad's advocated for them to boycott. Let me ask Dan the man about that. Dan, what do you think about that? The dad's asking for a boycott.
Oh, Chris Senior?
Yeah, he's asking for a boycott.
Oh boy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, Chris Senior has always been an interesting character. I don't know. Is he trying? I don't know why he's advocating for boycott. Look,
he's worried about his son. He's worried about the son in the weight cap because obviously the other son died, isn't it? That's what he said.
Yeah, and I get that, but at the end of the day, I mean, look, I get his concerns are, but at the same time, some people need to point out that Chris Senior has been playing these foolishness games with his son's career throughout, for the most part. That's probably why the reason I believe he's a part of the reason why Chris Jr. hasn't achieved the things that he wanted to do as a world fighter. He's kept him way out of fights that he shouldn't have been kept away of. They've been trying to maximize on that IBO belt for so long, And I just think that, as a point of time, you're going to have to let go of your son. Let him figure out what to do with his career. You don't need to be involved in that every single time, So, no disrespect to Chris Senior. I just think he needs to back off a little bit. I mean, if he wants to boycott the fight, then that's up to him. But where's that going to go? That's not going to go anywhere. Other than that, it is what it is, man. Just let the fight, go ahead and see how it goes. I don't think anything's going to happen to Junior. I mean, is that what it's implying?
Tony, what do you think, Tony?
Yeah, definitely. Chris, I think the dad is not having too much to do with this because I think the dad, the boy's going away to America, and I think he's losing the relationship that they had. So he's with somebody, James. He's over there with him, and James. He's one of the best. You can't you can't learn anything if you're not learning from that guy. You shouldn't box. So, and I think the dad has had problems with him not being around him that much that he's even advised him not to take the fight because of this weight business issue. But I think, he's been very clever about it, Chris, knowing that they can make the weight because Chris is never gonna, take this fight if he couldn't make the weight because it's a killer. Come on, it's what he's doing is a killer. So they've been in America for a few months training for this since they've been calling each other out and pushing each other and the words, to each other. He's been training. He's been knowing what he's going to be doing with all the programs in his head, saying that this is how I'm going to irritate him. I'm going to say this. I'm going to be walking into this restaurant having steaks and getting it cut and saying, "Oh, I still can't make the weight," and because he knows it's going to go all to the family. Ben might not be even watching it because I know he's a tough, mental, strong kid. But I think the coaches and the people that I don't know, supporters, they might be, or his friends could be watching because that's who he wants to get to. You know, I mean, Eubank is not going to watch it. I mean, Benny's ain't going to watch it. He won't. He's that strong-minded, and then mentally, he won't. You know what I mean? Whatever comes up on his phone or whatever, he won't. He won't even listen to it. The only time he'll listen to the man is when he's doing a showdown with him. He's doing a one-to-one face-off. You know, that is it. And then when he's in the ring. So I think that mental state of his mind is strong.
Yeah, well, listen, in any case, yeah, it's a fight that most people are interested in the UK. Couldn't say about American people. Dan, is anyone interested in America? Is it got any buzz over there?
Not really. I mean,
They
look,
don't
I
even
don't.
know. America's so big, they don't even know that.
That's true. Go ahead, Dan.
No, I was going to say, I mean, as far as Eubank event is concerned, not too much buzz over here. I mean, in fact, the Zone hasn't really did a good job promoting the event anyway. So, yeah, let's take that into account. I mean, look, you got two high-level domestic fighters. One is pretty much on the up-and-coming. The other one is pretty much at the end of his career, who hasn't really done much, as I mentioned. No disrespect to Junior, but, I mean, yeah, there's really not much any enthusiasm for this fight over here, to be honest with you. So, but one thing I need to ask you guys is that I think they raised the pay-per-view price for that fight over there. I mean, you talk about that?
Yeah, but the thing is, I tell you what, I don't think I'm gonna pay for it though, because I paid the Zone. I heard they're putting the Zone price up, by the way, as well, in general.
Yes, yeah.
Wow.
But I paid the $7.99 or whatever they asked for. And then they asked you to pay another £10, right? Now for the Triple G, they try to get me to pay another £10 on top of that. I said, I ain't paying for that. I'll watch that or fall asleep. I'll catch it in the morning on whatever I catch it on, yeah?
Yeah.
Right? That's what I said, yeah? And then the same thing for the Conor Ben. Now I want to pay for it. I do. But then I said to myself, I don't know. Like, I mean, probably it's going to be £10 extra like it is on thing. But they see with the Zone, they said they weren't doing pay-per-view. So now you're charging me. And they're testing the water. So if I don't pay and people don't pay, because I heard that the Triple G didn't do that well. If I don't pay, a lot of people don't pay for because look, he's not really mainstream, this fight here. I mean, Eubank and Ben, you're talking about me and Tony back in days when we were youngster on a normal channel. Listen, that first fight, the way it came on, like, because most of the time we're watching EastEnders or whatever, when it came on, it was massive. The news come on, Ben thing, it had a massive, like 2 hour, 3 hour slot. So you're gonna catch it. Because there's only 4 channels you had, right? So or 5 channels. You're gonna get it because you turn through the channel. Oh, what's that then? You're talking about half the bloody country and more or less the whole country watching that fight there.
Yeah,
this one
is the biggest, isn't it?
Yeah. Like boxing in our country, it was huge. Now this one, it's not like ESPN or it's on Sky Sport. If it was on Sky Sports, it would be bigger number. It's on the Zone. And you have to subscribe, get the app on the Zone, and most people ain't got that. And Ben and Eubank, to be fair, they're not their names, but they're not their fathers. They're still not their fathers. The Eubank hasn't done anything with it. He hasn't, he got a bit of attention, but he kept on losing at the big fights. So we saw Conor hasn't done anything, and he's on Sky, but he hasn't done anything to make significant blows to say, oh yeah, we're gonna follow him. He fights not like his dad. His dad was a banger. Stan used to knock people out. Conor, he's knocking guys out, but you look at the opponents and stuff. So really and truly, in terms of numbers, they could have done it better on a better platform on Sky. It would have probably done better numbers. But I mean, only Tony, because we're in the UK, we were interested because we're boxing hardcores. But I don't think the numbers are going to do that well. What do you think, Tony?
Yeah, you're definitely right. Easy. I think in this country, that's what it's all about. It's the family name. It's the name. And it's an English thing, and UK thing, sorry. So, and I think, it would do well in here, UK. The US only, I mean, extreme support of the boxers would watch it. Do you know what I mean? It's, like you said, it's a big, world title fight. It's not a world title fight. It's just, a fight. I don't think they in America would be that interested in it. They've got it on the Zone. The Zone, as you know, is not doing as well as it should have done. I mean, I feel that Queensbury and BT are coming back even more.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, if it would have done better on that one. In BT, it would have done better numbers.
Yes, I'm telling you, because it's a thing where we want to look at the heritage of what we got in boxing, the name Eubanks, and this is where we had it here. So I think it's more big. It'll be more big in England than anywhere else. People will
Yeah.
be interested in it. People will go and watch it, but they'll
Yeah.
watch it when the pay streams have gone. So they'll. I'm telling you, they know how to get it, didn't they? So know where
Yeah.
to get it from. So how many times have we got streamings for things we don't want to pay, and we've got them, we watched it comfortably. So we can watch it in Czechoslovakian or French. It doesn't matter. Boxing is about the punching. That's so. I think that it will be big here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it would be big here, and Dan's already pointed out. Haplotype's always said like they shouldn't be fighting anyway. Not even at the same weight class. There's no demand for the fight other than their dads, and you're trying to sell it on their dads, but these two themselves, they haven't got nothing against each other. It's just another money fight for the two of them. I mean, the fight might turn into something because the way their dad's names are on the line. But Connor, I just he looks to me if he gets turned over, he ain't gonna deal with it very well. I mean, I think Eubanks dealt with failure. He's like, lost. Okay.
Yes.
I think Eubanks can deal with it pretty well. But I don't. Connor, like he'll be crying for days. Go on.
Yeah, Eubank has said that he'll retire. So if he does lose, that's what and he retire. So that's what we want to see. That's what we want to look at. I'll be trolling him saying, "Why ain't you retired yet?" That's what I'll be doing.
But the funny thing is, someone said retired. Yeah, okay, I retired, but then I'll come back next month. I did retire. You know what I'm saying, bro?
They do a Tyson Fury.
What? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly, Tyson Fury. But this is boxing, right? And it's like he's doing a good job of selling the pay-per-view. But
Tyson's so clever. When you see what he's doing there, he's getting ready for these fights to fight, and he's going to make sure people are going to be watching it for what he's doing. The cleverness, and he may be tapped here and there, but I tell you what, the boy is clever.
Tyson Fury. You talk about Tyson Fury now, right?
Yes, I'm telling you.
You talk about him talking about constantly talking about AJ and whatever.
And then back, sign the contract and all this. But why are you not signing it? And he knows what goes on in contracts. He's not silly. He's been dealing with these things for years. So at the end of the day, he just wants to rush him into something where they know they're gonna get
turned over. Yeah.
He's clever. But he wants. AJ wants to fight because at the end of the day, one of them has to lose. For me, Fury and now it'd be another good fight. I'm telling you, it'd be a lovely good fight. You never know what happens because AJ can punch. Joshua, he can punch, and if he can be taught how to pressurize somebody and be a fighter that he is, instead of trying to be a boxer. I don't think he's ever going to try and think of trying to outbox Fury. It'd be too hard to get to him. The arms, the length, and it'd be like Dylan White when he tried to box him, instead of Dylan being his old self and going in there and slogging, and catching him with a shot.
Yeah.
Like Wilder did. Wilder couldn't box, but look, Wilder's even trying to be more tentative in his boxing skills and everything else, but he's still going to be the same fighter, isn't he?
That's what I told Dan. That's what I told Dan. I said, all that stuff he's doing, when he gets clocked on the head, he's just going to go back to what he knows.
What he is. All he's going to do is pace himself that little bit more better.
Yeah.
See? Because you got to remember, people like Wilder never listen to their coaches.
It's
You know what I mean?
untold. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's good.
yeah,
Hey, I
but
never deny he doesn't listen to his coaches. All I said is maybe Malik could be the guy who finally could get to him and get him to listen. But we'll have to
Nah,
see. We'll have to
nah.
see. What I'm saying, we'll have to see in the Lanius fight.
Tony knows, like I know, of how these guys are. Like they're set in their ways, isn't it? Go ahead, Tony. Go ahead.
I knew, I knew what Wilder from the days of Audley Harrison sparring with him, and he sparred with him before he boxed him. Do you
Yeah.
understand? So I knew that how lazy he was, how he didn't want to do things, and but I think he has to change now. He sees it. He sees that the days of just banging people out have gone for him. So I think he's worked on his,
But
his
you see, all that stuff he's working on is just left him open to get
yeah.
clocked.
Listen, it's too late. Listen, it's too late. All he's gonna do is help him for a few rounds more before he goes one out. But he's not gonna keep it for 12 rounds and do it. You know what I mean?
Against Hellenius, that's nuts. Because all Hellenius, all your rat-a-tat-tat combos, Hellenius is gonna load up and just give you one. You know what I mean? Like you, that's that. And you see, Malik, yeah, is making him like him. A runner and a boxer trying to make him like him. And I'm like, well, Malik, if that was the case, you didn't do too well in your career. You know what I mean? But Dan likes the idea. He's trying to learn new things. I understand that, but is he gonna?
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Malik, yeah, he didn't do well in his career, but at least he didn't take that much damage in his career.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Who
He been
gets
knocked
who?
out.
Cesaro?
Derek Chisora.
Yeah, he caught him one good shot.
Listen, listen. See Malik, yeah. Malik is an underachiever because he had very good boxing skills,
Yeah.
and when it was time to step up, the man ran and he acted like a fool, man. I mean, the guy beat you, and next thing there, you wear a popcorn, get your popcorn on your bag, and next thing you know, you're hanging the back out of the man who beat you.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I remember.
And now, like you're whispering in Wilder's ear, and all of a sudden to me, you're clout chasing. That's what you do. You're clout chasing attention. I was at the press conference when AJ fought Brazil. AJ was going against Martin. And he was there and he was trying to clout chase that one. And I was like, you're just a big mouth clout chaser. Wherever the attentions are, you're there trying to get some of that paper. And Wilder,
he was the right time. He's right place in the right time.
Go ahead, Tony. Yeah. All right, so we mentioned that a bit. Let's talk about Dillian White. Tony, what do you think of Dillian White's new trainer, Buddy McGurk, in terms of how's he going to make them better than Harold Knight and Xavier Miller? What do you think about that one?
Well, I mean, I feel that Dillian White is going to be very hard to change Dillian White, but the thing is that people have done a little bit here and there with him. So I think with what's the gentleman's name who's taking him over?
Buddy McGurk.
Buddy McGurk, yeah, Buddy McGurk is good. He's good. I like Buddy McGurk. I think Buddy McGurk will have him on his feet more. I think with a big boy like that, you can't move around too much. Do you know what I mean? You're not a Tyson Fury. That's why Tyson Fury is so special. When he can move his feet like that for round after round after round. If you've not been doing it all your life and you try and do it, that one fight that fight, you're not going to do it for long. You're not going to do it properly, and that's where you'll get caught. A lot of these fighters try to imitate certain fighters for just one fight, and they don't do it. You've got to have the pedigree in you to say that you've done this for a few years. You can do this. That is one of the reasons when someone's got a good chance of beating someone else. But when you look at the fighters that we've got, we haven't got the best of the best that we for years we ain't had top heavyweights, have we? Come on, we've had good heavyweights, but we haven't had top heavyweights. I mean, Anthony Joshua's been the top heavyweight that we've had, you know. But Tyson Fury is that now because there's no one else who's really can imitate what he can do with footwork. You know, he's like looking at a white Muhammad Ali. You know, you know Joe Frazier, who can whack a bit and slap a bit. You know, you know, it's that's why I feel that Tyson Fury is, you know, it'd be very hard to match the way he can move them feet, being that tall and you know and that heavy. Wow, he's an amazing guy, really is.
Well, what do you think? You think Buddy can bring back You think Buddy can bring back Dillian White to where he needs to be to contend again?
No, I don't think Buddy can do it. I think the only person who can, you know, you can get who you want. I've just said to you, you can get who you want. If your pedigree has not been dealt with that from since you boxed, how are you going to learn it in a year? You know, a year, then you're nearly finished. Your time's up.
Mm.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So he should have been doing this when he first started. He should have been with Buddy McGirt when he first started, but he wasn't. He was with so many people. First, it was Oki. What's his name?
Yeah. Chris Oko.
Chris Oko. And
Yeah.
Chris Oko's not a bad coach. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, the
You
car
know?
accident. Yeah, the car accident.
That's
why,
right. So they had to change him. And then from there, he had the other guy. What was the other guy?
Jonathan Banks.
Banks. Yeah.
Yeah, when he lost to AJ, Jonathan Banks got the job with Triple G and Celia Brackus.
Yeah. See? And then from there, he had your mate, friend.
No, Mark Tibbs after that.
Mark Tibbs, that's it. Tibbs, my mate, sorry. Yeah, and I think he done well with Mark. Mark improved him. I'm telling you.
Mark had him he was getting it a lot though because in that style.
Yeah, no, but what I'm trying to say, he improved him in his work. He was like when you look at Dylan White, them days, he was like the scarecrow of the Wizard of Oz. His legs were everywhere. I'm telling you. So you know, Mark got him to stand up. Mark got him how to throw that jab properly. He was everywhere. He looked like he was a dancer. I didn't know what he was. You know, I'm telling you, he was for me to watch him, he was embarrassing himself, really. But when Mark got him, he got him stood up, got him, you know, pushing off that back foot and hitting that them people with that jab and the cross. And why I know that, I was at the Peacock when he used to come and train at the Peacock while he was there, and I could see the work that he was doing, and I was congratulating Mark and him together. I was talking to him, saying, "Yeah, he's got on. He's doing well. You've done well with him, Mark. I'm telling you." And the rest of the guys were saying the same. I know. And when that relationship stopped, I think if that relationship didn't stop, you know, he would have done a lot better than he's doing now.
Yeah, well,
you know.
Yeah. Well, so Xavier Miller, he looked more tidy with Xavier Miller. He looked more tidier. I'll tell you that. To me, he looked more tidier.
Well, he could have looked more tidier and everything else, but you know, it's not. It didn't make him do anything, though, did it? You know, he looked tidier, but was he throwing any big shots? Was he doing anything? No, because at the back of one win, he'd lose the next one.
Yeah.
See, so there was nothing getting gathered up with info. Because what you need to do especially when you box as a pro, you've got to gather up all that info and keep it locked and make sure you press it when you go out there into that ring. You know, and it was hard for him. It was hard for him to do that because people wind him up, and where he could be wound up, because you got to remember he was a street kid, you know. And you know he's come off of there and he was doing kung fu or kickboxing. You know, he was doing all that stuff. So he had that all in him. He was doing spent longer doing that than then he was boxing, and then now he's starting to box. You've got to start all over again. It's like teaching a 7-year-old kid how to throw a jab, how to, position himself. And then
But
from a 7-year-old, now a 10-year-old, then a 12-year-old, then the 13-year-old. So
I don't think he was. You see, Dillian, I don't think he care about that. He care about putting hands.
that's what I'm trying
He
to
didn't
say
care about.
to you.
Yeah. But well, in terms, I got you. I know what you mean. But I think at the end of the day, he done as good as he can with Mark Tibbs and that. But they picked match. Remember, he wasn't okay. He wasn't a champ. Remember, they were rebuilding
Yeah,
him. He just lost
but
AJ.
that's all he needed. But listen, that's
Yeah.
all he needed. He didn't need to be like Sugar Ray Leonard. You know what I mean? He didn't need to be. He didn't, because he's never gonna be that. So all you had to do is teach him how to throw that jab, counter, and move his feet. And know how to move his feet. Know how to move his head. They're the things all you had to do, and all you had to do is get him to do that better every time, and get fit. Because look when he fought Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
I went to that, and it looked like
What was your take on the strategy? Yeah, go on.
Who?
What was your take on the strategy of that? Go on.
The strategy with that was I couldn't see why he decided to go to a different position, then he should have stayed at a certain a position, and instead of going southpaw. He's not going to out trick someone like Tyson Fury, because Tyson can switch. He knows about that. See, so it wouldn't have phased him. Even though you'd see him throw a few shots, Tyson would want him to throw them shots so he could counter. He could see where he had to hit. That's all he was doing. So when you've got someone who's clever, with me, when I was a clever southpaw, remember I was a southpaw, so I was a clever southpaw. I wanted to, I made fights look easy. So I wanted them to come to me. As they came, that force of power of their gravity coming towards me, I just catch them. Bam! Every time they walked into me, I'll catch them. Because it was like a wall hitting a bus hitting a wall. So I loved when they kept coming forward. All I had to do is just move my feet and let them come. The check hook came in, everything. So they were getting it. And the more they got it, and they got it straight in their face, on their chin, on their nose, I knew I was breaking them down. And when I knew they were breaking down, they started going back. As soon as they started going back, and that's when I knew I've got them. And then I hit the body. Then I would hit the body. Then I knew I had them. So the screw shots came, everything, and now this is not going to work on somebody who's never been and never adapted his way into being a tricky, a fighter. I'm talking about boxer. Now, he is a fighter. That's how he was renowned for the kickboxing style and everything that he had. When he fought Joshua the first time, it was like watching The Wizard of Oz. His legs were buckling. He was everything. He couldn't stand up. He couldn't do. But he got better, and this is why I'm saying when he got to fight under Mark put all them things in place.
So let me ask
you didn't see him buckling. You didn't see him doing the scare.
But what has Mark done since though?
No, but this is what I'm trying to say. That's what you've got when you've got something as big as Dylan, because you remember it's the heavyweights.
It's heavyweight. Yeah,
find the fun. He's got some good boys now, but they're young.
He's got Fisher.
He's got to develop them. So them boys you will hear about. So he'll be back up there, but he's starting from the bottom again, like we all do. We don't get the special kids every time. They go to the people who are in with Matchroom, and they get.
He had Billy Joe Saunders though.
Who did?
Mark. He had Billy Joe.
Yes,
Saunders.
he did. But look what happened.
Yeah, but
he lost, and then he went, didn't he? But look who he's got now. He's got kids who are more loyal. He's got
Oh yeah.
people who
Well.
are
The
more.
thing is, the fight right now, like you said, is rebuilding. We have to see, but I can tell you this right now. Yeah, Mark Tibbs and they done well, but it was more to do with like they picked. Look, his dad come in board, Jimmy, and he knows, and they
He
picked the right
knows,
matches.
yeah.
They picked the right matches at the right time, and Dillian worked his way up to be a contender. The problem was, yeah, they wanted the Wilder fight. He never wanted to fight Fury. That's not what he wanted, right? That's not what they wanted. That Povetkin setback, right, was partly because they changed trainers, and Zab is a very cautious trainer, and he obviously is very technical, and he was doing well. That first fight was absolutely taking Povetkin apart. The only thing is, he didn't finish him off. That's it, and Povetkin pulled it out. But if he pulled it out, right, they're sitting pretty, and maybe that Wilder fight happened is a big setback. A year or a month setback against Povetkin, and by then, the Wilder and Fury fight happened. He didn't get his shot. But what I'm saying is that I'm not saying Mark Tibbs is a bad trainer. But what I'm saying what do you think Buddy would do to improve him? Like, what's he gonna do to improve him? You don't think none?
I think that's what I'm trying to say to you, Buddy. What Buddy was? Buddy was a boxer, wasn't he?
Yeah,
He was
two-weight
good
champion,
on his feet.
world champion, two-weight world champion.
So I mean, he was a world champion. Good on his feet.
Two-weight, yeah.
But you're not going to be able to get somebody moving like Buddy McGurk, all right? But come on, Buddy can only teach you a certain things and how to throw the punches. He knows about timing. He'll know about certain things, the position, what you should be in, and the work rate that you should be working at. So getting you fit. Well, Buddy will get him doing all that. But what I'm trying to say is that Buddy, he's coming to this game picking heavyweights. The best thing for Buddy was getting a middleweight, because
Callum Smith, you got Callum Smith in it.
Yeah,
it's like heavyweight now, isn't it?
They're the sort of things that Buddy could teach what he used to do, what he can do, what he knows. You can't teach somebody a heavyweight what Buddy used to do, what Buddy could do. Now, you're not going to be like Buddy, because no way could he teach people like Buddy, yeah. But what he can do, he can put certain things into Dylan's head, that this is how you're going to do it. But what I'm trying to say is that Dylan's in his own way of throwing certain shots, yeah. When people upset him, he just throw them silly shots. Buddy wouldn't do that. Buddy would have to take his time and say, yes, I'm going to punish you. This is how I'm going to punish you. This is what I'm going to do to punish you. So what I'm trying to say is that him, Buddy McGurk is the name. He's the name. He's went and got Buddy McGurk because he's a name. He's a world champion. He knows what he's talking about, and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
That's what I feel. He's not gonna be able to beat Tyson Fury, is he? He's not gonna be able to beat Wilder, is he? What I'm talking about is, so what I'm trying to say is that Wilder is gonna get fitter. He's gonna move a little bit better. He's not going to improve vastly, but he's still going to have a big bang on him. He could even have a greater bang on him with what they're trying to teach him and how they're trying to teach him. Because years ago, Wilder used to do his own training. He just listened to himself.
Yeah. Well, Breland was there. Like
Breland, listen, I know Breland. I'm a fan of Breland. I met the man, so I know what he's about. See, understand? The man's an Olympic champion. He Golden Gloves. He boxed. He boxed. He's one of the best. He's one of the best movers, feet movers. I used to look and watch him. Yeah. So I know how good a coach and how good a boxer he was, and the pedigree he's got, and then I know how he would coach. Do you understand? And how he, but the man was, he was telling the kid to do things, and the kid don't want to do them. He wouldn't run. He don't want to run. He want to do his own stuff.
Well, I heard AJ said that to Rob McCracken recently as well. Rob McCracken, you want to run? He told him, "Nah, I don't want to run. I don't want to do the."
Well. That's why you see the pace of what when people push the pace within that fight. That's where you see the decline in certain fighters who don't want to do the work.
Yeah, you're right. That's why
they only want to do the work when they want to do the work. Coming towards the fight now. I'll do the work now. but they should have done that work 3-4 months ago,
That's right.
and they should be tapering down now. That
Yeah.
last, not you should be getting easier sparring partners now. Through that stage, you don't need the big hard ones now knocking you out.
Mm-hmm.
That was the problem they had with AJ. They 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 took the wrong guy to spar with him and knocked him out.
Who knocked him out? Who knocked AJ out?
It's sparring when he first at that first,
Andy Ruiz fight, Joey DeWeco.
the workout. Was it a workout?
Yeah, it was work. Yeah, it was Joey DeWeco. It was in Miami when they had their little training camp over there in Miami, and DeWeco was the one who gave him a concussion after that knockout,
Yes,
allegedly.
See, it's just amazing. See, how can you top coaches or whatever they call themselves? You wouldn't get that. You wouldn't get that from Breland. You wouldn't have got that because they know who to get certain coaches. I've been around a very good coaches in my life, in my amateur days at the Repton, where I had Tony Burns, George Odwell, Georgie Bowers. All them guys were so experienced in knowing when to fight certain fights. Sometimes we would, we would enter a competition and Tony would say, I'm going to enter you in this competition, but I'm going to pull you out because I want them to bash each other up, and because these are animals, and these are going to kill each other. And by the time they killed each other, then you're gonna fight them in that final. Yeah,
Go on.
Within that draw. See, so he was clever. So he knew if I had that draw, and if I was in that fight, he would have pulled me out. But if I wasn't in that fight with them two who were going to kill each other, he knew I was going through to the next round because them two have already killed each other. They're back to each other. See, so and that's what being having a clever coach is about. And I never knew any of it. I just wanted to fight. I said, no, I want to fight. I fight him. I say, listen, let them do the draw. If you're not, I'm pulling you out because you're always next year. See, so and that's where you've got to learn. You've got to learn these sort of things and coaches like Buddy McGurk would know this through his amateur experience. And then his pro experience.
Yeah.
These guys have never turned pro. Some of these coaches who you have never had an amateur fight. They've never had the experience. So I don't want name the names, but you know what I'm talking. So they're not gonna know. They're not gonna know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's what I'm afraid of. With coaches. So Buddy McGurk is going to come in now and talk to Dylan, and then Dylan's gonna not know what he's talking about. He's gonna think he's talking spaceman talk because he's not heard this lingo. He's not heard this. He's heard other things that other people have told him, and he's got them in his head. That's what them biochemic of instructions which are in your head. They've been in there for 2-3 years, and then someone else is giving him this, and then someone. So he wasn't happy what he had there.
No.
That's why he's moved them on, because so he's got someone else which is more advanced. But the years have gone. He should have started with somebody at the top. Yeah. But like I said, so he's missed his tokens run out.
You reckon? Yeah.
Yeah, his tokens run out. Not because he's a good fella. You know what I mean? He looks after all the other young people in the area. He does a lot. I've had kids come from him, come to me, come and do a little bit of me and say how good Dylan is. And what he's done.
You don't think he could beat Daniel Dubois?
Who?
Dylan.
I don't think if he loses after losing to him, and then if he goes out and loses, he probably win the next one. They probably get him someone from London Hospital.
You trying to say they get him a stiff? Nah, man. Nah, Dylan don't fight stiff. No,
but I'm not from. Listen, they have to get him somebody who he's going to have to build his confidence, isn't they? Come on, they're not going to get him someone straight away from because I don't see the point in that. I don't think he's going to be right for him to fight a Wilder straight away. I know it's money.
He's a
I
top.
know
He's a
it with the money and all that business, but I think by coaching and developing somebody, you need to do the right thing for them, to develop them, get them going, get their confidence and build them up, and then get them that fight. Someone like Dylan, no, I wouldn't. You know, Joshua, you could probably get that because he's got that little bit of ability to move his feet, and but with Dylan, you got to take up special precautions with him, and that's why I think he's gone to Buddy McGirt, because Buddy McGirt will see that, and with that footwork, with controlling that pace of the fight, the distance, and showing him how to be quicker, because but you're not gonna ever build him to be a boxer.
Yeah, you got a good point, Tony. Let me hear what Dan has to say. Dan, what's your take on this?
About Dillian linking up with Buddy McGirt.
Yeah.
You know what? I was hearing what Tony was saying. He makes some great points, and I would add that look, Buddy McGirt does have a reputation of rejuvenating or restructuring a fighter's career. You know, Sergey Kovalev, famously Arturo Gatti. So we got to give him a lot of respect in that regard. But as far as Dillian's concerned, I mean, look, Dillian does have decent boxing skills. I don't think Buddy needs to improve much in that area. I guess the only thing he can do as far as skill set is concerned is teach Dillian how to judge his distance a bit better, because I know when he's at long range or sometimes mid range, he doesn't even know, he's confused on what punch to throw at that range. Inside game, no problem there. He knows exactly what to do in that situation, but when he's at distance or whatever, he doesn't know what punch to throw, so he seems to be confused when he's at distance. So I guess Buddy can work with him on that. But as far as his punch resistance, as far as his defense, I'm not sure what Buddy can do there, because if you can't take a shot, you can't take a shot. That's just the way it is.
Exactly.
I mean, I guess you can help him roll off the shots a little bit better. That's about it. But the one thing I think Buddy's going to have another challenge on, is help him defend that uppercut. So that right there is going to be telling. And I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm pretty doubtful at the moment, because he's been knocked out 2 of his last 3 fights, and they're horrible knockouts. So, look, it's good that he's moving away from his comfort zone out of Portugal. So he's moving out here in the West Coast where I'm at. So, yeah, let's see how this goes, man. Let's see what Buddy can do here. But honestly, I don't know what much he can do. I just don't see it. So that's just my take.
Yeah, definitely right. Definitely right. See,
He's going to get better. Go on, Tony.
If he was a youngster and he's got this kid, he's just turned amateur. He was amateur and he's just turned pro. Now you can start putting what you need to put in this kid to be a pro, because an amateur and pro, 2 different things. One's a business, one's a sport. So now you can put that business side of him, where he has to now make money as a business. He has to put the product within himself has to be great. So now he has to show that with the skills that you have within your coaching staff around you, with your team. So you can build that, because now you've got the years of putting that into a kid, a youngster's head. Even if he leaves you in the next 5 years, he's still young enough to keep on going to a next coach to learn more stuff. But this kid here now, he's what is he now, Dylan? How old is he?
34.
Okay. Can you change an old man?
Nah, not really. It's hard to.
Oh, well, it's hard.
He's gonna get good. I'll tell you what. Being in California, he's gonna get quality sparring. It looks like he's. He's gonna get dropped weight.
Sparring. Yeah. When you gonna get bashed about? You end up not knowing where you live. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say to you. See, he's gonna get the best there. But they're gonna come and test Dylan out, because he's Dylan. Dylan's gonna want to scrap with him, and he's gonna be big things. But you got to remember, brain damage is mainly caused within training. sparring. Yeah, so it's a thing there where Buddy's gonna have to control it. He's gonna have to know what to do and say. But they're coming for Dylan, even in sparring. They're all gonna come. They're all gonna want to get paid because he's gonna pay him for sparring. They're gonna get paid, but they only just want him to say, "Yeah, I did this to Dylan. I did that. I did this."
I bashed him up. Yeah, I bashed him. He's in camp. He's in camp now. So Buddy's looking out for him. He's got sparring partners there down there. I don't know.
Yeah. So, but Buddy's experience, he knows who to bring in and who not to bring in, and that's having someone experienced.
Yeah.
See, and then there's certain people you have in first in camp, and then you decline.
But don't you think Dylan could beat Joseph Parker right now? Rematch. I think right now, if he was the fight one, I think them two right there would be good, isn't it?
Good fight. That's a good fight.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I like Dylan in that fight. I know Dylan's been sparked out by Fury, but I like Dylan in that fight though. I think Dylan's ready.
That's a good fight for Dylan.
All right. What about Dylan and Chisora? Because what about in that one?
That's another good fight. That's another. But that's another good fight. Come on, who wouldn't kind of want to see that? They love that.
I got one. Dylan Ruiz, Andy Ruiz. What do you think on that one? It's a good fight, right?
Yes. So you've got these guys can still make money, can't they?
Yeah. But at the top end, like the Joshuas and the Furies and the Usyk. Nah, not them, nah.
No,
because Joe, he wants Joe Joyce though. He said he wants Joe Joyce.
Yes, Dylan can fight Joe Joyce. That'll be a different ball game because you got but it'll be a good fight.
You think so?
Yeah, it'll be a good fight. I'm telling you. You got two guys who've been learning something different. I think that fight there, Dylan could surprise someone like Joe Joyce because Dylan can hit. Dylan can hit if he sticks to what Buddy McGurk is going to tell him and teach him. I think Dylan would, fluctuate in delivering good habits of what he's been taught. I think, but you're not going to get much. Do you understand? You're not going to get much. Come on, it's like I said, can you change an old man? You can't. You're never going to change an old man. You know what I mean? So it's always what it is. But if he was younger, and if he was, then you could do it because then they've got the ability in the brain and the quick twitch muscle, to do that. When you get to a certain age, you ain't got that quick twitch muscle. It's like me now, sparring with my boys, moving around with them. I haven't got this quick twitch muscles like I used to have when I was young. So I could bash them up. I still, give them a good rounds. But you have to be around. You got to be moving your feet. You got to be doing it. You just slow down. That's the point. That's the human body. Yeah. It slows down. See, and these guys thinking that they can go more and more and more and more, and it's not. Your body's is slowing down. Mm-hmm. So you've got to get the right fights. You need to get the right fights. See, mm-hmm. and all these other fights, they can make money, but for them to go and get the top, the top money, I think the new guys, these guys are coming in now. Mm-hmm. They're coming in. You're going to get the heavyweights now. These who are coming up, stepping up. The names will be mentioned now. They've been, they're all in tension for these little titles that they're fighting now. And then from there, the promoters want them out quick so they can get the money for these.
Eddie wants him out. Apparently he's got a date. Yeah, he's got a date coming out soon, Tony. We have to see about that one, but yeah, you make some good points about it. Buddy, because it was Sergio Kolev. I remember that one. He was in the corner of Anthony Yard when Anthony Yard went against Kolev, and Buddy was in the other corner.
Yes, and look at the experience there.
Yeah, it was
experience there.
Yeah,
and what Anthony had.
Yeah,
there's nothing to do with you know, but it was the experience. See,
Yeah. And you see, he was in the corner of Dan Aziz versus Shakir Pitters. He was in
that,
that corner as well. He was giving him some wicked. Go on.
that done a brilliant thing there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Brought him in for the name. He's gone to America, do a bit of sparring with AJ, and he's son Buddy McGirt, and he liked Buddy. He gelled with him, and he's brought him in. You know what I mean? He's not going to see Buddy all the time, is he? But now he knows America. Through that, he's going out there doing a bit, then coming back. He's seeing the light. He's seeing the light.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting times, though. It's interesting times where in this boxing for Dillian, it's interesting to see how he's going to do. I think a lot of fans for Dillian fight, they're happy that he's trying to rebuild and he's with Buddy. So we have to see how that's going to work. And we spend a lot of time on that one. Joe Joyce is the man of the hour, too sweet to be sour. And he's there calling all names. And right now, I know people talk about his amateurs, but he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. And he's having a rest. Usyk has got his work cut out. I mean, unlike any heavyweight champion, Usyk has got some hard challenges. He's got WBA Daniel Dubois, he's got IBF Filipovic, and he's got the WBO in Joe Joyce. So, and you look at Fury. You said he's retiring, he's not retiring. He's got the winner at Wilder and Robert Helenius. And I'll tell you what, right now, if Helenius was to fight Tyson Fury, I'm telling you, right, Helenius is on a nice little run. If he was to beat Wilder, bruv, I think Fury will vacate the belt because he looks at Helenius, he's like, what? He's just as tall as me and he hits harder than me. Robert Helenius is a problem for someone like Tyson Fury because all that reach and all that height, he ain't got it. You ain't got that no more. You know what I mean? That's been taken away from you. And that's the first time he's going to find a guy who's comparable to him. He might be slower, but bloody Helenius can hit, man. He can really hit. And that's because Fury, he never wanted that rematch with Price, and he never Ustinov. He don't want no one round his height. He never wants to fight against anyone near his height again. Wilder was probably the tallest guy near his height, but he weighs so much lighter.
He found a problem, didn't he? When he's as tall like him.
Yeah,
but he's got the confidence. He knows he's gonna. Stop
I don't
him.
think so no more. I don't think so no more because I think when a man says he retired after Wilder, after Dillian, I think a man says he said he's retired. It's already in his mouth, you know what I mean? He keeps changing his mind, but I think in his heart he wants to retire, but he wants the money. He can't resist because the bigger paid. Look, you're gonna retire. He goes, listen, mate, you're gonna make they're gonna make the more money, like generational money. You talk about generational money, mate. Go retire. What part? Are you nuts? AJ's round the corner. AJ's done, and you want to retire? Frank Warren's telling him like he's finished.
Listen, the Fury is so. That's what I'm trying to say to you. He's so clever in what he does, and how he did it. He plans everything. Come on.
No, he don't, man. He don't. He just does things off the wing, man.
Son.
He's schizophrenic. He don't know what he's doing from day to day, Tony.
Listen. That's what you think.
Yeah.
That's what you think. But when you know a family and you know what they do, how they do things, you know what I mean. I know what the man likes to do these things. He likes to throw things out there. He likes to say, prank calls. He likes to do, that's what he's into. He just likes to get people, he likes to get the numbers going up on these TikTok or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Even though he doesn't do all that, but people do it for him. He likes all that. I'm telling you. He loves
trolling. He loves trolling, yeah?
I'm telling you. Loves to do what he does. See, he gets viewers, he gets people.
Yeah, but AJ's called his bluff now because when he was doing it, AJ's called his bluff now, Tony. You know what I mean?
But is AJ gonna fight?
Yeah, AJ wants to fight. Yeah.
Well, do you think AJ's gonna win?
He's got a chance to win.
Okay.
Fury's not as hard to hit as Usyk, has he?
I tell you what, with him not doing anything. And the pace that he'll end up the same way as Dylan. I'm telling you.
What do you mean? You say AJ's gonna get stuffed? AJ's gonna get knocked out by Fury? Is that what you're saying?
What? I'm telling you, son. I'm telling you.
Oh my God, hey, Dad, let me see what Dad thinks. Dad, you agree? Let me see if Dad's still there. Is he still there? You made me laugh. You think he's gonna get knocked out then?
I'm telling you, because why I'm saying it'll be a good fight. But what I'm trying to say is that less something of that mindset changes for him. Him trying to can you see him trying to box? Yeah, Fury. Can you see it?
Yeah, no. I can't
No,
see him boxing. Nah, not boxing. He needs to cut down the ring and
he
go for it.
needs to do something that he's not used to doing. Yeah.
Actually, when he went against Dillian, he cut down the ring against Dillian and went for Dillian, didn't he?
Yeah, but look, how many years was that? That was
Yeah. So he's done it before.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah. And he can do it. Do you know what I
yeah.
mean? He's got a bang on him. AJ's got a bang on him.
Yeah, he's got good
He went
combination.
if he put them combinations and he went in there, like he's saying, I'm not that kind of fighter no more. I ain't the Mike Tyson. I'm not that. I don't understand it. The man can bang. He has to have more,
Self-belief.
believe in himself that what he can do and how he can do it. I'm telling you, for him to come out of what he come out with was I think it was an emotional thing. He was in a state of discomfort and meaning that the way things were taken from him, the belts and everything else, and
It's the trainers, then, isn't it? Because I know if you trained him, you'd have trained him to cut him down, isn't it? To chop the tree down.
I mean, it's different. That's right. I would have used a different method. Do you know what I mean? I would have definitely made him fucking run, sprint. I would have been one of the things. So he would have been an athlete. I would have made him first as an athlete because at the end of the day, I think when people start telling me that I don't want to train, I train young kids who I've got to swear at. I've got to kick them. I've got to say, listen, you're coming out. If you don't get out of the club. I mean, out with them, I banish because they don't want to. They don't want to
be pushed, innit? They don't want to be pushed.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? They don't want to be pushed. So that's it. It's finished.
You're right, Tony, man. You're right. You're right. And AJ's at that point where he was telling Max McCracken. He said I was listening to the interview. Shout out to October Red on our channel. He said that Robert goes, look, you need to do road work because I don't want to do road work. He goes, what? And that was it. Yeah, he said he don't want to do road work, and that was the first fight. And he said, you don't want to do the road work? He goes, nah, I don't want to do it. Nah, Rob, I don't want to do it. And it's so you see, that's why he got tired in the first fight. Then Robert, that's why Robert didn't go back with him in the second one. Robert left, didn't it? Robert said, nah, it's not gonna work. You don't want to do what I asked you to do. It's got to the point where you start calling the shots. So AJ's got the people around him who are yes to him. You know what I mean? Like Robert came in because of Angel, but Angel didn't want to take all the full responsibility. But then, man, that's what AJ's got around him, man. He's got guys around him telling him what he wants to hear, not guys telling him what he needs to hear. You know what I mean? Like Robert would, he's a road worker and that. He's not telling you for the sake of it. You need fuel in the tank to freaking fought you need against this kid, and obviously he came up short. You can see he was tired in that fight, really badly.
Yeah.
And because he did the road work, so he did the road work in this one, but you could see the strategy was awful. I mean, that strategy was pitiful, man. It was pitiful. I've never seen AJ fight the way he fought. He fought very scared and timid. It's unfortunately that's unfortunate, but you need someone to tell you who you are. He didn't look like a killer or a giant how he's been. He looked like a someone who is very cautious. So. Yeah, it's interesting, man. But we got some fight with a Conor Ben. I'll make a prediction in it. If Eubank makes the weight and he makes it comfortably, I think he beats Conor. If he misses the weight, Conor's gonna take him to school, innit? Because it shows he's gonna be more worried about the weight than he is about fighting. You know what I mean? The dad doesn't want him to fight. That one there. Joe Joyce next year. He's got some good up and coming fights. And Dillian White, good luck with his new trainer. Go on, Tony. What do you want to say in the last words?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just hope that the Conor fight and Ben fight is a good fight. I'm a Ben fan because I also like Eubanks, but for me, he lives in my area. I support my manor. He's a West Ham supporter, so I'm a West Ham.
He's a West Ham.
Yeah, he's a West Ham. He's a West Ham.
I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know that. All right, go on, go on.
They've Tony Sims has turned in West Ham.
Oh, all right, but that's it. That's waiting for the time that happens. That's it. That's it, isn't it? Didn't
That's
know that
it.
he's away.
So,
All right,
yeah,
yeah, go
so,
on, go on.
yeah, that's so that's where you support where you're from, the people you're around, and
Yeah,
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 I hope he does do something really.
yeah. Yeah, Nick. The week after that, we've got a blockbuster, Tony. If you don't know, yeah, October the 15th is probably going to be the best day of the year, right? You got Clarissa Shields versus Savannah Marshall. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll be there.
Michaela,
Is
yeah,
it still
Michaela Meyer versus Alicia Bongardia. Then you have Devin Haney versus George Kambosos too, and also you have Deontay Wilder versus Robert Helenius. Caleb Plant versus Duran. You got all these fights, yeah, all happening all next week, mate. So next week there's a ton of fights happening next Saturday. I mean, it's actually stacked. It's literally stacked. So you're going to be around for the Carissa Shields and the thingy. I think they're
Yeah.
training. I think she's training in Richard's gym in the Secret Gym, innit?
Oh, that's good then. I'll go and see.
Yeah, that's what I want to go. Yeah, I want to have a look. Go and see the champ as well.
Yeah, tell me and I'll go up.
Yeah. That's what I want to do. Have a look. See, but I like Carissa in that fight. I think she beats Amanda. What do you think?
I think so. You know, but Savannah, she can hit. You know, she's got better. She can hit hard now, even harder. You know,
Oh,
so
Dan's back. Oh, Dan, you're back, yeah?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Give it. Yeah, after Tony, give us your take on the Carissa. Go ahead, Tony. Give us
All
your
right, cool.
yeah. So I think that yeah, Carissa Shields should really do well with Savannah. But Savannah, I'm telling you what, she can hit as well. So it'll be a good fight. It'll be a good fight for at least for the round, say 7-8 rounds, and then I think someone will stop somebody, and but yeah, it's gonna be an exciting fight, that is, because the way they've got at each other, and it's even more heated up now. They've had to want to fight, and the day before the fight, they had to call it off because of the Queen's death. So they're not going to. They've had a few more weeks to prepare even better, and so they've got to go through all this again. The weigh in. They're going to have to go all the face off again. So it'll be even a better fight. That's what I think. Yep. Can you hear me?
Now, I can hear you, Tony. I don't know. EJ probably left. I
What-
don't know.
Yeah. What do you think?
Me, I think, well, I'm going to favor Clarissa to win that fight. I mean, yes, Savannah has improved dramatically, as you say, but so has Clarissa too. So, whatnot. Let's take that into account. And speaking of Clarissa, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but I heard the rumor that she got stripped of one of her titles today. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but I have to see if that confirm that information to be true. I think it was the
Wow.
WBA title. Yeah, I heard she got stripped of one of those titles. I have to look into that. Which
Wow.
means,
Are
yeah,
they allowed,
which means,
are
what's
they
up?
allowed to do that?
What's up?
Are they allowed to do that? Because she was meant to fight, but because she didn't fight, is
Yeah,
that why they're stripping her from? Because if she would have fought weeks ago, she would have still kept them belts and fight for that belt for another time.
right. I think, if it's true, it could have been a situation kind of like with Gennady Golovkin after the Canelo second fight didn't go down on that initial time because he failed the drug test. Well, Canelo, that is, and the IBF wanted to get Golovkin's commitment to fight Derevchenko because Derevchenko was the mandatory challenger for that belt at the time. Golovkin didn't want to commit, so because of that non-committal, I should say, they stripped him. So I don't know if this is the same situation where she has a mandatory that's due, and she doesn't want to commit fighting that particular mandatory. So that's why whoever the sanctioning body was, they stripped her. But I have to go. Like I said, I can't confirm. I heard this is the rumor. I mean, I saw something online that she got stripped, but I have to check and see, what title that was particularly, and what how that went down. I'm not sure if EJ knows anything about that. So
Yeah, wow. Oh, that's mad, isn't it? Wow. They can
Yeah,
just do that. Just come and strip you.
yeah, they can. Yeah, the sanctioned bodies can do that. I mean, look, if they say, look, if we'll allow you the fight to go ahead, but we'll give you the special permission, but you got to commit to after this fight is done, you fight our mandatory challenger. If you don't want to commit to that, they're going to strip you.
Wow.
Yeah,
So 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 they could fight. So they could fight. She could fight like last month, and then she'd only have another 2 months, and she would have to fight again.
yeah, basically.
Wow, that's extraordinary. Wow, I can't believe that.
Yeah,
Wow.
sanctioned bodies can do that, man. That's the reason why it's very difficult, let alone be a unified champion, an undisputed champion. When you're in that situation, you are you're in a very difficult position where you have to satisfy your mandatories and keep the sanctioned bodies happy. So, which is that could be more stress on the brain. I know how Anthony Joshua felt like when he was unified champion for quite some, for so many years. So, um, look, like I said, I don't. I mean, I heard this was I heard this. I think it was some channel who posted it. I have to go in and verify
Yeah,
that. But like,
even if it was the truth, right? Even if it
uh,
was the truth, I believe that how Ali said, if you no one could beat me until you beat me. If you ain't beat him, she's undisputed. If she ain't lost in the ring, it don't matter because there's many like Ali, George, Larry Holmes, they lost belts, but even Lennox Lewis vacate belts, but they were the number one. It don't matter. She still would be the number one regardless of one belt's out of the way. No one's gonna care. It's like. I
yeah,
understand it's undisputed. So to me, even if they did that, they're losing out. And she's still the best out there. But she had some other fights lined up anyway. She wants
yeah,
to fight Jesse McAllister and the rest of the girls lined up and blah 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 blah.
McCaskill,
So
yeah,
yeah. So it's not like it's not no big thing, but I wouldn't really put no stock in it because the undisputed and all these things, yeah. To me, it's like these are the very best. These are number one and number two. It don't matter how you want to slice it. Whoever wins that fight will be number one or number two. That's as simple as that. You know what I mean? Because someone
yeah.
undisputed. I think not at this weight, but she's no. I think she's been undisputed. No, not this weight. This is what belt is this middleweight? This is
Yeah, she
middleweight,
was
right?
undisputed at middleweight and
Yeah,
at
yeah,
light middleweight.
yeah, exactly. She's already been undisputed already, so it's nothing. Like she's like this is it don't mean nothing to me. That a belt has been forfeited because of the situation. So I think a lot of the people making up these belts, but really and truly, it's the best, man. And Larry Holmes and Ken Norton, when they fought, Ali was considered probably still the champion or whatever until he fought him. So, and Ali and Mike Tyson, when Mike Tyson fought Tony Tucker, everyone thinks Spinks was still the champion. So this is always going to be someone else that they recognize as the guy. But end of the day, we knew Mike Tyson to everyone else's mind. Mike Tyson was the guy. You know what I mean? Is what have you done lately? So
Yeah,
I wouldn't really put too much stock in it. It is what it is. So yeah, if it is the case, which maybe it is, I don't really care because I
yeah,
want to see this fight. Savannah Marshall versus Clarissa Shields is a must fight in the boxing thing. George Kambosos versus Devin Haney. It's just a fight where we need to get over for Devin Haney to fight some of the other guys. I don't think Kambosos is going to win that fight. I can't see him doing
No,
anything.
that's
nah,
right.
he ain't. And I
You
like
know?
George, but he ain't winning that fight. That's probably hence why nobody's really talking about it. There's like,
Yeah.
nope, there's literally no promotion at all. I mean, literally. And people even forgot that
No,
fight is even scheduled on October 15th. So
no
it's
one cares.
like,
'Cause
no one
yeah,
cares.
because he's been quiet because Kambosos with his big mouth, he got shot with his big mouth. He's talking reckless down there, and he got stuffed.
Yeah.
He got stuffed. PMC put in the thing. Eubank Jr. eating the steak. That steak, barbecue steak. They're cutting the ribs and stuff like that. And I mean, I
I,
Is
mean
he
that.
playing mind games, man? Is he
he
playing to
he
come
made
over
me
weight?
he made me hungry. He made me so hungry. I was so I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
believe it.
me too. When I saw that, I started to eat steak. Man, the way that guy cut is
Oh,
nice, man.
oh, I feel like going to order one.
Yeah. Look at this, and you see, but Eubank is he's like Mayweather in that regards. He's selling it
He
up,
wants
man.
to try to be. I think he wants to try to be.
Nah,
He's
when he
not.
Connor, I mean Connor and his dad is all nice and that, but Eubank is selling the pay per view, man. He's
Mm,
making people say, "Yo, I need to watch this thing here." This dude
mm.
needs to get punched up.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh man, no. On the reels, on the reels. Look, there's some. Look, October the 15th is a date that everyone's gonna be focused in on, right? 100%. But in the meantime, this weekend, Conor Ben and thing. I mean, it's a good fight. I mean, they got a fight in Carson, California. Sebastian Fornero versus Carlos. What's it? Ocapano, whatever his name is, and some other. But it's not. It's
Yeah,
not.
yeah. It's not
Yeah,
much. I
it's
mean,
not a good card, is it?
no,
no,
well,
it
it's
isn't.
nah, it's not a card that it's a Latino card. It's more a Latino card, but it's not where we at Conor Ben and thing. It's not nowhere there. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
next week, October the 15th, is a stellar card. I mean, that's probably one of the best cards of the year. And then your Katie Taylor, she's fighting some girl I don't know, I've never heard about. Joe Diaz, Vasily Lomachenko fighting some guy Ortiz. I mean, Jake Paul versus Anderson Silva. We're in November. What's that in November? Nothing. Oh, Demetrius Bivol, Gilbert Ramirez. That's okay fight. Nothing special. Sonny Edwards. Nah, not interested in that. December. Nah, nothing. So this October the 15th is like it's like a bonfire night, mate. It's fireworks. It's full of fireworks and that. But you're right. That steak you back made me feel hungry when I saw that thing as well.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
to make a person eat some food right there, boy. But yeah, I mean, look, we've got some good fights. Good fights coming up. Everyone's in the chat and this stuff like that. But yeah, it's interesting times. Like I said, I've been on live for a minute. I haven't been 100%, but even in the amateur boxing, me and Tony, we had just the London Championships novices just gone by, and everyone's looking for the next guys coming through. If you don't know, I think Mikel Loa's brother, Toby Loa, he's coming through as a heavyweight. He might be going to become a national. He might turn pro. Maybe it depends how he does. But it's boxing in the
What club
UK.
is he from?
He's at Finchley now. He was at Stonebridge. He's left over now. He's changed over now.
Oh,
Innit?
he used to be at Stonebridge.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. He's
so
left.
they've
He left.
left.
He beat the IQ boy, and he beat the IQ heavyweight, innit? On that
Wow.
day. You didn't stick around for that, innit? When you
No.
got you cut out in it like everyone did. Yeah, so that's what it is. I mean, in amateurs, everyone's seeing what's going on with amateurs and the national scene and stuff like that. But we want to see next guys coming through in the heavyweight division. You got new growth of real decent heavyweights, man. And I look at Tyson Fury and he's talking, I'm the best of this era and all that. Because well, listen, mate, there's a new era coming up, and there's always gonna be a next challenger, and you, my friend. I walked right into it. Usyk, he never wants to. He looks at Usyk and he doesn't want no pass at Usyk, and Dan knows that, and I agree. He looks at Joshua. He's trying to force the Joshua fight, and
Yeah.
Joshua's dangling. If I was Joshua, I'd like. But if Joshua doesn't fight Fury, there's no guarantee he's gonna win a fight either, because there's some hard fights out there for him as well. You know what I mean? Wilder he's there fighting his former sparring partner. Good luck to him. I'm not hating on him. That's good. But he's another one as well, because his days are numbered as well. It looks like a lot of decent heavyweights have moved into the division, and they're quality, and they're coming for them titles. And you, my friends, are gonna have to fight some good fights. You had the head of the roost for a bit. Now there's some decent guys coming in. The welterweights need to get locked up. I don't know what Errol Spence and Crawford are doing. What are they doing? Dan, you know what's going on, Dan? You know what's going on, Dan?
Yeah. Okay, here's what's going on right now. The update on that. I know I just found out about this over the weekend. What's going on is that the reason why the Crawford Spence fight's being held up right now is because look, the Terrence is he's conceding to the split. He's taking a 30% split from what we've been told. But the rumor mill is that, according to Mike Coppinger, that he's reporting this, that he's not getting a guarantee amount, right? So Terrence is like, okay, cool. If you're not going to give me a guarantee amount, I want a verification of funds, and I also need certain expenditures to be compensated as well if you want me to agree to this type of deal. And supposedly that's what's holding up the fight, because PBC is reluctant to give Terrence Crawford make that request of verification of funds. And as far as expenditures, I don't think that's an issue, but he needs verification of funds before he steps a deal where he's not getting a guaranteed amount. So this is where things are holding up right now. Errol Spence has not come out saying anything about this, and a lot of people are just like, what's the deal? Why is the PBC making that request for Terrence Crawford? Now he's getting attacked because he made a simple request that I need a verification of funds, which I don't know why, because any fighter who had any brain who has any common sense, I should say, look, if you're not going to pay me a guaranteed amount, if you want me to accept something that's like commission on the fly, then I need verification of that. You know? So
Wow.
hence probably why the PBC is throwing all these pay-per-views out, as we predicted over a year now. The reason why they're doing this because they're trying to get the fans to pay for these fighters' purses. You know what I mean? For the most part, do these pay-per-views.
Oh, clever.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's also why we wonder why in the hell is Charlo versus Zoo fight scheduled for next year. That's a mandatory fight. Why isn't it scheduled for this year? I think the reason behind that is, look, I've supported the PBC over the years, and EJ knows that. He can attest to that. But the thing is, too, you got to call it out for what it is. They're having financial troubles just like the Zone are. And right now, they're trying to be very constrained on how they spend their money, hence why many of their fighters are not being active. So,
which channel is that? Which one is that?
Fox, isn't it? PBC
Fox.
and Fox.
Yeah, BBC, Fox, yeah, or Showtime for the most part.
Yeah, well, the thing of boxing, this is what I'm trying to say about our sport. You know, these guys are holding up. Yeah, that's a good fight, by the way. Costa Zoo versus Charlo. That's a quality fight. You know, and the funny thing is, the Charlo brothers, for whatever reason, in the mainstream media, they're not being held as some of the greats. I mean, one of them's undisputed at the bloody light middleweight division, and no one knows about it, mate. You know what I mean? It's like he's undisputed. It's because he ain't with Bob Arum or someone like that. It's like he's undisputed, mate. And his brother has got most of the belt, got a few belts at middleweight. You know, and I'm like, hold on a minute. These guys are, and no one's talking about these two brothers, like the best in boxing. His brother's got the WBC belt. That's the, you know, and you know, he's got Demetrius Andrade, who's vacated his WBO belt, and IBF belt and WBA belt is with Triple G. That no one's forcing that fight to happen. You know, I don't understand why. And his brother cleaned up the light middleweight division. And Terence Crawford is saying he's gonna beat up them Texas boys. He's saying after I deal with bloody Errol Spence, I'm moving up to super welterweight. Not super, super weight or light middle. I'm gonna clear out the Charlo brother. Yeah, I like that. I'm like, whoa. You know what I mean? I'm gonna clear out the other. I'm gonna clear out Texas down there. I'm gonna clear out the other one. I'm like, no, you know. And I was like, why is not like? I mean, I just said it, but I don't know how many people knew about it. I'm like, that's what you want to hear. And it's like, because they're at war in terms of the media, certain people are not getting that attention of where they should. I mean, the Charlo brothers should be bigger. And then, like you said, Dan, they're on the PBC side. And Al Heyman, to be fair, you know, a lot of their fighters they're not really talked up. You know, it's like they have fight, they're fighting, but there's no big media spell behind them. A good, you know, hear them talking reckless. That's all been it's all been what's it called, sanitized. You know, the trash talking, you know, it's all been sanitized on the PBC side. Remember, you used to hear what's his name again? Thingy Garcia, Danny Garcia's dad. You know, Carson called. He's been sanitized. He doesn't say nothing no more.
He doesn't say nothing no more, does he?
Adrian Broner doesn't say nothing. Like, since they've been on Fox, because of a Fox, they've been muted. They've all been muted, all of them, the whole lot of them. They don't say anything, hardly anything until the fight week, and they barely say anything. It's like, is that how we're gonna sell boxing now? Like, you're not even gonna like talk trash. I mean, look, the man Tony, did you know that the Charlo brother was like the undisputed at 154? You didn't even know, did you?
No, I never knew.
See, no one cares.
Yeah.
You know what cares? It's like, yo, like, you know how hard it is to be undisputed, and it's like he's the very best at that division. And you know, I don't even let me see in the pound for pound. You know, no one even talks about him in the pound for pound. Let me see. Is he even in the pound? Yeah, he's number 9 on pound for pound.
Yeah. He's on the pound for pound list. He's on the ESPN and the Ring Magazine pound for pound list. I'm not sure about TBRB. I think he's on that as well. Probably number 10.
And what's going on with Josh Taylor? You see, Josh Taylor's been there for the longest. He's already, you know, he's got how many belts? He only got 1 belt now.
He's vacated like 3 of his 4 belts. So
yeah, he's only got WBO and the Ring Magazine. He's vacated off the belts. I mean, you know, Conor Ben should have been really going after him because he was shot to bits. That would have been a good fight instead of getting after Eubank. That would have been a reasonable fight, a pay-per-view.
Yeah,
fight.
but he was never gonna get down to lightweight.
Nah, but he could have been. Conor. Yeah,
Conor never.
He's about that height. He's about that height. Yeah, but he should have
about the height, but he's not. He's never gonna get down to that weight.
Nah, you're right. Yeah. But you see, Josh Taylor, he's the only champion in Scotland, and you know, since that whole thing with Danny Kidman, he's been shut down. I mean, boxing's an estate.
But they
Man.
all
And
have. I think they all have. All their they're moving to all different things now. So the boys that they had, they're doing different things. They're doing different things. So that's it. They, you know, they just want to make money, didn't they? They just want to get their boys on shows, and it doesn't matter who they move with. The other thing, what they called from Newcastle, what they called?
Who's that? What?
The production promotional team from England, but they're called something. They're from
Wasserman.
Boxer.
Not boxer.
Who's the promoter?
Like what they called?
It's
Wasserman.
The fella used to be Joe Joyce's.
Oh yeah. They're not in there. No, they're based there. You
Billingham, was that they called?
Yeah. You talk about Sam Jones and them lot.
Probello.
That's it. See, even they've been sorted out. See.
Yeah. I mean, they got. I think Joe Joyce is still with them with Sam Jones as well. But yeah, since ever since
it's someone else now. It's someone else. He's been promoting.
Yeah, they. I mean, listen, that whole thing there, right there. I mean, I tell you, man, that whole thing right there. That's a whole thing. I mean, that's what stumped. Yeah, I mean, that's what stumped Thingy's growth. You know, the boxing, and you look the emerge of the YouTubers. It's like they're getting more attention. These guys are not even full-time boxers.
Listen, the YouTubers are doing well, isn't they? God, they filled up that arena.
You was there. You was in the ring.
I was there. They filled up. They filled up that arena. I couldn't believe the young kids which were there. They filled up that arena. Wow, boxers don't even do that.
Nah, because they robbed. Because what it is, they keep robbing the fans. See, what they did, the tickets were cheaper, innit? The tickets were cheaper for they weren't the same price as the pros, innit? And they give the money.
They were like as expensive as well. It's just a tenner difference, I think. Some of them was more. Yeah, some of the 40 quid. Some of it, like the pros, they when you got a pro show, they want 60, 80, 90. Do you know what I mean? So with these, the cheapest that I saw, you know, was like, you know, 40, 30 pound. And then, but they filled out the place. They filled it out.
Yeah, they did. Well, the thing is, that's the fight. The fight was okay as well. So I weren't, you know, it was okay.
Listen, they're earning money. I picked the wrong job. I did. I'm telling you, I should have been a YouTuber. But
see, the amateurs to me, right? Some of the best fights I've seen, and they're not televised, are done in the amateurs, man. I mean, some of the best fights, three rounds I've ever seen. They fight with blood. You know what I mean? For their club, they fight for them. It's not televised. It's not on thing. But I think fans in the pros, you know, you see the pros, but the only time you see a pro, you don't really see good quality matchups. You know, back in the days, they used to have quality matchups. You know, and I think Ben Shalom, he's doing a good job. I mean, he pushed out Joe Joyce, man. No, Joe Parker. He put him out there, man.
Yeah, well, they've got to keep pushing. Listen, you're gonna see a lot more of these companies and promotional teams push out, because you know there's more and more showcases in America, and these guys are going out all the time. So they need to be with them. They need to stand up and partake in shows and development. This is why, you know, all these YouTube channels and boxers are coming up, because they're filling the space. They're filling, you know, the narratives of what needs to be shown. You know, people want to see fights. That's it. You don't care where they're coming from. People just want to see fights.
Yeah, they want to see good. They want to see good.
And the good quality fights, it's even better. It's something to get excited about. They can have a meal. They can go and, you know what I mean?
Ben Shalom, unlike Eddie Hearn, he was willing to sit down with Frank and put his boys together and make good fights for the fans. That's what it's about. You know, that's what about. It's you hiding Joshua or hiding thing. He killed that whole. If that was Frank Warren, right? And Wilder was talking, they would have put they would have had that AJ fight a long time ago, mate. He would have had it.
Yes.
He would have had it, mate. He would have said, all right,
It
you
would
want it
have.
then? Yeah, it would have been done.
Frank, you know, Frank's a businessman. Frank just wants he wants that money. He wants to say, listen, let's get it on because
Yeah.
it's good. If you're having things on all the time,
Yeah.
it's helping everybody in this industry. You know what I mean? People are
Yeah.
gonna go and watch it, spend money, and have a good time. It's only good for the currency of this country. So we need more stuff on. We can't say, right, we got to stop football. We've got to stop boxing. We're going to stop this. It don't make no sense because it makes this is what makes the world go round when we're doing all these activities and, you know, we're getting everybody to pay into it. Look at what we were doing. We're sitting on our tellies. We watch that. We pay for these companies and promotional teams for us to watch these fights, these activities. We've got to keep them on. We've got to keep pushing out these fights.
Great fights.
Yeah.
That's what I said to you. The amateurs, even though they're not unknown, they're forced into fighting quality fighters off the rip. You know what I mean? And in the pros, it's like we have to get blood and stone. So when I see Ben Shalom and he made the fight with Parker, I was like, yeah, beat him up, get him out of here. So we don't have to worry about him. And let's see Joe Joyce go take another guy out because the fans are behind Joe Joyce now. This is the thing, they're behind him. They want to see Joe Joyce in a quality fight, and he's already said, I'll fight Fury if AJ don't turn up, and if you don't, I'll do this." He's ready to step in a heartbeat and give Fury a fight for his life. And Fury said, "You see Fury? No, I don't want that. No. You was there cheering the back out of Parker, hoping he's gonna beat Joe Joyce. So look at that one. How did that work out? Didn't work out very well, did it?"
Yeah.
Hey, listen to this. I got Adrian Broner's fighting Nate Diaz. What do you guys think about that? That's that. Apparently, they're gonna fight each other.
Wow. Adrian Broner ain't been.
Wait, hold on. Adrian Broner fighting Nate Diaz.
Yeah, Adrian Broner fighting Nate Diaz. This came up right now.
Oh Lord! All right, look. If it's an exhibition bout, okay, so be it. As long as it's not a professional ranks where Adrian Broner gets the win, I got a problem with that. So, I mean, look, he could do what he wants. Again, as long as it's an exhibition, cool. But obviously, at the end of the day, we know why Adrian Broner is taking this fight because we do see, we see the numbers. Crossover, hybrid events, as you want to call it, boxing versus MMA with boxing rules, that tends to make a lot of money. So Adrian Broner definitely needs the bag right now. He definitely needs money. So why not take this opportunity? We all know he's going to beat Nate Diaz. It's the way it is.
In a boxing fight, go on.
Why have they? Is it just like they
like
just want the money?
But Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather, I think they're talking about that one. Yeah, but man, that will them crossover fights. Yeah, listen, people more interested in that. Adrian Broner versus Nate Diaz is a fight that people would want to see because first off, it's the trash talking, then the crossover appeal. And can Nate knock out Adrian? Adrian Broner shot to bits.
EJ, you have to try and get me on this. You've got to get me on these zones, on these, these fights. I'm doing the wrong thing because I can make money coming back as the old man. I can come back and I'll give them all a good whooping. I'm telling you.
You want to come out? You want to come out of retirement and fight somebody?
I'm gonna come back in retirement. I'm gonna come back and fight all them YouTubers. I want you to call them out for me because you know what to say. I can't troll like you. You make out you're me, and all you do is go out there and pick the best ones and troll them for me. Say I'm Tony Sese. I want to fight you for so much money. We'll make money. I'm telling you, we'll be in Vegas.
Yeah, but the thing of it, Tony, you see some, as you can see, like them lot, these guys are like, bro, it's like, you're old school, right? Do you see Simple Simon the other day when the guy was talking about his daughter and stuff like that? I don't think you could deal with that stuff, Tony. That's where they're at. They talk about your family and all them things. And I don't think you're that type of guy to be.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. I'm not doing it. You'll be doing it for me.
But what I'm saying, I match the matchup. But I'm saying these YouTubers, they dig up your personal. Where these guys go with because they're not boxers. They like to dig up your personal business and put it out there. And that to me it's like forget fighting, mate, on street. When I kill you on street, we're gonna have it. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You and me, you know that. When boxing, it's like, all right, he's gonna talk about me as a boxer or whatever. All right, fine, but you're okay. This is where they're at. And you saw this is they personal. And I'm like, you listen, I don't need that money, man. I don't need that kind of money. You talking about that. You know, people look, YouTube topping themselves over YouTube videos, you know. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they do
Because it's
that.
personal.
I
Yeah, it's
can't
personal.
believe it.
Yeah, but it's
Wow.
like, but this is what I'm saying. This is the world we live in. All right, you get your pay, but you're gonna get seriously abused. I wouldn't put no one in that. You know what I mean? And that's why they're paying so much, because the disgusting things they say about each other. They're like, I want to see that.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know.
I'll rather keep out of that. You're right. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you got. I know.
Fucking
That's what I have to tell you how it is. You know what I mean? Like Nate Diaz and Thing and Brona, they don't care. They don't talk about their moms and sisters. They don't care about all that. They're all in that. Yeah, they're all in, and that's why people want to see it, because they'd be up for it, talking all reckless. And you as a fan, you're like, I want to see him stick it. I can't stand him. Yeah. And then you get drawn in, innit? You get drawn in. So now they're saying stuff that boxers won't never do, and you see the boxers now look tame. You know what I mean? Like the boxers,
Yeah.
like, look, think about it, right? They've even crossed over. Like the boxers come like WWE wrestlers. They've actually took over that spot. You know, like what's his name? Logan Paul's gone over there. No one cares about that WWE bullshit. No one cares about that shit. You know what I mean? Like the real stuff now is MMA, boxing, and stuff like that. And Jake Paul, they couldn't get into the boxing thing, innit? So they couldn't get into the MMA. The MMA world wouldn't let them in. It's all right, we're gonna go boxing, we're gonna turn it up.
Yes, that's what he done, didn't he?
And then we're gonna beat up the MMA guys because you didn't let us come over there. And that's what he's been doing. He's been beating up on the MMA guys and talking rubbish, and we're boxers now, we beat up MMA. So they put the money and the facilities into boxing, and they've rejuvenized boxing. So you got a whole new young generation looking at boxers like, boxers the way now. So you got the gyms getting filled up now with girls and boys. Not like before they were on MMA, and it's kind of killed their thing. I mean, maybe with beating Conor McGregor killed it, bro. Because
I'm so glad that happened that way, because we would have had people, we would have had loads of people saying yes. You know, we beat the boxers. You know what I mean?
Ronda Rousey was coming in to beat Holly Holmes up. Yeah, if that would have happened, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like Holly Holmes was the best that day. She knocked that Ronda Rousey, and then Conor was coming through as well. Boxing's old, our sport's better, and all that blah blah. Floyd Mayweather beat the ish out of him, man. Did you see Floyd fight the other day? The guy dropped the flowers at his feet. You see that one? Disrespectful Japanese guy. You see it?
That Japanese guy, yes.
I've seen it. I've seen that. Yeah.
Floyd's gonna get tucked in one of these days. You know, I can see it. You know,
I'm telling you, I can see it if he keeps on. But he's making money after money after money. That's greed, isn't it?
No, it's not greed. I think part of it is due to the fact that he owes a lot of money to his creditors, particularly the IRS.
Oh, is it the tax man?
Yeah, he owes them a lot of money, so he's got to pay that back.
Why? How can he? Please tell me. How can a man with why? How can he owe when he's been paid? He's been the best paid, athlete in America. How can he owe the tax man all that money?
Well, you know what? Tony, that's a good point, but you also have to take into account that Floyd has a reckless spending habit and a reckless gambling habit. So you have to take that into account as well.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, so he wasn't spending his money very wisely, and this all catches up with you. You know, you owe the IRS, you always lose your money out on gambling, you spend your money on all this other stuff. That's going to catch up to you. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
You bet in it, spending his money in it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's why he's in this position now. But look, all power to him. He's doing these exhibition bouts. People that come watching him, see him do these fights, and he's making a lot of money out of it. So it is what it is.
Yeah, he because of that name and that power, he can fight anyone.
Yeah,
and he'd make money. See, but he's gonna have to stop one day, because the guys. I mean, the guys he's getting. It's fantastic because your granny can beat him up. You know what I mean? But
or Deji maybe. Who knows? I mean.
I see Digi beat up some hater the other day. It was horrible just today. On his YouTube, he beat up some kid, who apparently was saying horrible things about him. It was horrible. They battered him, some kid who had no business being in the ring. It was horrible. And
What do you mean they battered him? What, a proper?
proper beating him up, Tony. On the YouTube, he's like, there's some kid, I think he said some horrible things about him online. And they go, yeah, if you want it, come to the gym and pick. So the kid put his gloves on and he obviously didn't battered the shit out of him. Oh, it was horrible. Nah, it was horrible. It was horrible. I didn't like it because it's like, all right, how
But
much?
But that's what I want you to do for me. Come and earn some money.
It was horrible. I was like, that was quite abuseful. And I was like, I don't know, like they pull it on, and it's like the guy had gloves and everything, and he battered him. I was like, I said, all right, you prove your point now. But my thing is this, like they've these YouTubers now, they've took the boxing and they've took it now. They think they're the world class. I'm like, well, let them cross over into that. Let them think they can cross over and have one professional like KSI has a professional fight of a guy. You saw it, Tony. If a guy don't know what he was doing, he don't know his left foot or his right foot. Right? And he's like, yeah, I've got a pro fight. I've done something that Tommy Fury or I've done something that Jake Paul's never done before. I'm like, no one cares, bruv. You ain't fought no one. And it's like, what's going on with Tommy Fury? Tommy Fury versus Logan Jake Paul. I mean, that one's another one as well. Mayweather, see, you know that Logan, you see Jake Paul, he ain't calling out Mayweather, you don't know part. Mayweather still looks decent though, actually. Good body shot. Yeah,
Jake Paul did call out Floyd Mayweather. He wants that fight.
Wait, Floyd about 3 more years, and Floyd's a bit older more. He needs 3 more years, and they let Floyd get a bit more older. And he goes, "Yeah, I'll take it now. He's dead." Like, I mean, that's what's funny in boxing, yeah, how people are the opportunists. Because look, Mr. Bashir just jumped in. Here we go. Mr. James Ali Bashir has jumped in. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. How you doing?
All right, man. So you got Tony Cisse here, and we got Dan the Man here. Say hello to Mr. Bashir, guys.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Mr. Bashir.
Hello, Mr. Bashir.
How y'all doing, young men? How y'all doing?
We're right. We were just chopping up about the YouTubers, taking over in boxing and talking about how Floyd Mayweather fought the other day in Japan. And the guy threw the flowers at the floor, and Floyd knocked out the Japanese guy. I mean, did you see that?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh man, yeah. It's like we were saying Floyd looked like he's coming to the end of the road out there, and one of these guys are gonna get him.
I'm like, who cares? He's the one making all the money.
Yeah, well, that's what we was talking about. The YouTubers coming into the boxing. And they're making more money than the actual professionals. What's your take on that?
That shows you the state of the sport.
Yeah. The sport, it's bad for our sport that we can't get the mega fights on. I mean, we was talking about the Charlo brothers. He's on one of them undisputed at 154. Did you know that? Did you even care?
I stopped watching them because they don't fight nobody.
Yeah, they're not fighting
fighting what they're putting in front of them. But I just think there were bigger fights out there for the Charlo brothers, and it looked like they're spending their whole career in obscurity. They're not fighting the signature fights that could put them on the map.
Oh yeah, like the Triple G's or get people are trying to. That's
just missing too many fights. Sort of what Roy did. I think Roy will look back on his career, even though he had a nice career, he made money and stuff. But legacy-wise, he missed the Eubank, he missed Ben, he missed Collins, Mikuszewski. So he missed some fights that he should have had.
Yeah. Well, he went too far and got clocked up by Tarver, so that eventually it catches up with him.
What I'm saying is, he missed some good guys that would have put a seal on his signature in boxing. I mean, he's still going to go to Hall of Fame, but still he missed those fights.
I think he's in there already. Actually, I think he got in there. This year.
But I'm just saying he missed those. Eubank, Ben.
Yeah, Collins. Yeah.
Pesky.
Yeah. Bernard Hopkins, not Bernard Hopkins. I would love to see James Toney versus Bernard Hopkins. That never happened. There were some good fights. Yeah, I agree with you. So, hey, listen, we was talking about you Joe Joyce Parker fight. You saw that fight. What did you think?
I think that Joe Joyce is a reincarnation of George Foreman.
Go ahead.
He's powerful. He comes forward. He's got a good chin. He's got a good heart. So he has all the makings of an all-time great. If he keeps going, he's only got 15 fights.
Yeah.
You know, he's showing that you don't have to have a lot of pro fights to be great, and he's on his way to greatness now. If Usyk will fight him, if the powers that be Tyson Fury fights him, if Joshua fights him, if the powers that be come out and fight him, I think we are on the way to witnessing an all-time great. Love to see Anthony Joshua. I would love to see him and Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the fight I always wanted to see. That's the fight I always want to see. But you know, personally, I would love to see Joe Joyce versus Andy Ruiz. I mean, I want to see that fight. I'd love to see that fight right there. I think stylistically that'd be a great fight.
I think Joe Joyce knocks out Andy Ruiz. I don't think Andy Ruiz could stand up to Joe Joyce.
But Andy Ruiz got some good head movement, man. I don't think Joe Joyce finds him, bro.
But Joe Joyce will find him. Joe Joyce, Andy Ruiz is tailor-made for Joe Joyce.
I think that's what I'm saying. I think they made that fight exciting because Andy's gonna put some hands on him.
Yeah, I think it'll be an exciting fight. All 3 rounds of it.
3 rounds. Hey, so listen, let's talk about Dillian's got his new trainer, Buddy McGirt. Like we talked about on the panel. What's your take on that one there?
I think, like I told Ingram early on, I think that trainers and boxers need time to mature with each other. You can't switch trainers because something doesn't go right. You know, you have it takes time to weld yourselves into each other. Dillian is, you know, he's changed trainers like the colors of Kool-Aid, you know. He goes from one trainer to another trainer to another trainer. Who he had? He had somebody before Jonathan Banks, then he got Jonathan Banks, and then he went on to somebody else, and then somebody else, and now it's somebody else. So he's got to start looking at himself as opposed to looking at other people. So he's went to Buddy McGirt. I don't see what McGirt is going to do the other trainers didn't do. I just don't see what difference McGirt is going to make.
That's what Tony Cisse said exactly what you said. He said exactly. He's been changing. The changes being him instead of just blaming the trainers and stuff like that. So AJ, we don't know what AJ's do. AJ, the negotiations with him and Fury was still up in the air. Apparently, still working on it. AJ needs to clear out his team. I feel like they need to get rid of that team. Have they called you? What's going on over there with that stuff there? What do you think's happening?
They haven't spoken to me. You know, I think that I could help him. I think that I can help any heavyweight once I, get in and take a look at their style and look at the past fights, and I can look at what they're capable of doing and what I can build on. But I definitely think that I can offer AJ something, He's a good fighter, but if he wants to be great, he's going to have to pay attention, and he's going to have to embrace what he has left and put it all together.
Yeah, I mean, when you was there with him in the short time you was with him, to me, I mean, I think that was a major mistake letting you leave that camp there. I mean, that right there was like probably the biggest mistake because they didn't change their initial strategy. You know Usyk very well, and I think you could implement stuff to help AJ beat Usyk.
Well, now I see that Usyk is asking for a third fight with AJ.
Yeah, I can see that.
So what is that? So what is that saying? What is Usyk saying?
Well, he's trying to block Fury. He's trying to block Fury. That's what he's trying to do.
Not so much that there. It's not as much that as it is that saying I can knock you out. I want to knock you out.
Well, he's giving him a shot at the belt. He's giving AJ a shot at the belt.
This is my interpretation of saying I've gotten comfortable to your style. Yeah. And now I can knock you out. I have no fear. I have no fear of you. That's why I want to fight you again. Because I think I can knock you out. That's my interpretation of something like that. You know,
Wow.
I mean, you didn't outside of Ali, you didn't never hear nobody say they want to fight Sonny Liston again, win, lose, or draw.
That's a whole fact. So you trying to say he wants him against? I think he said he wants that fight in the Ukraine or something like that. That's the we're talking about.
Right. It's
Yeah.
another way, indirectly saying Usyk saying, I can knock you out. I want to knock you out. That's why I'm saying, come on to Ukraine. Because I've gotten comfortable with boxing AJ until AJ implements another program. For instance, I listened to the fight. I watched the fight closely. And I don't know who it was, or whether it was Robert Garcia or Angel Fernandez. During the boxing match versus Usyk, one of them said, triple your right hand. No. Triple your jab and then throw the right hand. So I'm trying to figure out how was you going to hit Usyk with a right hand behind a triple jab. I thought that was indecisive instruction, which shows you the limits of what they had to offer.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said triple the jab and then throw the right hand. So, okay, you be fortunate if you can hit Usyk with one jab and then throw the right hand. And right hand of what? Most southpaws, especially Alexander Usyk, is adept to people throwing right hands.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one punch that all southpaws are always aware of, that right hand. So I thought that was indecisive instruction, you know.
Yeah, you still there, Mr. Bashir? Like he. Oh, there you go. There you go. You're back. Mr. Bashir. Hello. You're on mute. You're on mute. That's there. If you press the microphone, you come off mute. He's probably got a phone call coming in. Well, that was Mr. Bashir. You still there, Tony? Dan?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, that's Mr. Bashir, boy. He's hardcore, bro. That's hardcore. The third fight. Did you hear about that, Dan, as well? You heard about the third fight, right?
Yeah. I heard about that.
What's your
Yeah, I
take
heard
on that?
about this. I mean, look, as Mr. Bashir had, he briefly was on here. I mean, he briefly got off. But I agree with what his assessment is. But I will also go further to say that I think Usyk is very familiar with Joshua's style. He knows how to beat him. And he beat him twice, in my opinion, dominated to beat him convincingly in those two fights. So it's like it's not going to be any different. And this time around, I can knock you out, and I can get paid a lot more. I can get paid a lot of money doing it. So I think Usyk understands that this is all about pretty much a significant payday, and he knows the style very well. And he beat him twice. Again, in my view, he dominated those two fights. So yeah, that's the way I take it from Usyk calling him out for a third fight. And why should we see it? Because I believe it's going to be the same result, if not worse. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what Mr. Bashir is saying. He can see his stoppage.
Unless they implement a new game plan.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Now, I thought that they failed miserably in the second fight, because that was the shit. People keep saying, "Oh, he did a great job." In fact, great job is not winning the fight. The whole idea is to win the fight. He didn't win it.
That's right. Didn't win shit. Didn't win shit.
You know,
Yeah.
and most people thought that they did AJ a favor by calling the fight 115, 113.
Yeah, he wasn't nowhere there, man. I mean, Dan had a heart attack about that joint. Ain't it, Dan? That was
Yeah, look, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I wanted to be fair with me, because at the end of the day, when you look at the fight first time around, you want to go back and reassess it and see to see how in the world Glenn Felmy even got to that conclusion. It is. I watched that fight maybe 10 times already. There's no way I could see how you could give that fight to Joshua on your card, anyone, if you were being that objective. And I'm still a little. Well, I guess I'm still a little upset about that scorecard. I am going to get over it, but
How would you have scored the fight?
me personally,
Yes.
I scored it 9-3, if not 8-4 at best. That's how I've seen it.
Yeah, I think that is pretty accurate. You know, You know, and I'm a Joshua fan. I'm an Usyk fan. I'm a fandom. But come on, man. There wasn't no. It wasn't 115, 113. Call him a spade a spade. If you want somebody to tell you, if you want a yes man to tell you, yeah, it was a close fight and this, fine. That, more power to you. But if you want the truth, yeah, I'd score that fight about that. The fight wasn't that close.
It wasn't. Yeah, I agree. But look, I'm not going to call anybody out on this panel. I'm gonna just I'll keep it up to them. But I'm sure you guys seen this video. For someone to tell him that you was out boxing Usyk, that's how close the fight was, yada yada yada. You're not telling Joshua the truth. That's something he doesn't need to be told. I get it. You're doing that just to calm him down from an emotional standpoint. But at the same time, realistically, he wasn't out boxing Usyk going after that ninth round. I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all. That's another thing that needs to be thrown out there. But again, yeah, that scorecard still boils my blood, man.
So
I still can't get over how we even come to that scorecard. I'm just
I
saying.
that Usyk is basically calling Anthony Joshua out, saying that he'd like to fight him a third time, meaning that I didn't get it right the first two times, but this time I'm gonna bring you to Ukraine. This way I'm gonna knock you out at.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think because he disrespected the belt and the flag and all that. Yeah, he probably wanted that, but I don't think Andy Joshua's gonna bite because they're trying to rebuild him. And I don't know if he's gonna take the Fury fight, Andy Joshua. I think
Well, let's be honest. Yeah, let's be honest, EJ. Eddie Hearn didn't want that Usyk fight to begin with, so they had two opportunities to beat him, and that didn't happen. There's no way that Eddie Hearn's going to say, you know what, we're not going to get that. We're not going to take on Usyk at least right now. Let's say if he's around for another 3 years and he slowed down, maybe it'd be a good time to take him on. You know what I mean? But at this point, no point, no way.
I don't see Usyk holding on to the belts anyway because as I pointed out, they got hard contenders. What's up, PMC King? How you doing, bro?
Yo, what's up? What's up, guys? How you doing,
What's
Mr. Bashir?
Fine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see him holding on to the belts anyway. I see him. Usyk's got a hard fight with Daniel Dubois. I see a hard fight with Philip Hovage, and he got a hard fight with Joyce. I mean, his lineup is harder than anything Fury. Fury's looking. I saw Fury's fight ringside in Joe Parker, and he had horror in his face when he saw Joe Joyce.
I don't think Usyk is going to have a hard fight with Dubois.
Go ahead, I'm listening. He young, bruh. He getting better. Mr. Bashir, you have the peanuts. He ain't having it. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I think that
Go ahead.
boxes Dubois.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
I think if he changed his bloody trainers and bring in someone like you, I think he whoops Usyk's ass, bro. That's what I think, bro. Usyk's 35 years of age. Daniel's only 23, 22, 23, man. All you need is the right train, the right teacher around you, and Usyk's hell in trouble, man. He fast for Joshua. He ain't fast no 23-year-old who recovers, who fights properly, who knows how to do a southpaw up, man. I think, he don't.
Yeah, but by the time those guys realize their potential, then they've already made massive mistakes.
Yeah, but he beat up the what's his Trevor Bryan? He smashed him to bits, man.
Like I said, he was going to do.
Okay, fair enough. I don't think so. I thought Trevor Bryan would have got in his head and all that. That never helped.
No,
Nah,
I never believed that Trevor Bryan could beat Dubois. He just didn't have the experience to do it.
Yeah,
Had not been in with nobody that was life threatening up at Dubois. So I didn't think that he was going to get a win against Dubois. I thought he was in trouble for when he signed the contract.
Okay. I mean, PMC, what you think? PMC? I guess he just listening in.
Yeah. Give me a second, man. I apologize. What is it about Usyk keeping the belt?
No, we were talking about Daniel Dubois and Daniel Dubois and Usyk. Like one of his WBA contender. Like we say Usyk's got some hard lineups, man. Like
Usyk win that, man.
You think so? Man. All right,
that'd be a walk in the park, man.
That's what Mr. All right, what about Philip Hrgovic versus Usyk? What about that one?
Yeah, you see his last fight with that Zhang guy, whatever like that.
Yeah, but
Same thing.
Zach,
He'll walk through Flip too. Flip, Dubois. You know, a lot of those guys. They just ain't got it,
all
man.
right, what about Joe Joyce then? He working for Joe Joyce?
Now Joe Joyce will come down to Joyce being able to cut off the ring, but if Usyk can keep a decent pace, he'll box his head off, man. Cause
Man, he's 36
yo, man,
years.
that's what he did in the amateurs, man. That's what he did. The dude did the same pressure thing, man. Usyk was just
Man,
slicking him.
these guys are bigger now, man. These guys are
Nah,
bigger,
man, it
smaller
don't matter.
gloves.
It's gonna be the same thing.
I
So
don't
they
know,
they
man.
both around the same age. Was what's his name? What 30?
Yeah, hey, Usyk's younger. Usyk's younger than Joe
Yeah, so
Joyce.
you
Yeah,
Usyk's a
Joyce is the
younger
same
guy,
age as Wilder.
right? So I
Yeah, but
mean, you
man, but
know,
Joe
they ain't
Joyce
gonna.
is 35 years old.
Joyce ain't doing nothing different, man. He
Joe
the
Joyce is
same dude.
35
He
years
ain't doing nothing different, man.
Yeah,
He ain't.
Joyce is 37, man.
Look, man, the only reason
35.
Joyce
Yeah,
busted up
47.
Dubois the way he did is because
Yeah, Usyk's
Dubois ain't
35.
move his head. Dubois ain't move his head, bro.
Yeah,
Dubois got way faster hands. He
but
got
what's what?
power.
Yeah,
If he had
exactly.
moved
That's
his
what.
head, he wouldn't the avoid the jab. He would have won the fight, but he
But
wouldn't even move his
that's what I
head.
was saying. I was just saying that to Mr. Bashir. If Daniel Dubois go, he's with Shane McGuigan now, man. That's what I'm trying to say. He got better people around him. That's what I'm trying to say to you. So, and you know they know how to do it southpaw. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
And you see,
Dubois just ran versus Joyce, just walked into a jab all night. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then the same thing with Joyce, but Joyce
I don't know.
just walking through
I tell
guys
you
now.
right now, I don't know how Usyk holds on to these belts out here because like even Fury never had these line. These are some hard contenders, man. These are some hard ass contenders. Even
Man,
I see Fury
Flip
don't want
like
no smoke.
garbage, man.
Fury's looking
Flip
for the back door already. I can see his face already. He don't want
Flip
none
was
of this.
going to take a walk around the park if they didn't have a ring up in that last fight versus Zhang. You see him like he did that twice, man.
Most people thought Zhang. Okay, you're right. Yeah, most people thought Zhang won that fight, bro.
Yo,
But you
man,
know,
he would have took a walk around the park if the ropes weren't up. He would have walked away.
yeah.
He
All right,
was
Mr.
out of
Bashir,
it.
what you think then, Mr. Bashir? You saying Usyk beats all these contenders out here? He washes all these contenders as well.
I think he outboxes Dubois.
All right, go ahead. What about Hogovich?
I think he beats Hergovic too. Did you
On
see
what?
last fight he was fighting for his life?
With the Japanese guy, man, I thought he won the fight. I thought he won the fight though. I thought it was close though. I
Yeah,
thought he won.
he won it in the last 2 rounds
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
because
That's
the
what
other guy was just too tired. If the other guy wasn't tired, he would have beat Hergovic's ass.
Yeah, that's right. Like, but he's old as dirt as well. He's old as dirt as well. Holovich is conditioning. But then Joe Joyce, look, Joe Joyce smashed up Parker, man. The way he smashed up Parker, boy, you know what I'm saying?
He walked in Parker, but Hergovic was in a life and death struggle against a guy that was dead tired.
Yeah, he was.
All right, Zhang was dead tired.
Yeah.
But up until that point that he got tired, he was whooping Ergovic's behind.
Yeah, he putting some good combinations on him. He would, but he's tall though. These are all tall. Remember, man, Usyk ain't that big, man. He's a small cruiserweight, like small heavyweight. He's a tiny heavyweight. These are big ass grown men.
But the name of the game, what I keep telling people is the name of the game is not big, strong, or punching. It's boxing. Usyk is a master boxer. Michael Hunter is a master boxer. These guys, and when you're a boxer like they are, it allows you to live and exist in the land of the giants.
How long for? Before you get your ass whipped. Eventually they're gonna get caught, man. Chris Bird, he was a master boxer. He got caught by the Klitschko. Look, what's his name again? Billy Conn. He got hurt by Joe.
There's a Charles.
As all of them, they're gonna slow down, man. They're gonna get caught, man.
Let me tell you something. Going back to Billy Conn did that to himself, trying to be greedy.
I know.
He had stayed with the game plan, he would have beat Joe Louis.
Yeah.
But he tried to be greedy. He said, I'm trying to go for the knockout, and he got knocked out.
Yeah. But Roy Jones versus Andy Ruiz. Go ahead.
That was his own fault.
Yeah, I agree with you. But you see,
Yeah.
you know, these guys. Look, even James Toney did well against Vander Holyfield, but he wasn't a big heavyweight. But you know, against some of the other heavyweights, he gets stretched. Like Lennox, you ain't gonna do that. Like Roy Jones knew he wasn't gonna fight Lennox Lewis. You know what I'm trying to tell you, and that's what you're dealing with. Like you're dealing with a big dude in there They don't need to do much. All they're gonna do is just keep putting you behind it. Like, look, let's change this route. Vladimir Klitschko, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, man, he gonna Vitaly. They gonna put that stick out you, and they're gonna let you do all the running. Like
Well, can I say something, EJ? To be fair, though, you have to understand those natural heavyweights are not used to boxers who give them angles, who give them multiplicity of punches at different angles like that. They're not used to that, so that's why it takes a long time for someone to turn over those little guys like the Evander Holyfields, like the Edson Charles, like the Billy Kahns, and so forth. So. I just wanted to point that out there, but you do have a point. Yeah, somebody's going to it's going to turn them over, but again, you have to also take into account those heavyweights, those natural heavyweights are not used to those guys who boxes in angles and give them and throws a lot of combination punching. They're not used to that.
They could run all their life, but they're gonna get caught up, man. They're gonna have to stand. They're gonna have to stand. Go ahead.
Well, Evander Holyfield never ran, so I'm just letting you know.
The real deal came from the real deal had good head movement. But go ahead, Mr. Bashir. Go ahead.
Usyk would have spanked Holyfield.
Hell no.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't doubt that. Evander's my favorite fighter. One of my favorite fighters.
No way.
Everybody that put a hurting on Evander Holyfield, think who they were. All good boxers.
That's true.
Larry Donald, right? Chris Bird put a spanking on him.
He was old though, man. He was old though.
It does not matter. George Foreman was old.
Yeah, George Foreman caught him. He busted up George. He busted up George Foreman. They were old.
James
it does not matter because the man was old. It matters because of styles. For instance, if you take certain fighters in history, whenever Holyfield fought somebody that was trying to fight him, Holyfield kicked their ass. But anybody that used the envelope of boxing, jabbing, slipping, boxing, bending, weaving, fighting, they controlled him. Larry Donald, Chris Bird, James Toney.
Old. It was old. It was old. It was old.
But still, styles.
I got you, but it was old. It was old past it.
Right. Even if he was young.
Man.
Look at Roberto Duran.
All right, go ahead.
Same thing. If you try to fight Duran will kick the shit out of you. But if you box him, Kirkland Lang, Wilfred Benitez, for instance, Ray Leonard in the third fight, for instance, they can't deal with boxers. Holyfield could never deal with boxers. If somebody boxed him, he had a hard time.
Like Riddick Bowe, the first fight. Yeah. Riddick Bowe, the first fight. I remember in that first fight, I know that was more of a standoff, but Riddick Bowe, when he kept it at a long distance, Holyfield couldn't do nothing with him. He struggled.
And what? Popping a good jab.
Yep, exactly.
It was a good fight. Yeah. Go ahead.
That's what I'm telling you. Chris Bird was just as old as Holyfield when they fought.
Nah, man. No. He was not. And he had miles on the clock, man. He been knocked out. Chris Bird was fresh, man. He was fresh. Lennox Lewis ducked him. He was fresh. Evander was old as dirt. He was, listen, I remember that he was getting, listen, Chris Bird, he even beat Vitaly. He popped out Vitaly's shoulder because Vitaly was frustrated. So he beat a lot of good guys there.
Those guys made Holyfield look like an amateur.
He was old. He had injuries. He was old though, Mr. Bashir, man. He was old. Like if you look at that stretch, he was just losing. He was losing more fights than he was winning. He wasn't the champion no more. John Ruiz beat him twice, and then Chris Bird beat him, and he was just losing and losing and losing. Like he wasn't, he was still contending, but he was losing. But I hear what you're saying. Styles just make fights, and if you feel Usyk, if you feel Usyk would beat,
but Tony, if you think about it, Tony was what? Middleweight, he went up to heavyweight. Man, he was overweight.
But Vander was old though, man.
Yeah, but they were both out of it, man.
Nah, Tony was out.
Tony wasn't at his best at heavyweight.
Nah, Tony was. But Tony was still young and he was fit, man.
No, he wasn't fit at heavyweight.
No.
Yeah, he was. He just beat Jurov. He just beat Jurov. All he did is put a couple. He put Jurov. Yeah, he beat Jurov. He just beat Jurov, and then he moved up to Evander, who Evander lost against Ruiz. Coming into that fight, he lost twice, man. Come on, man.
Y'all beat James like
Go ahead, Mr. Bashir. You want to say something? Go ahead.
when Tony fought Evander, Tony in boxing terms was over the hill. He's over the hill.
No, he was a former cruiserweight champion.
He was a fat boy.
He was he just beat an undefeated
Yo, man, he
former
was
Olympic
fat,
cruiserweight.
bro. He was
Well, yeah. Let me
fat.
just say this. Can I say this? They were both over the hill. I mean, both of them, Tony and Holyfield. But what you could say is who was actually in more prime condition out of the two. At that point, it was James Tony because he didn't take that much damage compared to Evander at heavyweight. So
Yeah, how can you say he's over the hill when he beat John Ruiz after and became
Yo,
the
he was
heavyweight
mumbling
champion?
in.
He became heavyweight champion after beating Evander.
He was
How's he
talking
over
like
the
he
hill?
was chewing bubble
Nah,
they
gum.
were both
honestly,
over the hill, man. Come on, they were both
I'm not
over the
having
hill.
it. Nah, I'm not having it because he beat.
James Tony had
He won a James Tony
neurological
won another.
damage back then, bro.
Nah,
He's
he won
worse
on a
now, but
stretch, man.
he had damage back then.
Now you guys gotta call it how you gotta call
And
it
they
how you
say
call
he
it.
had a lot of wars in the in the sparring and stuff like that, you know. So
Nah, you
he
guys go
didn't mind
call it fair.
sparring.
You gotta call it fair, man.
So
You gotta
he
call
had
this
damage
fair.
too.
Nah. All right, this is what he did, right? He beat Zhurov, right? And then like within a couple in 6 months he moved up to heavyweight. When he moved to heavyweight, right, at Zhurov, right, his weight was 190, right? I think 190 when he fought Zhurov, right? When he moved up to when he fought Evander Holyfield, he was 217. Evander Holyfield was 219. So he put on, how much did he put on? Like 20, 30 stone in it. 20 to 20 something stone. He put on to fight Evander Holyfield at 217. So from 190 to 217. 20, nearly 20 stone. He's 20 pounds he put on, right? But he just beat Evander Holyfield. Then after that, he had another fight he won. Then he fought Ruiz, and then they said he took drugs or whatever for that fight. So he wasn't shot. That ain't a person who shot. In fact, yeah, the last time he lost, yeah, was to some bum down at the cruiserweight light heavyweight division. Was in 2020. It was 1997. So I mean, he wasn't at his best. I'll give you that, but he weren't like shot to bits, man. I mean, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't shot, man. Like, he wasn't shot, man. He wasn't shot. You guys are cruel. You guys are cruel, bro. You guys are cruel, man. Oh man, you guys are cruel. But anyway, I think Evander Holyfield. I think Evander Holyfield versus Usyk is an interesting matchup. That's why I agree.
Usyk beats Evander up.
I'm not having it, Mr. Bashir. I'm not having it, bro. I saw Evander Holyfield beat Mike Tyson, and he was done. Go ahead.
Whatever Holyfield could do,
Yeah.
Usyk could do better.
Go ahead. Like what? Like what?
He can box better. He can move better. He can slip better. He does everything better.
He ain't got a better left hook than Evander Holyfield, bro. Evander Holyfield's left hook, he'll send Usyk into hell, man. He'd step back left hook. You see how when Mike Tyson threw a right hand?
Brother,
His reflexes, when Usyk throw a right hand, he'll counter it, come back with his own.
Usyk would befundle Evander Holyfield.
Listen,
Holyfield wouldn't even know where to find Usyk in a boxing ring.
listen, Evander Holyfield, right? You saw him and Cut. Listen,
Mr. Bashir is right. You know why? Because look at the Foreman fight.
The Foreman fight. What about
Foreman?
Well, he was beating the hell out of Foreman. Foreman caught him with one punch.
Man, he stood right
He
there
was
in front
snapping.
of Foreman.
Foreman was
He
getting
used no
back.
boxing skills then.
Foreman was getting back. Foreman was getting
light
back.
on the,
How many rounds did you
he
give
wasn't
Foreman?
light on his feet then.
Man,
Like he was going
see,
life and death with him. I don't know why he stood there.
Nah.
He
He
right there, man. I'm telling
That's
you, he wasn't
bullshit.
sticking to moving.
How many rounds you give Foreman?
What advantage would Evander have to beat Oleksandr Usyk? I'm testing your boxing IQ now, so be careful how you answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
What advantages would he have going into the Usyk fight?
Yeah, hand speed, power.
Hand speed.
He's fast, man. Yeah, he got fast. He got deceptively fast hands, man. And his foot, and his rhythm.
EJ, all that's cool when you got something to punch.
Yeah, he gonna land.
Usyk don't give you nothing to punch.
Nah, man. You. No. Listen, all right. Let me tell you something. Didn't he go life? Didn't Usyk go life and death with Bradis or one of was it Bradis or what's the one? What's the one? Dan Bradis.
Bradis.
Yeah, he went life with death with that guy. They went toe to toe. I saw him fighting for his life, and he lost to in the amateurs. He lost to Sean Porter. There's no way Evander Holyfield would have
Yeah,
cleaned
but
him up,
Bradis
man.
can move.
No. You lot are getting too far with this
Huh?
one. Here. You getting too
Yeah, but
the real
Bradis. Yeah,
man. That's it. You see the real
yeah,
deal
but you
was.
know
You know why they call
Brady's
him? You know why they call him the
can
real deal?
box.
You know why they call him the
Brady's
real
can
deal?
box.
Because he put the fear in your heart, bruh. Real deal put the fear in your heart. Look, listen, Usyk is a master boxer. I
Man,
must admit.
Holyfield was all
Man,
heart, man. He was
Holyfield
all
was the
heart and
real deal,
stamina. That
man.
was it. That was
Nah,
it.
man, he was the real deal.
It was
Like
heart and output.
that
That was
dude
it.
fought. That dude fought some killers, man. Absolute killers. Usyk. I give
Man.
Usyk credit. He beat Joshua. He cleared up the cruiserweight division, and he is the man. But the real deal, nah, man.
And then Sean Porter's an athlete. Hell, he was probably able to stay upon him.
Let me ask you a prime Mike Tyson versus Usyk. Who wins?
Is that even a question?
Yeah, it is a question. Come on, man. A prime
Yo,
Mike
Mike.
Tyson. Mike, go ahead, PMC. Tell him
I
who he
think
wins.
Mike Tyson wins because I haven't seen Usyk use any type of holding tactics or
See,
anything
told
like
you,
that.
man.
I haven't seen him clinch anybody
You know how
or rough
fast
him
Mike
up or
is.
anything.
Fa-
And
Mike, shit.
the guys he had trouble with, Holyfield and a few other guys were able to like clinch him. They knew how to fight on the inside, throw uppercuts. Razor Ruddock
Usyk's a great.
will go for it. So I don't
Yeah.
think Usyk
Us-
got that in him.
He's a good. Listen, Usyk's a good, tricky southpaw. Him and Chris Bird. Him and Chris Bird would have been a good fight. You know what I mean? Usyk and Chris Bird because they're very technical. That would have been a good fight backwards and forwards. I feel that would have been a good fight, but it's hard to say because it's different eras and that. But the real deal fought some real killers, man. All right, let me put this one right. Who you think will win about Usyk versus Riddick Bowe, Mr. Bashir? How that fight go? Go ahead, Mr. Bashir. Tell you how that fight would go.
It's a hard fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Who you think wins?
It's a very difficult fight.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And you see, Evander came through them sort of things, man. You know what I mean? Like, okay, Usyk versus George Foreman. I'm trying to tell you, real talk, real. Like, I'm serious. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Usyk will be doing him up. All it takes is one. All it takes is one.
Yeah, but which one though?
Well, you know
One
what?
or the old?
To your point, EJ, those fighters back then were far better conditioned than they are now. So,
okay, yeah,
yeah. So
yeah,
Usyk could probably have a lot difficult time dealing with guys like that because the way he
yeah. And
beats
listen, you're right. This is the Evander Holyfield fighting these guys here, so it's easy to go like, oh, he will just take him, but he fighting some real killers though. So look, Usyk is the man right now, but I'm saying some of these contenders, right? I have to see him beat them because, like, he should. Like people saying, okay, he gonna beat Daniel Dubois. Like I like to see that shit. I'd like to see the whole week's fight. Mr. Fisher is laughing his head off, and I want to see. I want to see the Joyce rematch because I know
Yeah,
Joyce
but
is gonna be. I know he's gonna be down on the scorecards, right? So Mr. Fisher bows that. I know he's gonna be down on the scorecard, but I'm telling you, Joyce gonna be there, man. He gonna be there in that one.
but we haven't seen anybody really cut off the ring, man.
You're on mute, Mr. Bashir is eating up the biscuits. You're on mute, Mr. Bashir. You have to take your mute. Or Mr. Bashir is enjoying this one. Go ahead, Mr. Bashir. You're on mute. Press the mic, Mr. Bashir. You're still on mute.
Yeah, you're still on mute, Mr. Bashir.
Yeah, Mr. Bashir wasn't jumping in this one. You can see enjoying them.
But let me just say something real quick about the Riddick Bowe one. Look, if you got the 235, maybe 231 version of Riddick Bowe that beat Vander Holyfield the first fight, then yeah, I could probably see how you could have Riddick Bowe beating Usyk. But if you got the 240-pound version of Riddick Bowe, he ain't beating Alexander Usyk because I've seen his condition be plagued when he was in the higher weight. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Listen, I'll tell you, any version of a Riddick Bowe, beats Biggie, man. He beats him.
I don't know about that.
Because you know why? I tell you why, Dad. He ain't worried about what Usyk's bringing, bro. He's just rolling up like he did to Herbie Hyde and just clapping him up. Yeah, Mr. Bashir, I think you got your mic's on mute. I don't know what button you press. You're on mute. But like when you can jump out, jump out, come back in, yeah, and see if that works. But no, I'm telling you, Dan. Look, this is why I say the real deal, right? The real deal is the real deal, bro. Like, listen, he fought some absolute in the amateurs. Yeah, there was a guy from the Kronk gym. I see him. He had to fight him 6 times. That guy beat a Cuban guy. He had to fight that guy like 6 times to even get qualified to even go to the Olympics. That's why he got the name. And then Mike Tyson was no part of him, bro. The
Yeah.
guy fighting Khalid for the belt. Nah. Look, Usyk is good, yeah, but he ain't fighting no Khalid for the belt. I think he fought Kawaki for the belt, and them
Yeah, he
guys.
fought Kawaki for the belt the first
Yeah, ain't
time.
no
Yeah, Kawaki ain't no Dwight Muhammad
Nah,
Khalid,
ain't
so
no
we know that.
Khalid. Yeah, he ain't no Khalid. He fought 15 rounds and shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so look, Usyk is alright. He's alright, but them got it. Look, man, them killers.
Look, come on, let's be real. Usyk is a great man. He is a great fighter. Come on,
You
let's not.
can't say that because he's like who's he beat? Joshua twice. Who else he beat?
Well, he's got Breedis on his record. He's
Man,
got
I don't
Kawaki.
rate.
He's
I don't rate.
got Gassiev. He's got
I don't
Michael
rate them.
Hunter.
Okay, all right. Who them guys beat? Before?
Well, did Michael Hunter turn over Martin McCauley?
I don't rate Martin McCauley though. So I don't rate Martin McCauley. No, listen. The biggest name he got is Anthony Joshua. That's the biggest name he got. So he needs some legacy names right now.
Okay, yeah, look. But here's the thing, though. Breidis is actually after that loss. Breidis has came back and been a bit of a terror at that cruiserweight before he lost to Jay Apataya. So he beat Dorticos.
No, who's that? I don't know who that.
Okay, you know you're Neil Dorticos, right? People thought Dorticos was going to beat Breidis in the cruiserweight finals.
All them names don't mean ish, yeah. The biggest.
Yeah, but they're good, great fighters at cruiserweight. I'm just telling you.
No, they weren't great name. No, they wasn't. The biggest name he got, right, is being undisputed. That's the claim to fame.
Tony Bellew, right?
No, don't be silly. Don't be silly.
Yeah, didn't you pick Bellew to win that fight?
No, I didn't. No,
okay. All right, just checking.
I didn't. No, it doesn't. Listen. Hear what I'm trying to say to you. He's got work to do. The Tyson Fury, the Andy Joshua cap, he needs to whoop. Andy Joshua got Tyson Fury. If he whoops Tyson Fury, then it shuts everyone up. And if he beats Wilder, then that's it. He don't need to fight. There's them three, and he can go about his business. There ain't no one else good. Go ahead, Mr. Bashir. You're back on.
I'm just listening.
Yeah, that's for me. That he ain't got nothing more to do.
Okay, what about the Michael Hunter rematch? Because I heard the rumor.
No. I'm not interested in that. See, the Joe Joyce fight, right? It's interesting because he beat him in amateurs, and Joe Joyce is come off a great win against Parker, and that would be a good fight because people are like, okay, can he do that? That's a good fight. But for me, for you to solidify, is the Tyson Fury fight. That's it, bro. Because that's undisputed.
Joe Joyce.
What about Joe Joyce? Go ahead.
Michael Hunter.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I actually want to see that one.
Why do you think that's a good fight though? That's a mismatch.
There's a lot of people think Michael Hunter won.
Joe Joyce versus Michael Hunter?
No, not Michael Hunter beat Usyk, man.
Nah. Usyk definitely. Nah, Hunter definitely lost that fight, man. He lost that fight. He was dominated.
Okay, that's what I heard. You know.
Look, they needed a crowbar to get Usyk off of Hunter.
Yeah, but look, that is an interesting matchup because look, Michael Hunter.
They could have stopped that fight in the last 25 seconds. They could have stopped that fight.
Hey, was you in the, Mr. Bashir, you was there for that one?
Yeah, you was in the corner, right?
No.
No, you were in the corner.
I was gone by then. I was gone. I was 2 fights removed from them.
Oh, okay.
And telling you, they needed a crowbar to get Usyk off of Michael Hunter. Those last 25 seconds, they could have stopped that fight.
Yeah, they should have stopped that fight even 30 seconds before they did, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But
they should have stopped that fight. The referee was poor. The referee was late that fight. They should have jumped in and stopped that fight.
I'm just wondering who'd be able to cut off the ring on him. That's it. That's pretty much all you got to do. I think you got to make him fight.
Maybe Joe Joyce would be the guy because he does have fast feet for a slow heavyweight. So.
He gonna follow him around. I think
I
don't think people can cut the ring around him.
That's how Parker was able to last.
I'm looking for guys to make him fight, man. Force him to fight out of his rhythm. When he gets his rhythm, you ain't beating him when he gets into his rhythm. What do you think, Mr. Bashir? That right?
Usyk is the kind of guy. He'll play around. He'll string you out. He'll string you all the way out. But when you get around, he shifts in the overdrive. And if you ain't got that shift with him, you're gonna get your ass whooped.
Yeah, you see, that's what I thought. That's what I'm saying. He Joe Louis when he fought Con was pushing the pace on Joe Louis. Joe Louis was following him around like a baby. But you see, he stood there too long doing a combination. Joe caught him. And that was that. That's all she wrote, bro. Did the same thing. So you got Usyk when he's there styling and profiling. That's how you got to catch him. You got to catch him when he's putting a 3-4 combination on you. Now, listen, I ain't seen no one push the gears when they got Usyk up close. Why is no one working Usyk to the body when they're up close, Mr. Bashir?
Didn't Joshua do that in the second fight?
How no, he didn't do that,
Yeah, he
man.
did. Well,
Dan, 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 Dan,
Usyk adjusted by blocking those body shots. That's
Dan,
exactly what he did.
Joshua
No,
lost
he
that
didn't
fight.
throw off
No, he
combinations
didn't.
though.
Dan. I
He
can't.
threw one punch at a time.
Bro, Dan, I never said nothing that Joshua did in that fight was effective. Just forget about that.
All
I'm
right.
saying right now, right? There's no one who's worked Usyk like from day dot to. I think Doricus is the only one who pressured him. It was not Doricus. Bradis is he's the only one who came out, and Usyk decided this is after Mashir that he go, I'm gonna be flat footed. I'm gonna go to fight you, and that's when Usyk's face got smashed up a bit. But that's the only guy.
Yeah,
Like
well,
Usyk,
you know what? Also, Michael Hunter did the same thing. He took Usyk out of his rhythm early on that fight. Usyk had to fight that fight toe to toe with him.
no,
He
I'm
had to
not
put your
talking.
back.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about infighting, Mr. Bashir.
Yeah, that's exactly what Usyk did. He infighted him.
Michael
Nah, he
Hunter Usyk fight reminds me of what Floyd Mayweather said about Zab Judah.
What do you say?
He says Zab is the front runner.
Yeah, you go. Good.
You know, after he spins his wheels, then I'm late. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's it.
Same thing happened to Hunter. Michael Hunter boxing was handling. He was doing a good job boxing, but he couldn't sustain the pace.
Nah, he dropped off.
When he got to the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, that's when everything started going against him because he wasn't conditioned for that kind of fight.
Nah.
And a lot of people are not prepared to fight Alexander Usyk that way. Every time you watch him in the 9th, 10th, 11th round, watch how he excels all the time while the opponent is dying. Just watch his fights. Just look at his fights, and all the time you see him excel in those 9th, 10th, 11th round, and the other opponents be going downhill. He be going up. All right?
Yeah.
So you look at all these fights, even the Breeders fight. Watch how he fights in the last 3 rounds. And watch the Breeders fights in the last 3 rounds. That's what blew the fight. He couldn't sustain the pace.
Yeah. Well, look, the guy in the chat is talking about Fury, the flip flop. I think Fury could beat Usyk then, man, because Fury knows how to fight inside and stuff, and he know how to lean and all that shit. I think Usyk got a chance to get his ass whooped by Fury, man.
Well, let me ask you this, EJ, because I actually was on a panel the other day yesterday about this. If that's Fury's game plan to lean and maul over Alexander Usyk, and in my opinion, I don't think he'll get a chance to do that. It gets a guy who constantly moves around in angles. It gets out of the way before you even get a chance to lean on him. If that's all Fury's if that's all he got, that's all he got. What else can he do? Because he certainly cannot outbox the guy. So if he doesn't have a chance to mauling Usyk, what else can he do to win that fight?
What are you talking about? It's just longer than him, bro. You don't have to do nothing.
Well, he ain't outboxing him.
Dan, see the thing. He's longer. Usyk has to try.
Yeah, he's longer, but he couldn't even outbox freaking Steve Cunningham.
Dan, listen to me, Dan. Listen. Usyk has to find his way into Fury. Fury don't need to do that. Fury can use his long arms, keep Usyk on the outside, man. He don't need to do that. When he come,
easier said than done. Joshua couldn't do that. So what makes me Fury could do that? He had longer arms than Usyk.
You don't listen, bro. I don't know what Joshua. I don't know who that guy was. I don't know who that guy was, man. I just know that Joshua ain't Fury. Fury gonna make him work on the outside.
Okay.
When he comes inside, he gonna lean on him and work in the inside. That's what you do. Like, you don't need to do anything more than that. Like, why you gotta chase him? You don't have to chase him around. He has to come and hit you. You got the longer arms. He has to find you. Usyk gonna get frustrated just missing hitting air. He gonna hit air against Fury, bro. Like, you know what I mean? That's how that's gonna work out. I see Fury whooping his ass, but ain't no one did it yet. Derek Zura, like he I don't even know what to say. Joshua game plan was so whack. Yeah, Usyk beat him fair and square, and he ain't get no argument for me. I would never use that as example. That's one of the worst examples ever to try and beat Usyk. That's what I say. That was terrible. But Fury, that's a whole. Go ahead, PMC.
The mistake they make on Usyk is when he eventually stops, they stop. They don't keep coming forward. They don't keep coming forward to apply the psychological pressure as if they're gonna throw combinations. So when he stops, they still need to move forward as if they you know what I'm saying? They still need to come forward so he can throw off a jab and they counter off his jabs and stuff like that. But if they don't do that, man, you know, they're gonna they're gonna try to play chess with him, and that's when he's able to take his breaks and stuff like that. When he stopped, they stop, and then they thinking about, oh, well, how I'm gonna punch him and stuff like that, and that's how he gets his breaks. And then before you know it, he moving again. You know what I'm saying? So they gotta track him down again. But when he stopped, they need to just keep going forward instead of
Yeah,
them trying to think about, oh, how I'm gonna punch him. Oh, I finally got him to stop. Now I'm gonna throw a jab and all this other stuff. It's
yeah.
like as soon as he stopped, just come forward, and whether he hits you or not, you gotta in your mind. You gotta be thinking counter. You know what I'm saying? Counter whatever he's throwing at you, and get off your punches because once he throw that one, you slip it. Slip the second, you right on top of him. You got him where you need him, you know, so you can throw off combinations to the body and stuff like that. But if they stop and give him space, then he's just gonna just reset and do the same thing over and over again, and you're never gonna pin him down.
No one's gonna fight him that way though, because like I mean, Fury doesn't want to fight him. Let's get it real. Fury doesn't want to fight him, and all the contenders, I mean, they lined up. I don't think they're in a hurry to fight him either. So, the only thing for Usyk to fight, he just wants Fury, and Fury's on the bullshit, man. He acting real suspect. Let's get it right. Fury, Fury don't want, he's acting real suspect towards Usyk. He don't know smoke, man. He don't want that smoke. What do you think, Mr. Bashir?
I think Fury is just lining himself up just to pick up a big payday. He doesn't care about boxing no more. He's financially sound, and he wants to get out. He wants to take a broom and sweep up all the cash he can to get out.
Sweep up on the cash. Yo, he funny. Yeah, that's how he is. Yo, Fight Doctor, I dropped the link on your WhatsApp. Jump in. But he does though. That's why, he don't want nothing to do with Usyk. He don't nothing to do with Usyk. Go ahead, Mr. Bashir.
He feels that he can beat him.
I think he can beat him. I think he don't want to fight him though.
He wants that money.
Usyk ain't making no money with Usyk though. The money's with AJ. There's no money in Usyk Fury. Ain't no one want to see that shit. Ain't no one except for Dan the Man and you. Ain't no one want to see that shit.
Well, let's just say this: he sees Joshua as a more easier target than Alexander Usyk.
I know they got undisputed, but that money ain't money. That's not AJ. AJ and Fury is the money fight, man. That's where their money's at, man. AJ and Wilder, that's where it is.
Then what's holding the fight up?
Well,
Eddie Hearn and Zone don't want that fight from the looks of it. They're just trying to fight. I think to me, and I touched upon this yesterday, I think to me, they're running the clock out on when they should send that contract over with their signatures tender on it.
You were the bullshit already. Listen.
Well, how is it? Because first things first, the TV broadcasting rights have been settled already. It seems like they're good to go. According to the deal, it's going to be a joint broadcasting right with the Zone and BT. Cool. But all of a sudden now, Eddie Hearn's complaining about the commercial values, the commercial aspects of the contract.
It don't matter. Listen, Eddie Hearn ain't got nowhere else to go with Joshua. You know what I mean? That is the biggest money fight. That's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can say that. But here's what they're gonna do. I think they want Joshua to take some two easy fights to build his confidence again.
No.
I hear you. They're not putting him in there with Fury, man. I don't see them doing that.
They're gonna put him in Fury. Go ahead, Mr. Bashir. Go ahead.
Or AJ versus Wilder.
Yeah, that's it.
That's another huge fight.
There you go. See, Usyk. See, let me say, Usyk is not. Why you see Usyk, right? You know why he's not on that level? Because he ain't been around the heavyweight division that long, bruh. To be generating, I mean, he's claimed to fame as beating AJ. But if he knocked out AJ, like Joyce knocked out Parker, there will be a bigger demand. There's no big demand for Usyk and Fury.
What about Andy? What about Andy Ruiz?
Andy versus who? Versus
Usyk.
Who? Ain't no demand. There's no demand for that.
Yeah, but do you want to see it? No.
Yeah, I'll see that. I'll watch that. I think it'd be hard for Andy Ruiz, man. I think after that, I think he might retire though.
Andy Ruiz against who?
Andy Ruiz versus Usyk. What do you think?
Usyk rings around that fat boy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the same thing, bro.
Ruiz will be sucking wind by the 5th round.
Yeah,
I agree. That's a terrible stylistic matchup
Yeah.
for Ruiz versus Usyk.
It'll be
Terrible style matchup.
Usyk be hitting his fat ass like a speed bag.
Yeah, but if Andy catches him, bro, Andy can put some hands on his ass, bro. Andy,
Oh, boy. If anybody catch anybody in the heavyweight division, it'll be some hurt on them.
let me ask you a question, Mr. Bashir. Why Usyk? See, you talking about Usyk about running, but he ain't that tough though, man. Like, what you? I mean, is he that tough? Is he that tough? Because you know what I'm saying.
Listen. Usyk is tough mentally, where it mostly counts.
He's tough mentally.
Usyk is tough mentally. Because the more you put on the table and say, okay, here's this, and there's a queen and an ace and this and that, he's gonna come back with a flush. Here, I got a flush. He's gonna answer anything you do.
Yeah. I saw him. Yeah.
He's tough mentally.
I saw that with AJ when AJ tried to get a bit over. AJ tried to get edge of him when they was trying to face look, and he just like, yeah. AJ tried to get a little edge, and he wasn't having it. You know what I mean? I saw that. So I know. I saw that.
Derek Chisora seemed like the only one that been able to put some pressure on him, man.
But
that Witherspoon guy didn't do such a bad
Derek
job
Chisora
either.
was sucking up the win by the 7th round.
Yeah, Derek was in trouble, man. He was in trouble. Yeah, he nearly got stopped.
He was falling off the stool.
Yeah. He nearly got stopped, man. Yeah, you're right. Hey, you're right, Mr. Shit.
Not heavy. Why would Derek Chisora come?
So you're trying to say, so you're trying to say he's the most mentally strong guy. He more mentally strong than Fury because Fury got knocked down by Wilder, even out.
I agree.
Sleeping.
I think he is.
Now, how that?
He said he was knocked out, man.
Nah. Let me introduce Fight Doctor real quick, because otherwise, Fight Doctor, what's up, man? Rick James status, what's going on, bro?
Yo, Fight Doctor's in the house on Rick James status as always. Good evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are, gentlemen.
Yes. What are you doing, Fight Doctor, boy? You can just chime in on this one, anyone you want, right? So listen, Mr. Bashir, the mental. So who's mentally strong, Fury or Usyk? Go ahead.
Fury is strong. He's mentally strong, but he hasn't had a reason to be strong. I mean, you look at Usyk. He hasn't had a real reason to be strong. When I'm saying he's contested in the ring. Look at Usyk in that World Series of boxing, and then you'll see toughness.
Hold up, Fury went to Germany, bruh, and beat your guy in Germany.
Yeah, but look what he beat.
Nah, come on, nah, no. Go ahead. Listen, your guy was undefeated for like 10 years or something.
He beat shout out Vladimir Klitschko. That fight was. I never even watched the fight again to show you how bad that fight was.
Man, that's the first time I heard, man. Fight Doctor, you could jump in on this one anyway.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I didn't say that he didn't have the mental state to go in there and do the job. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying when it comes down to the gusto, to the last bit of strength, is going to fight like an animal. That guy is mentally rugged. I'm trying to tell you. And he's not going to take no for an answer. He's not going to take no for it. That's why he's undefeated. There's some guys that could have beat him, but they didn't have that at the end to take him.
Well, I think every fight he been in, he's supposed to win. That's what I think. Even in AJ fight, AJ was more to AJ didn't want to fight him. Every fight Usyk's been in, he's the favorite supposed to win. I ain't never seen a fight he been in where he's supposed to lose yet. You know what I mean? I know AJ, they had him a big favorite, but realistically, he was better than what everyone think he was. What fight has he ever been an underdog in?
Ooh.
Other than AJ Usyk? He ain't never been no underdog in no fights.
Hey, the underdog to me
the only underdog fight was the first AJ fight. That was the only one.
That's what I'm saying to you. So every fight he been, he's supposed to win. And I want to put him in a fight where we don't know we're gonna win. And that's the Fury fight.
Why do you think they made AJ? Why do you think that Usyk was made the favorite in the second fight with AJ?
Because he did in the first fight.
Because of the mental state. That's why people made Usyk the favorite. Because of the mentality of each fighter.
Yeah, okay, so look, Joshua essentially was Andy Ruiz leftovers, and I think everything we need to know about Anthony Joshua, we learned in the first Ruiz fight and in the 12th round of the first fight with Usyk, which is this. in my opinion, Anthony Joshua is not in. He's mentally not into boxing. Like he's just not there, right? Ruiz beat the fight out of him in the first fight, and he was clearly disinterested in the 12th round of the first Usyk fight. So
Well, he never gave up in the Andy Ruiz
but
first fight.
you know what?
well,
We gotta ask what happened. Why did he get up off the canvas versus in the Vladimir Klitschko fight? Like what happened there? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like
Well,
why was he able to get up off the canvas and persevere and come back and get the
Yeah.
knockout? And
Uh-huh.
yet he in the Andrew Ruiz fight, they say he had some issues in the locker room or something like that. He like checked out, and ever since then he pretty much been just having issues, man. You gotta ask what's going on.
yeah, what's going on is that he's not mentally into the boxing game. He's just not.
What's he into then?
Well, Marvin Hagler said it's hard to get up and run when you sleep in the silk pajamas.
Oh, he got too much money. Okay. What you say? That's true.
That can
We've-
be, look
Yeah.
at Triple G and Canelo in their last fight. They both looked like they just showed up to make an appointment to get a check, and once they got the check, they went right back to and they been in bed and watching what's that? There Netflix.
I didn't even see that fight. I watched that fight for one round. I fell asleep. That fight looked terrible.
And I went to sleep. I went to sleep on the 7th or 8th round. I went to sleep.
I'm telling you, that fight looked terrible, man. I said I ain't watching that joint.
It looked like two guys that just woke up to pick up a paycheck.
Yeah.
A check, so now I can go back home and watch Netflix.
Listen, I agree with Mr. Bashir, and I would take it a step further. I think Alvarez needs to start giving retirement serious consideration because I don't think he's mentally in the fight game anymore. I don't think he's there anymore. I think whatever was left of
Bivol beat out of him.
Canelo Alvarez, Bivol beat it out of him.
Bivol beat out of him. Yeah, he beat out of him, man. He smacked that weight, going up that weight, and then coming down the weight, messed him up, man. It messed him up. He getting a beating, and that Triple G was so old. It was perfect for him. Triple G so Jonathan Banks. Hey, you Mr. Bashir might have to sign about Jonathan Banks.
Bivol, man, he looked like he was.
Yeah, look at Mr. Bashir. Look at Mr. Bashir. Go ahead.
What you say about Banks?
I'm saying, I know Mr. Bashir might have to say about Jonathan Banks' strategy, man, with Triple G, man. They weren't too good. He weren't, you know what I'm saying? That strategy wasn't the best, man. Like, he should have got the best. Triple G should have been raiding Canelo's ass, man. He should have been jumping on him, Mexican style. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do that. He just stood off and watched him.
That fight was terrible.
Terrible. It was terrible.
It looked like this man. And look at the last fight with Badu Jack.
Ah, man, that was bad, man. That was bad. That was real bad.
That was bad. And I thought that guy won that fight.
Yeah. A lot of people did. He did look like he did won the fight.
What you saying? I'm not the only one that thought the guy won the fight?
Nah, a lot of people.
I thought Popeye won that fight.
Yeah, I thought he won the fight. I thought he won the fight as well.
So how did
Badu Jack ain't been right for a long time. He been going like
Mr. Bashir's trying to make Mr. Bashir's creeping up. Mr. Bashir's creeping up, trying to say that Jonathan Banks ain't he ain't a elite coach. Is what Mr. Bashir.
What I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that so many people in boxing today. I had my first amateur fights in 1959, and everybody could fight. Everybody could fight. All right. You get these guys now. They work with a boxer for 2 weeks, or 2 months, or 2 years, and all of a sudden they're a coach. And then you see them in the top corners, and they know this, and they know that. For instance, McGuigan with Du Bois. What can McGuigan show Du Bois? Du Bois, he can't find nothing. He's not going to
his dad Barry can show him something. Barry. Not Shane, though. What's Shane know? Barry knows that, though.
Why do people think that people that box is good trainers? That's not the case. And all the good trainers didn't have to box. Please, this is a joke, man. It's a joke on boxing. It's a joke on the people who pay money to watch boxing. because they into boxing for this or that. I saw that they said, well, who's the best trainers of all time? I said, Customato and Angelo Dundee. I said, shut up. Jack Blackburn. It was a lot of guys that was good trainers, good teachers that modern people don't even know nothing about.
Eddie Futch.
Slade Robinson.
Georgia Benton.
If you look back on time, Sam Solomon, nobody will talk about Sam Solomon. Carmine Graziano. It's a lot of guys that people in modern times don't know nothing about. And if you look technique for technique, if you look at the old technique versus the new technique, I always invest my time in watching the old fighters because they had more tricks to the trade. I learned more by observing them. All right? So if you take a guy like Jonathan Banks was a young guy when he got the job with Vladimir Klitschko. Jonathan Banks was only 29, 30 years old, and he was still being a boxer. So what can Jonathan Banks show Vladimir Klitschko? What did he do? What did he do to enhance the credibility of Vladimir Klitschko the whole time that he had him?
You was there. You could.
Maybe because of the school he came from. The Kronk Gym. Maybe that's it.
Bullshit! I was in the Kronk Gym. I trained Jonathan Banks. I was in the Kronk Gym for 17 years. What Emmanuel was doing. When I came to the Kronk Gym, Javen Hill, Sugar Hill, and Jonathan Banks were just kids when I came there. They were just kids. Javen was still trying to be an amateur boxer, and he couldn't do that right.
Man, but that means you the man of the man then. So how come you should be getting them guys there, bro?
Listen.
You the man right now.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
When Emmanuel Stewart passed away, Vladimir Klitschko had me and Jonathan Banks together, and Vladimir Klitschko said from his mouth, he said, Bashir, you're the most seasoned guy I got left, so you'll take the job as my trainer.
Where you say that, in the hospital?
No, we was inside the gym in Austria. We was in the training.
All right, go ahead.
And then 5 days later, he comes, Emmanuel left word that he wanted me to allow Jonathan Banks to be the trainer. So I said, Jonathan Banks? That's what he told me. That's what he told me. The two people that were standing there was Jonathan Banks, myself, and Vladimir. And Vladimir said that I would be the trainer. I trained him for 5 days, and then he came in and says, Emmanuel left word that he wanted Jonathan to be the trainer. So I don't know where he got that from. So what you're telling me is that Emmanuel Stewart on his deathbed says, I'm dying, but yeah, I want Jonathan Banks to be the trainer. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Can I add something to that real quick? If I may?
Yeah.
In my honest opinion, I thought that Klitschko took a step or two backwards under Banks.
In my honest opinion, I thought Klitschko took a step or three backwards. It was embarrassing. I told Vladimir, and I'll stand by this here on top of Mount Everest. I came in after the Jennings fight, and I said, hey, man, what the fuck was that? He said, what? I said, what the fuck was that out there? I said, hey, man, you almost blew the heavyweight championship tonight. And Vladimir got angry with me. What do you talking about? I said, that's what I'm talking about, man. You almost blew the title out there tonight doing that shit. That was fucking bullshit out there tonight. And I still, you know what? In that training camp, nobody talked. Nobody spoke up in that training camp but me. Nobody spoke up to Vladimir but me. And nobody spoke up to Emmanuel but me. Because my thinking is what's going to be is going to be, but I'm going to save my peace. I'm going to let you know what you need to do and what you don't need to do. And that was fucking bullshit out there. Banks out there in the corner telling him, you just gotta use your jab in boxing. I said, no, Latimer cut the ring off. If you look at Jennings the first 3-4 rounds, he was scared to death. And then when you allowed him to get comfortable, 5th or 6th round, he started dropping his hands and getting loose. You know, get the fuck out of here. Step to him, cut the ring off, and knock him out.
So if memory serves me correct, Jennings went the distance with Klitschko, and Ortiz stopped Jennings in his very next fight.
That's exactly right. That's what I said. That's what I told Latimer. This is what you should have done. You should have cut the ring down, went behind the jab, and dropped that right hand. He said, drop the right. I said, drop the right hand anywhere. On the shoulder, on the collarbone, on the chest, anywhere. Jonathan Banks in the corner to my, oh, just use your jab and you're a better boxer than him. Box my ass. Jennings was heavyweight. Just bully him.
Yeah, Mr. Bashir.
Go ahead,
Mr. Bashir. Yeah, can I ask you a question just to lead up to that? Do you think it also comes down to Vladimir just getting a yes man pretty much? No disrespect to Mr. Banks. I really don't know what happened in that situation, but do you think it all comes down to him being a yes man and letting Vladimir do what he wants for the most part? You think that would have been the case?
Yes, I think that's the case. I think because for all that it was worth, what the fuck happened under Banks' leadership? He looked miserable, and then the very next fight he goes in and loses to Fury.
You know what?
But what happened to the Pulev fight though? He looked good in that fight with the left hook.
He looked good in that fight. Why? Because Pulev made himself available.
The left hook was wicked.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was.
Pulev came forward. He made the fight. He made the fight look good. Pulev didn't get outside and box.
So he's saying, okay, let's go to the Fury fight. What happened in the Fury fight? I mean, I know you put the extra mats underneath the Mr. You know, you be putting the extra mats down. So man, he's look at you. You put the extra mats down to mess up the people's legs now, tying them out. And the Furies worked out. They go, yo, you got too many mats here. You got too many mats here.
My idea. That was my idea. It worked.
Okay.
It did work, but it was the only thing that beats a try is a blank.
Yeah, well, you got Pulev. He worked with Pulev because Pulev got the mats, man. Pulev, you be training. You had Vladimir training on the mats. You'd be like a spot, like a trampoline, and that's why he could bounce with that left hook. Now Fury, look.
Yeah, we had the press conference in
You Mr. Bashir laughing his head off. Go ahead.
When we had the press conference, we put up poles where nobody could get near the ring. All right,
man, you funny as hell, man.
So
yeah.
They had to stand back from the room. They had to stand back from the ring like 12 feet.
Wow.
Yeah, because hey, look, it happens in boxing, right? It was legal.
Yeah, it is legal. It's true. It's just extra match. It's not, you know what I mean? It's just true.
It allowed us to get away with it. We would have got away with it.
Yeah, you bad.
You know what?
Go ahead.
I just want to make a statement. Yeah, I think that's what it was. He probably didn't. He's probably at a point in his career where he didn't want to be pushed anymore. You know, in training and stuff like that. Because look, from what I've seen from Emmanuel Stewart in the corner, he would always be pushing like Lennox Lewis and all his fighters. He pushed him. And maybe he didn't want that from you. You know, maybe he didn't want that no more.
Yeah, because you be on his ass as well. That's right.
Yeah,
that's a good point, PFC. Yeah, you be all up in him because look at your face.
So I saw the first couple of days that I was working with Vladimir as the lead trainer. Let me tell you something. Every time Emmanuel left that camp to go to HBO, he never left Jonathan Banks in charge of the trainership. He left it with me every single time over those 13 years. He never said, Banks, you stay here. The guy. He said, no, you stay. Bashir, you said you go ahead and do your thing with him. And first couple of days I was working with him, I told Vladimir, I said, look, don't put so much power on your jab every single time because it'll wear you out. I said, no. you just use your jab as a range fighter. You know, don't put full strength on it. just touch with it, and then touch load up on it. You understand? Don't try to put. And then Latimer turned around and said to me, he said, they better watch out for me. They better watch what I'm doing, not what I need to watch. He said something, and it was uncharacteristic. And I said, and I sensed right away, said, somebody's talking to him. Somebody's talking to him now. I don't know whether it was Banks or maybe somebody in the camp.
No, it was his brother.
Huh? No, it wasn't his brother.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
His brother.
Yeah, his brother was.
But no. Vitaly is not the kind of guy. Vitaly don't do that.
Vitaly was in the corner telling him when he knocked AJ out, hold back. It was him.
Mm-hmm.
But Banks didn't say nothing.
I was going to ask about that. Yeah, as far as that fight's concerned, when Joshua was hurt by Klitschko, got put down. I think it was the 5th round or something like that.
They dropped the ball, and I can hear Emmanuel screaming from his grave, "Go after him!" I said, because I told Latimer later on, I said the only one that can benefit from you taking time off in that next round after you knocked him down, the only one that could benefit from that was the younger guy, not the older guy. The older guy put all his cards on the table and say, I gotta go for it now. All right. I can hear Emmanuel say it like Lennox was boxing Mike Tyson. Emmanuel told Lennox in the corner, he said, I'm gonna tell you something right now. You better go get this motherfucker, because that motherfucker hit you on your chin, you're gonna be looking up at the lights.
Yeah.
That motherfucker now.
Yeah. But you know, but that's happened. But you know why though? Manny's insecurity from the Huns and Iron Barkley. Iron Barkley, right? And Manny's insecure from Hitman Huns and Iron Barkley. Manny's insecurity from Kelly Pavlik and Jermaine Taylor. Manny's insecurity from a lot of fights where he had these guys winning and their ass got put down. You know what I mean? When they was on top. You know what I mean? Sugar Ray Leonard, Hands, and there's loads of them where Manny's guys were putting it on them, and then all of a sudden the other guy turned around and the whoop ass was going the opposite way. And I can see why Manny said, hell no, this ain't gonna happen today. You know what I mean? You better get this motherfucker out. And Manny was adamant about them things. So I can see where he was coming from, Manny, in that respect. But at the same time, Vitaly was in that corner, man. This is the thing, right? I feel if you was the trainer, they wouldn't be able to do that. But with Jonathan Banks, Vitaly was undermining Jonathan Banks, and he was telling his brother what to do.
Klitschko said Jonathan Banks' answer to it would be, I agree with that.
There you go.
Well, yeah, can I just follow up on that? Because I'm trying to figure out here, because I'm hearing two sides of every story here about that after that knockdown, that 5th round. I'm hearing that it was Banks who told Vladimir to take it easy. Don't take any don't risk it against Joshua or something like that. It was the brother Vitaly said that?
Yeah,
Vitaly said it.
Vitaly said it, man.
Oh, okay. It was Vitaly who said it. Okay.
Both of them was in agreement with the other.
But Vitaly was the one who said it. And
the wrong thing to do. I was in the corner.
Yeah, because I
would take 2 deep breaths. When the bell rings, balls to the wall, go after him. Roll fucking dice right now. Because if you look at Joshua, he still wasn't steady after the bell.
Yeah, he was gone. He was gone after that.
He wasn't gone, but he weren't ready to fight back.
He wasn't. Yeah. 1-2 more shots, the fight would have been over.
Yeah. If he would have put a flurry on him, he would have been thing. But he was slowly dazing it. But Klitschko let him live. But Klitschko was always like that. Because you know why? You know why he was like that? Because you remember with Corisani, he always had that kind of like, Manny was the one who put the fire underneath his ass to make him go after a lot of guys. But that wasn't his nature. Klitschko was a naturally cautious guy. His brother,
his thing was gassing out, man.
Yeah, but he was because he used to put
his thing was gassing out.
Yeah, he used to gas out a lot. He used to run out of petrol all the time, man.
Because he was more aggressive, but he was gassing out.
When a person hyperventilates, I don't care what kind of condition you are in. Once you hyperventilate, game over, man, because you can't get that energy back. Once you start hyperventilating, it could be 2-3 rounds, you'd be dead tired.
Yeah, he used to do it bad. He used to look like he was half dying. Like there was no oxygen in the room. He looked like he
Lehman Brewster fight.
Oh yeah, that was bad, man.
Yeah, he was gassed out when he got knocked out in that one.
Yeah, he was, man.
But he had blue Layman Bruce out of the water. But Layman wasn't having that. He got up and
Vitaly said go after him. Yeah, Vitaly said go after
Anybody
him.
see
That's
the
force.
Samuel Peter fight? Was he
Yeah,
gassed out?
Vitaly said
Yeah, yeah, clean slender. I thought that's what I thought my recollection was because I thought Patel was the one who said go after him, and it was Banks who vetoed that. It said you need to slow down
well, I don't
after
know.
that knockdown.
Mr. Bashir was there in the corner. I don't know.
No.
Mr. Bashir, go ahead.
put in the corner.
Oh, you were there. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, you obviously were there.
Look. In any corner in boxing, I've worked in some big corners and big training camps.
Yeah.
I refuse to put my reputation on the line with somebody else's thoughts about what should and shouldn't be done. No, I'd rather stay here so I could be disassociated with whatever go that wrong.
You part of the team though.
Yeah, I'm part of the team outside it, but when they go that corner, I don't want the blame to be me associated to be with none of the blame. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll be over here.
Man, we know you was well. Yeah, that's you're right. Yeah, you're right. Because you're right. Because even though you was part of the team, no one ever pointed the finger at Mr. Bashir and said it was your fault. You're right.
I don't want to be a part of that. There, either I got the lead trainership. I don't want nobody in the corner of me giving no instructions.
Yeah, that's right.
Professional corner is supposed to go. A professional corner is not supposed to be with Tom, Dick, and Barry giving instructions in the corner. No, it's in the corner with one voice. One voice, one relationship. Go out there, do this thing. So I know who in control, I know who failed, or I know who was successful. If I'm in the corner and somebody else want to be in the corner, guess what? I'll go downstairs, you be up here, you take care of it. But I'm not.
So in regards to Dillian White, when he had Harold Knight and Xavier Miller, I mean, later on Dillian said he was confused in the corner. That's what you're talking about. It kind of confuses the fighter, right? When they got too many voices in the corner, right?
It definitely confuses the fight. It's definitely going to. Well, look. Once a guy get hit on the temple, hit on the chin, he's only half there anyway. So he's working in the ring. He's boxing in remote control. All right. So you got to have one voice that he can identify with, not 2 and 3 points. Not somebody saying throw the left hook and this might throw an uppercut. You got a tug of war. One person. And I make that clear with the fighter. I make it clear to the fighter. I tell the fighter, I said, look, whoa. This person can't talk in that corner. Now, you want me to train you, I'll train you. I'll give you the information you need between rounds, and that's what we're going to work with. But if I got 2 or 3 people talking, I just walk out of the corner. You go ahead and do your thing.
Mr. Bashir, has anyone ever asked you your opinion? Like, has the head corner man ever asked you, like, what do you think between rounds?
No, not in between rounds. But
no, outside the round. You talk outside the rounds while the rounds are going, right?
But Emmanuel and I used to have really, really serious conversations in the wee hours of the night, wherever we was in the world. If I was on one side of the world, he was on the other side. He would call me, or I would call him, and we would communicate well into the night.
Oh, but not during the fight, right?
No, not during the fight.
Okay.
Manny had it all. He had it all planned out how it went.
Like we in a training camp, Emmanuel called me and said, "Okay, we're gonna need this here kind of guy. We're gonna need that kind of guy. Just find them wherever they're at in the world. Find them and bring them in. And that's what I would do. That was my job. I'd find them wherever they were, wherever I thought that we needed a boxer. I don't care if he's in Timbuktu, Nova Scotia, Spain. Come on, bring them in.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of me never shied away from good boxing.
Let me ask you a question. So Joshua, when your opinion of Joshua, you went them, that wasn't a camp that Joshua was having. They were in Loughborough. Like, I remember you went down there. It's like, this ain't no proper camp. Because I remember I was talking to Lloyd Hunnigan, and he said he used to have proper camps, man. He was one of the first guys in the UK to have proper camps, where, you wake up a certain amount of time, you have your food, you have your sparring, and everything was all laid out, and you go back to bed a certain time. Everything was laid out. Like, Joshua's thing, that wasn't a camp. I mean, I ain't talking bad on the stuff, but,
Look, I sit back, like I've been in a lot of training camps, and I sit back and I observe everything, I mean, I've had Jamil McCline in camp. I've had Shannon Briggs in camp. I've had Shannon Briggs and Jamil McCline in the same camp at the same time. And at that time, neither one of them got along with each other, and I was training both of them. So just keeping keeping the balance between them. They had to spar with each other. They fought each other.
Yeah.
And it's a lot that a trainer has to deal with. But I
Who
had
won that?
McCline. He beat
Yeah.
Shannon.
Yeah, he beat Shannon. Yeah.
He dropped him, and mind you, McCline never had an amateur fight in his life.
Yeah, I was thinking that. It was like, man, he's supposed to be like a novice.
He's a big dude
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Big dude.
Boy, and he had a good job. If he hit you with a jab, he'd knock you into tomorrow. Because you got a guy in Jamil McCline that's 6'6", 280 at any given time, 280 solid.
Yeah, he was solid. Yeah, he was.
So he
no vet on him.
He could hurt you, And him and Shannon, they fought. But I trained Shannon, Jamil McCline, Monty Barrett, and Maurice Harris. And I'm gonna tell you something. Shannon or Jamil, neither one of them liked boxing Maurice Harris. Jamil told me I'm doing this here because you asked me to, but I don't like this here. I don't like boxing him. I said, well, why? He said, because shit, it's not no fun. He's hitting me, I'm not hitting him, and I don't like it.
Yeah, but that was sparring though, man. In the real fights, though, he got Maurice. Go ahead.
Tell me what Jamil McCline said. I do not like boxing this guy. I can't hit this motherfucker. And he hit me. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Jamil told me, he said, I don't like this shit, man. And Shannon will tell you right now. Shannon said, hell no, I don't like boxing that motherfucker. No. Shannon's tried to sneak Maurice one time after the training was over. Shannon tried to sneak a punch in on Maurice. But they was on the street. Yeah, went outside. Shannon was still steaming about it.
What? Shannon tried to what? He took the gloves off. He tried to sneak a proper punch in Maurice's face.
They had finished training and they was on the outside of the gym. Maurice was walking. Shannon tried to turn and sneak him, and he missed. And he missed so bad that Shannon wound up with his hands on his head because he didn't know where the
punches are coming from.
He threw the punch, and Maurice slipped the punch and got behind him. And Shannon covered his head and said, "What the fuck?" He didn't know where he was.
Maurice was that good, eh?
Maurice was really a really good fighter. He was a really
yeah. I could see he was pretty good. It's just that when he got touched up, man. I don't know if he sparred too much because when he got touched up as some of them fights, he had that fight with Jefferson. That shit, man. Shit. I mean, you was there that day, so you should know. Yeah, that shit was hard.
But Jefferson was knocked out when he knocked Maurice out.
Yeah, I know he was hurt. He was tough. Yeah.
Jefferson was knocked out. He was that close to going out. If he had missed that punch, he'd have fell out too.
Well, he didn't go nowhere. He didn't go nowhere because they must have killed each other that day. They done destroyed each other that day.
I would see Derek Jefferson in Don King's camp a couple of years after that day, and I said he had got knocked out by Latimer Klitschko.
Yeah.
Lost to David Izon.
David Izon, that was bad, man. He got knackered.
And what happened? He told me. He said, man, that the fight that I had with Maurice was so tough. He said, mentally, I was finished. He said, mentally, I just didn't have the desire to fight no more.
Yeah, that would do. But that's what I feel with Parker. I feel Joe Joyce did that to Parker the other day. He knocked the punch out of him. You know what I mean?
340 punches landed on the guy. Yeah, I mean that would in the beating and your face all screwed up. Yeah, of course that's gonna beat you. Take you out mentally.
But HBO when Maurice Harris got knocked out by Jefferson, Derek Jefferson. That was one of them.
That was a brutal knockout.
That was one of the most brutal knockouts you ever seen. And he was whooping wicked.
Yeah, that was one of the best underrated heavyweight fights we've seen. Nobody talks about that fight, or unless anybody knows about it.
No, they came back. No, they put it on. It was on Twitter last month, like knockout of the year. It was like 20 years ago. They put it. I shared it, Mr. Bashir.
That was a war. I had like I said, Emmanuel Stewart was a better strategist than he was trainer, in my opinion. People will say, Javen Hill was his nephew, and Jonathan Banks was there, but those guys didn't know Emmanuel the way I knew him. They claimed it, but how could they do it? I mean, Emmanuel was just 4 years older than me. So it was always like a big brother, little brother, big fights. We had these big fights, Emmanuel and I. We'd have these big fights in the training camps. You know, sometimes we'd have them out in the trunk, but every time we came to the public, we came as a unified force. Nobody would even know that we was fighting, you know?
Yeah.
I talked to him. I said, Emmanuel, this ain't right. This ain't right. We need to straighten it out. We need to straighten this out. We need to do this. We need to do that. We need to... He said, "Goddamn, just wait a minute. Let me just. I said, look, man, I'm just telling you."
So he goes as well, you know.
He said, I'm trying to tell you to calm down. See, motherfuckers be watching you. They be watching. He said, because sometimes you be acting crazy as a motherfucker. And I said, me acting crazy? Me acting crazy? You acting crazy. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, we going back and forth. So, you know, Emmanuel, I'll be talking. So Emmanuel told Lennox, he said, the fight was made for Mike Tyson. So, all right, Emmanuel said, he said, we got to find a way to get that Maurice in the camp. I said, well, why would Lennox want? He said, well, we just have to find a way. We got to get Maurice in this camp. So he goes to Lennox. He says, okay, Lennox. He said, now what I want you to do is I want you to give Maurice Harris. He said, just calm down now. I just want to give him $5,000 a week and bring him on to this camping so we can watch him. You know, Lennox said, I'm not giving nobody $5,000 a week to come into a training camp. I don't need him. Maurice is 6 feet 4 inches tall. He's a boxer, and Mike Tyson is damn near 5 feet 11. He's more like a slugger. I don't need him. But Emmanuel said, listen to what I'm telling you. Just listen. We need to bring Maurice Harris in this camp and sit his ass in this camp where we can watch him. He said, because the only motherfucker that can get Mike Tyson in shape to whoop your ass is him. So that was his thinking.
Yeah, that's real smart, man.
That's smart.
To go get him up for $5,000 and bring him on his camp and sit him on down here. That's what it's gonna take to get him here. Just get him here, you know. But we need to watch that motherfucker because if he get down to Mike Tyson gonna be sharp to the motherfucker and whoop your ass. Yeah. Lennox will tell you. So Lennox was grouchy about it. So Lennox said, all right, Lennox gives Maurice $5,000. So we in the camp, you know, we just spawned. So Lennox came to me and said, listen, man. He said, let me tell you one thing. He said, first of all, he says he can't bust my sparring partners. He said, want to spar somebody, bring your own sparring here. You get $5,000 a week, man. Pay somebody else and bring me, but don't spar my partner. He said, because now one motherfucker's down in the hospital with stitches. I can't use him.
Mm-hmm.
Another motherfucker over there, that something's wrong with his jaw, that Maurice is hitting his jaw. He's fucking my sparring partners up, and he's not paying for it. So no, he can't bust my sparring partners. No.
All
right?
Maurice beat up on the sparring partners.
Yeah.
Damn.
So Maurice,
I didn't know about this.
Yeah, that's why I'm here to tell you. So Maurice was in this sparring with his sparring partners. He was fucking them guys up. No more of that. No more sparring with my sparring partners. All right, y'all. I'm giving you the money, so y'all spawn your own sparring. So Maurice said, "Oh, I gotta go down. I gotta go back to Jersey because my daughter's sick. My daughter's sick." Lennox said, "No. Ain't nobody going nowhere. I'm paying you $5,000 a week. You gonna sit your ass right here." Because Maurice was a grimy dude. Maurice would just hop a plane to go out and go over there and get some money from Mike Tyson, then come back.
He would have did that.
Let me tell you something, man. I saw Maurice boxing Lennox, and I saw him boxing Mike Tyson when they was at their very best. And he used to give them guys hell. The first time I came into a camp was in Big Bear, California. Way back when Lennox first got the heavyweight championship. And we got there on a Saturday morning, about 3:00 in the morning. And that Sunday, Emmanuel come in the house up in Big Bear and says, he said, bring the kid over there and just let us spar with Lennox a couple of rounds. I said, Emmanuel, we just got here at 3:00 this morning. I said, let us stay here a couple of days and acclimate. I don't want to put him in the ring with Lennox right now. He said, no, I just want to see what he got. I said, man, I don't want to put him in the ring right now. The kid just got here, and it's risky, man, you know. And Lennox was about fucking 260 then. I said, man, come on, man. And Maurice was about $1.15, you know. I said, come on, man. So Maurice said, I'll do it. I'll do it. So I said, all right, we go over here. Against my wishes, you know, I knew better than to do that shit. So they go over there and they lace up and put the gloves on. Nobody but in the gym but Emmanuel and Lennox, me and Maurice. We goes in the ring, they start boxing, they do the first round. You know, tit for tat. They didn't really open up. And then second round, they started heating up. And Lennox hits Maurice with a good, clean left hook right on the chin and hit him with a straight right hand and dropped him. I got so angry, man. I got angry with myself and I got angry with Emmanuel. I said, I told him I didn't want to fucking do this here. You know, I told him I did not want to do this. And Maurice was on the floor and his feet was off the floor and his back was off the floor. And he was dazed. He was knocked out. But his eyes was open, but he was out. And Maurice got up off the floor and he said, and he came to the corner. He said, was I down? I said, yeah, you was down. Yeah, you was down. I said, man, take them gloves off and get out the ring. Come on. He said, no, we gonna do it. And I said, no. I said, don't do that now. Let's go. No. Take the gloves off and get out the ring. Because I didn't want my guy to get hurt. Man, him and Lennox opened up. They started cooking in there. That shit was flying. I said, oh shit. These motherfuckers are going at it now. And Emmanuel walked around the ring and said, hey man, who the fuck is this kid? I said, it's a kid from my hometown. He said, no. He said, I don't need that motherfucker here. No. He said, stop it. Stop. That's it. That's enough. Emmanuel came over and said, here go, take this $5,000. He said, y'all got to get. I said, we just got here. He said, you can stay a couple of days, but he ain't no boxing. He said, you got to understand, motherfuckers here paying for their mistresses, paying their mortgages and everything. And this motherfucker ain't no good for Lennox confidence. That must a bad motherfucker. I don't want that motherfucker in this camp. No, he got to go. He got out of here. He got to go. I don't know where the fuck he'll go. He got to get the fuck out of here, though. He said, hey, that motherfucker a bad motherfucker. He said, he got to take that shit somewhere else. Right after that day, Maurice went and knocked out Jimmy Thunder. Then they slid in, I think they slid in David Izon. No, it was Izon first. Izon was undefeated.
Yeah, he beat Izon, then he outplayed Izon. I saw that one.
Yeah, he outpointed Izon.
Yeah, he was in that quarter, that one. He was styling him that day.
Yeah, and then he came back and knocked out Jimmy Thunder. And then in the Lennox Lewis camp for Mike Tyson, Don King calls us 1 week before Lennox and Mike got in the ring. He said, look, man, I'll give you guys $100,000. You want to box Sergey Lakovic, you know? And Lakovic was undefeated at the time. So I said, for $100,000, hell yeah, we're going to take this fight. And Maurice come to me, how much I got to get you? I said, man, how much you got to give me? You know what you got to give me. What the fuck are you talking about? How much you got Ain't nothing changed. You know what the fuck you got to give me, man?
He gonna give you a 10%. He gonna give you about 10%. I don't know how much. Oh, you matchmaking though, isn't it?
No, 13%.
Okay. Why is it fair? Yeah, why are you fair? Oh, because you matchmade it. Because you matchmade it, right?
No, because I look. I got 50 years in this shit. And I had a lot of years in it, and you can't give me no fucking 10%. You got to give me 13%. He said, all right, come on, bet. Let's do it. He said, let's do it. Let's just go get it. I said, all right. And we went down there to Atlantic City, and he knocked out Sergey Lakovic.
Shit.
Oh, wow.
Knocked him out. Nobody. He was like a 80-1 underdog. He knocked him out.
Man, you should put some money on that, Jay. You would have cleaned up as well, man. You would have cleaned that up. Yeah, 80-1 underdog. Shit, man.
He was an 80-1 underdog. He knocked out Sergey Lakovic. First one, you know.
Was that odds based on the Jefferson fight, or because that's before that? Oh, it was before that fight. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he was on the road. Miss Machine's clearing up. Look at Miss Machine's rocking and rolling in.
And Don came and said, all right, give me, when we left the arena, Don came and said, all right, he said, just give me a call. Give me a call. He said, I could work with that motherfucker there. You know, he said, I could work with that motherfucker. He said, just give me a call. We're gonna do some business together, you know.
What happened, man? You should have did that though, man. You should have did that though. You didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Oh, the Jefferson fight. That was the Jefferson fight. Eh?
We worked with Don for a few fights. We worked with Don for fights. Don was no. Don King got his ways. He's a businessman,
Mm-hmm.
but he ain't no worse than nobody else. If you're doing, if you know what you're doing, he ain't no worse than nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it is, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
Yo,
But
man, he did Bermain Stavern nice. Bermain Stavern got big fights just sitting on the shelf, man.
let me tell you something. Don King helped Maurice Harris. All right, he helped him.
Mm.
He did. Maurice Harris made some good deals. He got some good money with Don, you know, and we went places with him. You know, Don was good to us overall. That's how we got that Mike Tyson camp. We went Mike Tyson's camp 3-4 times. Made money, man. Made money.
You sparred Mike Tyson a couple of times. He sparred Mike.
Who?
Maurice. He sparred Mike a couple of times.
Isn't that video on YouTube?
No, none of them.
Where your footage at? You know you ain't got. You got that footage somewhere.
There wasn't. Every move I made, I was being watched.
Yeah, that's how they did. Oh man, damn.
Let me tell you something. Maurice was to be putting something on Mike's ass, brother.
Yeah.
I might be the only living witness that'll tell the truth.
Shit.
He put something on Mike's ass, man. I said, man, he used to be throwing the punches. Them punches used to be coming so close to Maurice's chin. I'd be flinching. I said, man, in the corner, I'd be saying, listen, man, keep your fucking hands up, man. Because I'm telling you, man, this guy getting close. I said, man, Maurice, better watch this here. And Maurice, he said, I can see everything he's doing. I got him. And he would be so relaxed. But Mike knocked Maurice out twice.
But you see, this is what I was trying to say. I was just going to get to. Maurice seemed like he been knocked out. Lennox Lewis, Mike Tyson. I think in his professional career, that might tell the toll when he had these professional fights. Because when he got clipped, yo, he went down hard and out, bro. Like, that was it. Every time he got touched.
If you talk to Maurice right now, you talk like a fucking scholar.
Oh, yeah? He's sharp?
Yep.
Real?
Yep.
Man, I didn't talk to Maurice, man. I ain't no one interviewed Maurice before. I didn't talk to Maurice, man.
He talks like a scholar.
Yeah? When last time we talked to Maurice?
No ill effect. I talked to him about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah? How's he doing? Is that right?
Yeah, he's all right.
Yeah.
He has no ill effect. I'm telling you.
Yeah?
When he got you gotta get him on the show.
I'll get him on the show. Yeah.
When he got knocked out by Mike Tyson, he got knocked out from body punches, not headshots.
Oh, but but what I'm saying, with Lewis, he got headshots, and I'm saying, like, when he got hit, because Maurice used to just go out, man, lights just turned off, and he liked a lot of hard sparring. He got paid, I know.
Did you watch Jefferson fight?
Yeah, I wasn't. He was cooking Jefferson. He was giving that smoke. He was getting that smoke. Jefferson was digging him in. He was smoking Jefferson's ass in that one.
First 2 knockdowns.
Yeah.
Jefferson hit him hard, and Maurice, and then at the end of the round, he dropped Jefferson. Remember? He said, "Yeah, man, 2 of us can play this game. You understand?" And Jefferson got up, and Jefferson looked more hurt than Maurice. Remember when Jefferson got up?
Yeah.
He was hurt.
Yeah, he was. That was violent, man. There was some violent fights there. Jefferson, eyes on Maurice. Violent fights, man. Violent fights. They aged them guys out, man. It would age them guys out.
Maurice was a little heavyweight, but when Hassan Rockman told me, he said, "I'm not boxing him. I'm not boxing him." You know, they was trying to get somebody to fight Maurice. Don King was trying to get somebody to fight Maurice, and Maurice came from the number 21 spot all the way down to number 3 before Chris Bird said, "I'll fight." We could have went to number 1 spot. If Bird wouldn't have fought, we would have went to the number 1 spot for now.
Oh, you fought Bird and lost the Bird, right?
Well, yeah, we lost to Bird.
Yeah, Bird was tricky. You got outpointed in that one, right?
But Maurice could have beat Bird. You understand? But Bird, again, it was Maurice. It wasn't that Bird could beat him. It was just Maurice. He's just that kind of guy. He's the kind of guy that's gonna smoke some weed, that's gonna drink some Hennessy, and he's gonna do something the day before the fight. He might come inside the ring half cocked and say, "You know what? I can beat this guy." You know, he's that kind of guy. He's arrogant like that.
Yeah. you know.
I ain't got to train for that guy, you know.
That's like, hey, that sound like when Lloyd Hunnigan was telling me about John the Beast McGarvey. He says, "Shit, I'll knock him out." He goes, "You need to train." He goes, "I don't train. I'll knock him out." Then, man, what's up with these guys here? They go the talent and they just don't care. They be working on ego, their own ego. They think they nice. Why they get like that? What happens? How come they get like that?
I remember Stacy McKinley came to me in the Mike Tyson training camp one day, and he said, "Let me see those gloves." I said, "What gloves?" He said, "The gloves that you put on Maurice." I said, "Here, take a look at them." I said, "What are you looking for, man?" I said, "Look." I said it right in front of Mike. I said, "Look, why would I come in Mike Tyson's training camp and do something illegal? Why are you looking at the gloves like that?" He tried to make it look like I was trying to put some illegal gloves on Maurice. You know, he in other words, it seemed to me like he's kissing up to Mike, trying to show him that he's doing his job, looking at gloves.
Yeah.
These are 18-ounce gloves. I said, you could turn them inside out. They're 18-ounce gloves, and ain't nothing illegal about them.
Yeah.
Emmanuel did that day. I had Jonathan Banks boxing Monty Barrett. And Banks kept jumping on Monty, jumping on him. And I told Emmanuel, I said, "Hey, man, tell your guy, tell him to calm down because, you know, he keep jumping. Monty is a pro. Jonathan Banks is an amateur."
Yeah.
But the people in the crowd kept saying, go, rah, throw the left hook, hit the right, blah, 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 blah. I said, "Look," and I came back and I told Emmanuel again, I said, "Tell him to calm down because, you know, I can't hold this guy back forever, you know." And then he jumped again. I said, "Hey, man, do what you gotta do." He knocked Banks out. He knocked him out. Banks kept getting up and falling down. And I said, "Man, you should stop this right now because if you let him go back out, Monty gonna hurt him." You know?
Man, he let that stuff go on when a guy get clapped up and come back up.
He stopped it. But then Emmanuel did the same thing. He came on and said, let me see those gloves. I said, "Here, take the gloves." And I threw the gloves to him because I ain't like that shit, man. I said, "Here, take the gloves. Take a look at them." Motherfucker, those are fucking 18-ounce gloves. 18-ounce Everlast gloves. That's what they are. Go ahead, you can look at them inside out. He just got clipped and he got knocked out. Get the fuck out of here, man. You got a seasoned professional in Monty Barrett, and you got a young kid jumping on trying to show off. What you think he gonna do? He gonna lay his ass out.
Yeah.
You know?
Man, you see some stuff, Mr. Machine, man.
I've done that many times. I go to the, I tell the people, I said, "Listen, tell your guy to calm down and work. But don't tell him that to show up because I can't tell my guy, to take it easy on him."
Mm-hmm.
Out there with all that wild shit. I said, "All right, go ahead, do what you got."
All right, so what's going on with Glasarenko? What's happening with him now?
Vlasarenko just came from California just tonight. I saw him tonight.
When you come into London, what's going on, man? Because we got a base over there for it. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? What you got planned out? You ain't trying to fight some of these London boys over here? Some of these boys.
What I want to do, I want to get Vlasarenko a couple of fights before the end of the year to get him because he hasn't had a fight since the last fight we had in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Or what's it? Yeah, I think it was Ukraine. Yeah. Last fight we had was Ukraine, and had a fight. So we got a couple of fights here, and then next year we'd be full blast. We'd be ready to go. He just finished boxing Frank Sanchez.
What? He gonna fight Frank Sanchez?
Vlad just finished boxing him in California a couple of days.
Sparring and stuff like that, right?
5 days in a row. Him and Frank Sanchez been boxing each other.
Man, Frank Sanchez is good, man. That's some quality sparring. That must be some quality sparring right there, man.
Yeah. Well, Sarenko boxes everybody. You know, he boxes everybody. He boxed Joyce, Bermain Stavern, Tony Yoka. He boxes everybody. He boxed Vladimir Klitschko. He boxed Uzbek. Vlad boxes everybody I ask him to box. He boxes them. And that's the sign of a good pro because you don't avoid the sparring. You know, guys that say, "Well, I don't want to spar him because I might have to fight him." What the fuck that got to do with anything? What the fuck do they have nothing to do? What the fuck do they have nothing to do? I want you to go in there and spar the guy. Well, it's irrelevant whether you're going to fight him or not. Go in there and box the guy. Get yourself together and go in there and box him. Yeah, you know, that's how I felt about it, you know?
Yeah. Hey, by the way, PMC posted Maurice Harris versus Derek Jefferson in the chat, man. He put it in the chat for the people talking about it. But yeah, man, Frank Sanchez is man, he's a problem in the division, man. And your guy sparred some rounds with him. Shit. I
You
think
know,
he's
Tyson,
I see that guy right there, that Fran Sanchez. I see him being a war. I think, man, no one wants to fight that guy, bro.
let me tell you
He's
something.
good, man.
Mike Tyson, we never got to see the best of Mike Tyson.
No.
No. We never got to see the best. It will remain a mystery throughout time because he screwed up his career. Between the ages of 20 and 25, that was the best of his career. After that day, he was just winging it. All right? So you'll find a lot of guys like that there because they screw up their career. We never saw the best of Hector Camacho because he screwed up his career. After he found out how good he was, he wasted a lot of time in the street. We never got to see the best of Zab Judah.
Think so? You think so?
No, we didn't see the best of Zab Judah.
Man, I think he done all right with Costa Zoo. He got tired, man, and Costa Zoo knocked his ass out, man.
No, see, when you preoccupy with street life.
Oh, like Bruno. Yeah, street life. Yeah.
Rappers, hanging out with this woman and that woman. When you're preoccupied, you don't get the best of. We never got to see the best of Muhammad Ali.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because when they took that 3.5 years, it was 3.5 years. It was 3 years and 8 months they took from Ali. 3 years and 8 months. So never got to see the best of Muhammad Ali. We saw a good part of Muhammad Ali, but those 3.5 years that they took from him did not allow us to see the best of Ali. Right? Ali could have been so much better. You look at they say, well, Ali and Floyd is on the same level. Watch this here. I'm gonna show you this here that nobody else could do. Muhammad Ali took 3.5 years off in exile. In that 3.5 years that he didn't box anything. He came out of that exile, and he took on what? The number 3 contender and who? Jerry Quarry.
Yeah.
Then a few months later, 4 or 5 months later, he took on what?
Joe Frazier,
right?
No. Who did he take on?
He took on the number 1 contender and
Oscar Bonavena, wasn't it?
Oscar Bonavena.
Oh, that was a good fight as well.
Knocked him out. And then 4 months later, he took on the champion, Joe Frazier, for 15 rounds. All of that there, after 3.5 years in exile, 3.5 years, he come back in 9, maybe 10 months and did all of that. Now, who else do we know in boxing history that would have taken that kind of chance?
Hey, Leonard's the only one. He had 3 years off. Leonard did that, innit? Against Hagler.
Wait a minute. You come out of exile for 3.5 years and you fight the number 3 contender, Jerry Quarry.
No. No one's doing that. Yeah, no one's doing that.
All right. 3.5 years. This is the number 3 contender, Jerry Quarry. You fight the number 1 contender in Oscar Bonavena. You knock both of those guys out. And then you say, give me the champion. All that I did in just the 10 or 11 months, that's spectacular. And I don't know nobody else in history that would even try that. That would even.
So I guess when Leonard caught Hagler, Hagler was actually on the slide. Whereas when Ali faced Frazier for the first time, Frazier was at his peak.
But not just that. The fact that he would take Jerry Quarry and Oscar Bonavena as a prelude to Joe Frazier was fantastic. I can hear the people in his brain trust saying, no, Muhammad, you can't, no. This is not a good idea. But Ali said, I'm Muhammad Ali, I can do it. And he did it. And all that did happen in 1 year after he came back in the boxing. Check the record books. And I'm telling you, he did all that did inside of 1 year. Those 3 fights. So ain't no Floyd Mayweather, nobody else gonna take them kind of chances. He's truly the greatest. That's why he's truly the greatest.
Yeah.
Mind you, Mind you, Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier 3 times. He fought Ken Norton 3 times. Those are career-ending fights.
I think the started listing in the George Foreman one was probably the career-ending fights right there.
But the
Them
fact
Ernie Shavers
in their primes.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
He fought them in their primes.
In their prime, well, not his prime, is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's right.
So these people, they throw the word prime and GOAT and all, they throw all that stuff around without even proving it. This guy proved that how bad he is. I'll fight Sonny Liston, and then I'll fight George Foreman. And everybody thought he was gonna kill George Foreman. Everybody thought George Foreman would kill him, including me.
Well, George Foreman look coming. Listen, man, getting hit by them. You have to get hit by them punches, though. Ali done a good job not getting hit by some of the body shots he took, but he didn't get hit in the face, though.
he got hit by them body shots.
Yeah, but he didn't get in the face, though. Ali took some good body shots.
Them body shots will knock your liver across town.
Yeah, but Ali was taking them in the camp with Larry, so he was used to that.
Larry can't compare to Foreman's punches.
No, but after a while, Larry's accurate, man. Larry's accurate with them body performing hits anywhere.
And mine, I think Ali and Foreman was fighting with 8-ounce gloves.
Yeah. Violent, man. Some violent shit, man.
Yes.
Some violent stuff that you watched there. I mean, they would have stopped. I think they would have stopped that fight these days. Ali on the ropes. They would have stopped that. They would have probably stopped Ali on the ropes because he was just on the ropes taking a pounding, man. Talking, jabbing every now and again, talking. I think they would have stopped it. They were cruel back then, man. They were cruel, bruh. That's some brutal fight when you watch that. That's some seriously, brutally, he just outwilled him. He outwilled him, man.
Yeah.
That's some real strong willpower Ali had in there. He wasn't trying to give up.
Special fighter in Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, he got some serious willpower. I mean, Sonny Liston and George Foreman, they ain't no. The Ernie Shavers, when Ernie Shavers hit Muhammad Ali, I thought that day, that's the one that gave him the Parkinson's. I never seen a man hit so hard. He was hit hard by Shavers, man. That was horrible. That was horrible. He shouldn't have been in there with that, man. Shavers hits hard, man. The black
fighters, they have a lot to live up to. All right. I want to see Joe Joyce versus anybody.
Mm-hmm.
After the Parker fight, I want to see Joe Joyce versus anybody.
I don't think they want to see him. I don't think they want to see Joe.
I want to see any of them get in there with Joe Joyce.
He wants Usyk, man. He wants Usyk. He caught Usyk. He wants Usyk bad. He wants Joe. He caught an AJ. He's calling all them dudes out, man. But listen, let's go back to that era. Like the heavyweight division just cooking up, but they need to fight each other. Boxing is in a state right now where the best they find the best. Like the lower weight classes, Devin Haney. They talk about him and Shakir Stevenson or Tank. I don't know. I think Tank might be going to jail. I'm not too sure. The divisions all stacked up. The guys in no hurry to fight each other. They, at least in the 2000s and the 90s, they thought, yo, we gonna fight. They will fight. The guys don't want to fight each other. They're not really in a hurry to fight. He's my friend, or I know him, or whatever. Crawford's on it, but they don't want to fight Crawford. It's a shame.
Crawford and Spence and right now, I'm like saying, the hell with Crawford and Spence. Because Crawford is what, 32, 33?
Getting old, yeah, he getting old.
Spence is 35.
I think Crawford just made 35 years old.
But you hear what Crawford said though? He said, after I beat Spence, I'm gonna go up to light mid to super welterweight or light middle. I'm gonna beat your boy. I'm gonna beat the Charlo, bro. He's saying straight after I beat Crawford, after I beat Spence, I'm going up. I'm gonna be undisputed that thing, and then I'm gonna retire. So he's actually calling it, but these dudes need to fight him though. They're actually choosing not to fight him. I don't know why.
Well,
that's what we need.
I know why.
Emmanuel told me, he said that Thomas Hearns and Sugar Ray Leonard said that fight was made overnight in a bar.
There you go.
They was in a bar, and the meeting took place in a bar. They was drinking, shook hands. The fight is made, and 4 months later, they was in the ring.
You see how that works? That's easy. That easy. That
And
easy,
the
right?
whole time they was on the press tour, said that they was gambling. Leonard, Hearns, Emmanuel, and other people in the camp, Dundee, all those guys was playing cards for money on the plane and stuff. Leonard, Hearns, Dundee, Manuel, and other people in the camp all those guys was gambling throughout 4 or 5 states in the United States on the press tour.
They're all friends, right?
Shit, they was getting money.
Yeah, they're getting paid.
He also said that Tommy Hearns was doing things behind his back that he didn't know. He said that when Tommy Hearns got on the scale, I think Tommy Hearns was like 145 and a half or 146 and a half. And Emmanuel was alarmed because he said he had trained Tommy to come in right at the welterweight limit. But he came in at something 146 and a quarter or 146 and a half, something that he said that he needed that extra weight because if this fight goes late, it's going to be tough because he won't have the energy to compete, and that's what happened.
Yeah, but after he weighed in, his body went up, though, ain't? He go up.
Yeah, but
so that's Manny be making excuses all day. Cause Manny said, "Oh yeah, someone came in the dressing room massage his leg." Manny be making excuses here, man.
But like, a lot of times when those guys weigh in thin like that, you can put the weight back on, but it does not translate into energy quick enough for them to use in the fight. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. But but you see, he's going against elite. I mean, I saw Hearns. You know, Hearns is a devastating puncher, but he didn't have the same effect on Leonard, bro. Leonard was eating some of them shots, man. I mean, some of them shots Hearns was looking, I was like, damn, bro. Leonard's a tough dude because, you know, Hearns was cranking up some of them shots there, man. And he was eating them, and Leonard was eating some of them shots that, and I can see why he retired. Because that shit fucked this shit up, man. I mean, who did he fight after that? Did he even fight after that?
Who?
Or he had what? Leonard, after that Hearns fight. I mean, he didn't fight for a while, man. I think he retired. Yo, shit fucked him up, man. That shit fucked his retina up and fucked his. Damn. He took a beating. Go ahead.
First messed his eye up.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. He took a real, listen, I watched that fight. I was like, man, he's taking some shots, you know, because, you know, I was watching all the welterweight unifications, the other unit, because when Leonard vacated the belt, what's his name? I think he picked it up in it. I think it was it Milton McCory or someone? I think Milton McCory. I think he might have picked it up.
Oh man, y'all, you know, y'all guys. I get on this phone, start talking with y'all forever. I got stuff to do here, man.
Yeah. We know it is, Mr. Bashir. We ain't caught. Listen, I haven't been on this thing for a minute, so we was just catching up though, man.
What time is it there?
Oh, in the UK, it's 2:41 in the morning.
Okay, goodbye, man. I can see y'all. Hey, everybody, look, I see y'all, man. Y'all can talk all to y'all some. Hey, man, where everybody at?
Everyone's here. They
I'm right here.
Okay. They all listening. They just listening in. They getting the good story that Manny and shit.
We're appreciating the education. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, they were having a good time, man. You giving them the good shit,
man. One time we went to Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, and the promoter took all of the money and bounced overnight.
All the money?
Yeah, he took all of the money. Nobody got paid.
So what you do?
Nobody got paid, man.
What fights were that? What fight was that?
Oh man, I don't know. Somewhere on the highway of boxing, highway bio of boxing.
They robbed all the money. They took all the money.
The promoter, the guy that promoted the fight, skipped out.
Oh, that's crazy, bro.
Boxing is a dirty business.
It didn't pay the hotel, didn't pay the boxers, didn't pay the trainers, didn't pay nobody.
Took that money and ran.
Took the money and ran. All of it.
How much, you know, man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And
it was about 8 fights on the card. Nobody got paid.
And everyone fighting, no one got paid, man. That's crazy.
The promoter was gone.
Huh.
Skipped out of town, took the money. So that's just one of the stories. All right. Don, I told Don, I said, look, man, I'm trying to tell you that we're worth more than that. He said, "You never get your worth." He said, "You get what you negotiate."
That's right.
All right. You will never get what you're worth. You get what you negotiate. Fuck out my face, you know.
Yo, Don crazy, bro. Don was good though. He was good when he was running boxing. Boxing, at least the matches got made. The matches got made, man.
Not no more.
Well, they got Ben Shalom. He making the match. He let Joe Parker get his ass beat by Joyce, and I enjoyed that beating. And he also made Clarissa Shields versus Savannah Marshall.
They fight the 15th, right?
Yeah, who you think on that one? That's a good fight, right?
Yeah, it's a good fight.
I got Marshall whip. I got Marshall getting the ass kicked by Shields, man. Shields gonna tear her up.
Yeah, well, you know, she asked for it. She getting paid for it.
Yeah, undisputed in free weight classes and shit. So she good.
Oh, it won't be worth much if Clarissa come in there getting her head. If Clarissa come in there getting her head, it's over.
Nah, she ain't going in her head. She ain't going in her head. Savannah Marshall, she alright. She's quite mentally strong. She's seen a hypnotist or something like that.
Oh, Shields got to move up, man. She getting thick.
Huh?
Yeah. She
getting thick, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That women's size is getting on her, man. She's
Yeah.
filling out.
Hey, let me ask a question, Mr. Bashir. So Maurice could have been a world champion, man. If you know what I mean, but if he was a bit more dedicated, right?
Oh man, that's what made me just walk out of America. I said, that's it. When Maurice failed, I just said, I'm going somewhere where guys are going to listen and appreciate me and try to learn how to box. And so thus, you know, I went to Ukraine.
They listened.
Mm-hmm. They're very, very, very dedicated fighters.
In the UK, they listen, man. I think you went to the wrong place, man. You should have came over here first, bro. We listen over here. The guys listening in the UK, man. I think you went to the wrong place, bro.
Dillian White.
Nah, forget Dillian White. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Joe Joyce. I'm talking about Anthony Joshua. I'm talking about Daniel Dubois. I think they would have listened to you. All them heavyweights will listen to you, and they got some more heavyweights coming through as well. I think all them. I think you're in the wrong place. Remember, in the UK, we're the tea and crumpets over here. You ain't have to go. You don't have to go that far. You over in the Soviet Union. Look.
Those guys are hungry. They're hungry and they listen.
The best heavyweights in the UK. They're better than America. Hear that, PMC? The best heavyweights in the UK, man. They're all over here. Tyson Fury, Andy Joshua, Dillian White.
Our guys are playing other sports, man. You see what Wilder did? He was playing basketball before he got into boxing. So
yeah, you the American landscape. I don't know why it went. I don't know why it went.
Joshua wanted to play soccer. He was playing
Mr.
soccer before he got into boxing.
Why you give it back to that? You see, the thing is, someone like Manny, because I was watching on an amateur fight. Manny used to be in the corner of that in the Holyfield when he was an amateur. So Manny was even though he had the pros, he was still doing the manager setup in the Team USA, and that's what's missing. That kind of, that kind of experienced trainers in the amateur system. That's why you ain't got the quality.
Yeah. Yeah. But, like I just told you, I said, look, sometimes amateur pedigree makes a whole lot of difference. And sometimes it doesn't make any difference.
Well, it depends how they've been bringing along.
It's just what's in a man's heart, what they desire in their heart, and what price they're willing to pay for it. Jeff Fennick, Jamil McCline, all of those guys, Maurice Harris. These guys didn't have no amateur pedigree, but they excelled in boxing. Excelled in boxing. Maurice Harris left a bitter taste in my mouth. I put a lot into him. I put a lot of myself into him. And for him to fail like that did, left a bitter taste in my mouth. I just said, I'm done. I'm going. I'm getting out of America.
Well, Michael Grant, that would have been the same with Michael Grant. I think he used to roll with Evander Holyfield, and I think they were expecting him to do something. That would have been a good match, though, Michael Grant and Maurice Harris. Yeah.
That would have been a good fight. Michael Grant wasn't a bad fighter.
No, he wouldn't have been. But they expected him to be the next guy. But to be the next guy, you need dedication. Maurice was good. He was, like you say, he was hustling, man. He was making that money.
Jamil McCline knocked him out 1 round.
Not that who, Maurice?
No, he knocked out Michael Grant 1 round.
Oh, is that when he broke his leg? Is that when he broke his leg that day, innit? He twisted his leg and that. Michael Grant.
He twisted his chin. I know that.
It was one when he got knocked down. I think he snapped his Achilles, man. And that was the end of him.
So you look at a guy like Jamil McCline with no amateur background. He beat Shannon Briggs. He beat Michael Grant. He beat some pretty good fighters for somebody with no amateur background. You know?
Yeah, we got a lot of guys like that. We just saw Brazil. Brazil was a quarterback.
Yeah.
He didn't do too bad.
No.
Seth Mitchell, he didn't do too bad. I mean,
I remember Seth Mitchell. Yeah, remember Seth Mitchell. Jonathan Banks sorted him out, though.
Yeah.
Seth
No,
Mitchell.
I think it was Chris Arreola retired.
No, Christian retired, but Jonathan Banks knocked him out as well, though.
Yeah.
Seth Mitchell. Yeah. America. I don't think America's dream for. It's like the baseball when you had the Negro leagues. Yeah, baseball was the thing, man. I mean, I love baseball, boy. I play baseball over here, but I don't think they don't play it anymore.
I haven't heard from him lately.
Who that?
Big Baby Anderson.
Oh yeah. I know. He's with Top Rank, right? He's with Top Rank.
Art Anderson. I haven't heard from him lately.
Yeah. He had a fight the other day. He came out like a pimp. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's living that money. Maybe like he got that bit of money, bit of fame, and that's that. You know what I mean? Who knows? Dedicated.
What's that guy? Sanchez beat.
Who that? Sanchez. Oh yeah. The Nigerian guy, Effie Jogba.
Yeah, Jogba. Yeah.
I don't know where he. I mean, after he left with Shields, I think it was the Shields or Shields. Yeah, they looked after him and he disrespected them. They don't, they just left him out. They said, "Yo, this guy, we treated him well, and that he disrespected us." Boxing ain't no loyalty, bro. Like, what's going on with your friend Eddie, man? Effie Jogba, go ahead.
Who?
PMC, you could say something?
Eddie Chambers is
on. You said that F.A. Jabba was disrespectful to his camp, you say?
Yeah, he was disrespectful to Shields. Yeah, he just they looked after him and he disrespected him. Hey, Eddie Mustafa, I see Eddie. What's up with Eddie Mustafa? He's a good trainer. He used to train Iron Barkley and loads of guys, man. Eddie used to train. But I think he's over there in the Mayweather gym. He just stays over there now, ain't it? And just does his thing over there with Mike McCallum.
I heard from Eddie in a while.
But he over there. Yeah.
Magnificent boxer. He had a great eye for boxing.
Eddie's good, man. He's very good. He's a good teacher. He's a good teacher, man. I thought he's another one, but he's these guys don't want to travel. They don't want to these heavyweights like Dylan. Dylan realized he couldn't stay in Port. Where is it? In Portugal. He had to come out, man. He had to go California, go find Buddy. But they keep going to the same guys. They don't call your name Mr. Bashir. They go to the same guys. They don't, they have the same Ring American guys.
Boxers chose trainers based on their work ethic.
Mm-hmm.
The average boxer comes to me, they know that they're going to have to work because I do everything by the book. I'm going to do it by the book.
Mm-hmm.
You can develop your own style, but I'm going to do it by the book. It's just certain things that I'm going to tolerate and certain things I'm not going to tolerate. So a lot of times boxers don't want nobody telling them what to do.
My man said, he said Mr. Bashir would be a good trainer for what's that name? Some Ukraine guy, super heavyweight, amateur boxer from I don't know what that is. Anyone know what that says? Nah, I don't know how to spell that. But he said there's a UK guy you think you should train.
A UK?
Yeah, some guy in one country. Armenia. Yeah.
People today don't invest in their boxers the way they should. The management, the promotion, they don't invest in the boxers. They try to get all that they can for nothing. You understand? To me, boxing is like a college course. People go all over the world to pursue education. You understand? All over the world they go to pursue a specific kind of education from a specific kind of staff of teachers,
Mm.
and they pay money to invest in. But today's people in boxing, they try to get everything for nothing.
Mm.
We're going to get as much as we can for nothing without investing 10 cents into it. You know, like I said, a lot of boxers don't want nobody to push them. I'm going to push them, you know, in a reasonable way. In a reasonable way. Vlad Sarenko and I have been together now a little over 5 years, and so far, everything is working.
Right, it's going quick, man. How many fights he got now?
He's got 19 fights with 16 KOs.
Man, yo, 19 fights, 16K. Yo, he be busy, man. I remember when he just started with you. I remember when he started with you. Yo, that's busy. You be working.
5 years. 5 years we've been together.
And who's the biggest name? Who's the biggest name you got on your resume so far? Amir Mansour. You fight Amir Mansour?
Before the big Russian guy, but he Michael Hunter beat him too.
Marius what?
Alexander.
Perfect.
No, not Povetkin. Ustinov.
You beat Ustinov. Oh yeah, you busted up Ustinov.
Yeah, Vlad knocked him out 1 round, and nobody ever did that.
You know about 1 round?
That's
the one Tyson Fury was scared of.
Ustinov.
Yeah. So what's your plot? What's your plot, man? What you trying to do? You trying to break into America now?
Yeah, I mean, he got no choice. If he's going to pursue his career, the best place for him to pursue his career right now is in the UK or either America, and it happens to be America right now. You know, that's what I'm thinking. And his last fight was in Ukraine. He fought a Ukrainian guy. Nobody had ever stopped that Ukrainian guy. Even Alexander Povetkin couldn't even stop him. Vlad stopped him, you know, and I was happy about that. I told him that he stood a good chance of stopping the guy.
So why you ain't saying with one of the big American promoters like Top Rank or PBC or wherever, or you know?
Because I didn't like the deals that they were offering. I didn't like it. And then they want to put him right in. I'm saying, wait a minute now. We don't want to get him right in right now. Want to fight 2 fights before he get in.
Get in where? For the belt?
They want to put him right in. I think I saw so many promoters blurred in my mind, but I think it was Top Rank wanted us to box F.A. Ajagba in our first fight. I said, no.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah, but 75,000?
Yeah, but he just lost.
No.
No, he ain't got no confidence, man. F.A. ain't got no confidence, man. Your guy would have blitzed him.
Nah, 75,000, and we can get more than that.
It's the money thing you talking about.
19. It's always about money.
Well, he would have won the fight.
Always about money. They said 75,000. I think 75,000 was a small fee for F.A. Ajagba. Maybe 150,000 would make more sense to me.
No, but F.A. just lost though, man. So he ain't got no value.
Yeah, but he can still fight. It's still. I think it's still a tough fight.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's
end of the day, when you put wear and tear on a vehicle, you wanted to say it was worth it.
That would have been good though, because it's a straight out. You straight in blow out F.A. Ajagba.
No,
you'd have knocked him out, man. His confidence ain't not good no more.
Yeah, I don't know.
He just lost, man. That would have been a good. Yeah, his confidence is weak, man. That would have good. That you guy would have came in and just steamrolled him, and then your money would have went up straight away.
Yeah, I agree.
You sound like a matchmaker.
No, I'm telling you, that was a perfect. Listen, he's confident. Listen, he ain't with Ronnie Shields. He done lost the fight. He don't know what he's doing. His head was all over the place. Your guy would have went in there and picked him in it. PMC would have taken it. PMC tell him that was a good price, man.
Yeah, I agree, man. I mean, it was a name, you know, but that's a winnable fight.
Yeah, you'd have blown up. You'd have probably knocked him out in 2 rounds, man.
Yeah, F.A. standard, man. You know what I'm saying? He's just his advantage was just being able to catch a few guys, but other than that, he can't really box.
Yeah, your guys tidy, man. I see your guys. He's very defensive sound. It would have been I know what you mean, Mo. It would have been a harder fight for what you said, but you see that
Once I got that check in the bank, then we can talk. But they ain't 75. 75. Then after taxes, that's not much. That's much.
You'd have got more money after
Yeah,
you.
but it would have been on TV.
Yeah, it was a
Because as
TV
of right
fight.
now, we don't even know I don't know what the guy looks like.
Well, you gonna make smart moves. You trying to do your thing, Mr. Bashir.
That's how we got 19-0 with 16 KOs.
But you ain't got no name. But you ain't got no big names yet.
Hey, Vlasarenko is 27 years old.
Yeah, he old though. 27 is old. He old, getting old though, man. He getting old, Mr. Bashir. You gonna find a name, Mr. Bashir. You gonna find
27.
Yeah, right now is the time to make a move.
When I look at 27 compared to 71, I said, shit, I'll trade.
in the boxing world, he ticking though. Because look, Mike Tyson was champion what 7 years ago.
We got to think about all the young up and coming guys. You got to think about all the guys that are hot right now. They getting phased out.
No, but I know
won't be
Mr.
around in another 3
but
years.
Effie's quite young though. Effie's like 23.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like he was a prospect, so
Yeah,
so
Effie's
you can take him out now. He a name, he a prospect. He been on TV, blah blah blah. Past couple years, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he would top rank. I think you would have whooped his ass, man. I think you would have made a splash right there because you know where your guy fight. Your guy he don't get hit. He don't get hit. His defense is sound. He got tight jab and he uppercuts vicious, man. He would have blitzed Ezzy. He would have beat FA up, man.
We gonna see. The clock is ticking. The clock is ticking.
Because all the top guys are looking to fight each other and get out now.
Mr. Bashir making them chest moves, man. He trying to get paid out here.
Like Flip Herkovich, all those guys can be Flip Herkovich.
Mr. Bashir teaching us a lesson about how to get paid, right? He's trying to say, well, we will hold out. Give me a better deal where we get more money, and then I'll take it. That's what he's trying to say. He want a bigger, he want a good profile. No, we gonna win and get paid. Hey, Mr. Bashir.
I'm doing the same thing that Charles is doing. That's why they're sitting on top of big bank.
Mr. Bashir, you love.
End of the day, people only remember you not for your fighting style, but how smart you are at the bank.
Hey, listen, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Bashir, right? All we remember as fight fans is how them fights went down. We don't know how much you get, how much your pockets be blowing, because everyone's man, your pockets be getting fat. We don't even know, because you just told us we didn't even know about it. We didn't know. Like 70,000, that's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money to me, man.
75,000.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
For a fight between Sarenko and F.A. Jog, but that's a little bit of money.
How much but you're only doing like 10 rounds, isn't it?
10 rounds, 12 rounds. But the fact of the matter is that when the government come in and take their taxes out.
Where the fight's at though? Where the fight at?
Fight be in Vegas.
Oh, is it Vegas?
Yeah.
I thought it might be in Texas. If you're in Texas, you ain't gonna pay no tax.
Yeah.
See?
Somebody, you're gonna pay something to somebody. You ain't gonna get that 75,000 walk by yourself. Not in America, no.
They gotta give you 13 and
yeah, you getting paid anyway. You get your 13% anyway. This shit funny as hell. Oh man, making me cry, man.
Gentlemen, Mr. Bashir, I want to say thank you for dropping those pearls. I certainly appreciate it. EJ, thanks for letting me come on. I have to bow out, so I have to catch you guys on the next one.
And I got too, because these Negroes got me on here all this here time. I got to go, man. I got to go.
All right, man.
Guys, I got to go too.
All right, man. Nice one, Mr. Bashir. Nice one, fight, doctor. Take care.
Peace out.
All right,
peace out.
All right.
Yo, man, funny as hell, man. PFC, we funny, Mr.
Bashir. He gonna get his 13%.
He gonna get his 20%, bro. I'll be like, I think he would have beat him, man. Effie's confidence wasn't the best, man.
Yeah,
I think he would have beat him. Effie would have been slapped up, man.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, Mr. Bashir, he looking on.
Dropped.
Yeah,
but in a couple of fights too.
Yeah, but I think Mr. Bashir looked at this Glad. I don't think Glad was too confident. Effie's still a black dude though, bro. You know what I'm saying? He ain't trying to put. That's Mr. Bashir put his money maker. If he loses, Mr. Bashir's finished. He ain't gonna get no dough, right? So he's trying to make sure
Yeah.
his boy looked after. I guess with the professional boxing, it's more negotiating, make sure they all get looked after financially, right?
Yeah, I guess so,
I
man.
didn't know he had that many fights, man. That boy be racking up fights here. The last time I didn't even know he had that many fights, man. It's a
Yo,
lot.
man, but I would think it would be time to make a move, man. A lot of guys are trying to get out. So,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Luis Ortiz is done. You got Andy Ruiz out there, and
that's what I said.
you got
Maybe,
Tyson Fury and Usyk already talking about
yeah,
retirement and
you
all
know,
that
you
other
know,
stuff.
them European fighters, they wait until everyone's finished, and then they come in after when the brothers would beat up each other. Eh?
Hmm.
That's how they be playing. Anyway, what you been up to, Mr. PMC, man? What you been up to, man? I ain't seen you for a minute. What you been up to?
That man, I was just down in London.
Oh yeah,
I told you I was down there.
you ain't told me shit. What day was that?
Uh, it's like the first week of September.
Oh yeah, where'd you go? You went to the palace and that?
Yeah, I just went down there, man. I wanted to go to the O2 Arena fight. They had a fight at the O2 Arena joint.
Who's fighting?
I don't know, man. They had some little card there, but that was the weekend before I went out though. That was that first Saturday,
I ain't told me
so I
shit.
missed that one.
I didn't tell me shit, man. I think September. No, the season. Actually, the season has started. I think our season started in September. Actually, I won't do nothing. Oh, never mind, man. Next time you come down, man. Next time. But my boy, in London. What do you think of London and them people? They like you over here?
What are you talking about? London?
Yeah.
Yeah, London was nice, man. It was okay.
All right. That's
The
what's up,
Tesco
man.
was nice though.
You went Tesco's. You went.
Yeah, man. This dude, man, was tripping. Nah, anyway, yeah, it was good, man. It was a good experience
All right.
being
That's
down
what's up.
there.
Yeah, that's what's up, man.
That
I,
subway crazy though, man. Getting from that airport is crazy though.
yeah, what's up? Heathrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's busy, man. Busy terminal. Yeah, it's busy. Shit, I ain't even been I need to get my passport renewed as well. But my mom run out of date. Run out of date, man. So we got where is it? Is it this week? It's this Saturday. It's this week, right?
Nah, man. It's the next week. The week
Well,
after next.
you been bed is next week, right?
You talking about Waller Hellenius? What are you talking about?
Nah, you can Ben. Is that this week or next week?
That should be. I don't know. That's a good
What day is
question. Look
today?
it up.
What day is today? Today is what?
Today's
Today's
the
what?
second.
Oh, it's Monday. Game of Thrones. Oh yeah. It's this weekend, man. This weekend, Conor Ben and thing, right?
Should be.
You watching it?
Yeah, I'll watch it. If I ain't doing nothing, I'll watch it.
Nah, man, you don't care. Who you think gonna win?
Man, I think Conor Ben might pull it out, man. I don't know. I want Eubanks to win, but the whole weight thing got me concerned.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think Eubank is doing his job selling the fight because Conor Ben ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, him and his dad is just enjoying themselves. They ain't really do. Yeah, you back selling the fight for real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Other
Yeah,
than that, man,
yeah, you're right. Hey, when you post that video in there with Reese Harris, that man, I was watching that, man. That was violent, man. That was a violent fight, man. Jeez. Mr. Bashir, Mr. Bashir goes, that was it. After he put his money in Maurice, I said Maurice out here hustling, beating people up in sparring, all that thing there and that.
mm-hmm.
Man, he be hustling, making that money, man. Mr. Bashir was getting paid. But it's like, yo, but you see, you ain't a world champion. It don't mean nothing, no, man. Like, yo, you got knocked out. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think
But
you
I
could
think
be.
that kind of Ben, man. I don't think he's gonna go too far, though, man.
I don't think so either. He ain't fought no one. You bet. At least you bet fought people he lost, right? But he fought people, man. You know what I'm saying? He fought Groves, Billy Joe Saunders.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Who else? James DeGale.
James DeGale, yeah, Chunky beat
Yeah,
Chunky.
he fought Ildris. He knocked out Ildris. You know what I mean? Liam, he fought guys, man. Conor be fighting stiffs, man.
Didn't he beat that Turkish guy?
Yeah, Ildrin.
Oh,
Yeah.
Eldrin, yeah.
Smashed him up, man. Smashed him to pieces. You know what I mean? So he be fighting. he would be fighting like he'd be fighting like guys in his division who are established. You know what I mean? This Connor be fighting like he
They
ain't
fighting
fight.
at the O2 Arena, man. You gonna go or watch it on pay per view?
Yeah. Well, we was discussing about that. They said the zone. They look at the charge about side money. They said they go put the price. Have you got the zone already? Have you got the zone?
I'm paying for that.
Yeah. Well, they said they go put the price up.
Man, they ain't sport nothing Eddie Hearn associated with, man.
You on that shit? Hey, what's up with Wilder? Wilder look crazy out here with Malik, man. Malik got him fighting stupid, man. I don't like the way he be fighting. Throwing a rat attack combination. I don't like the way Wilder fighting now. He looks stupid.
Yeah,
Malik
man,
got
he gonna do it in the fight though. Shit.
yeah, that's true.
I mean, he
That's
was
true.
supposed to do that in the Tyson Fury fight. He ain't do it, so
You
what's
go,
the same?
yeah, that's a whole fact. Yeah. He should be hilarious though, eh?
Yeah, he should, man. But you know, they said they doing what they supposed to do, man. They supposed to be selling the fight, man. That's what they doing. So that's why they
Yeah,
show little
yeah, yeah,
clips and
yeah.
stuff like that, man. You know, so
Yeah. You
social
right, you right.
media, that's what it's all about, man. So
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I need to go more live more often because I ain't talked to you guys for a minute. You know what I mean? I'm surprised
yeah, I know, man.
I'm surprised I'm 5 hours now. I ain't done 5 hours for
Yo,
years.
man, what happened to that last fight, man? You didn't even start the premiere. You was asleep during the
Man,
whole damn
that's what
premiere.
I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to
What
tell you,
fight was
man.
that? Yo, who the hell
Man,
you on?
I just wouldn't listen. Listen, PMC, man. Listen, when these fights come around the weekend, I'll be like, yo, forget this shit. You know, before, right? I used to hold it, man. I can't be bothered no more because, like, I'm like, yo, these fights ain't even. You be like, no, man, fight gonna be
Yo,
good. I'm like,
man, you had that thing on. I was on there. I was like, EJ, wake up.
yeah, I was out of
EJ,
it, man.
wake up, man.
I was
Did
out
you
of it.
hear me? You was stream. You must
Yeah,
have streamed for like 9 hours and shit.
yeah,
That shit was funny. You was
Listen,
asleep before it even started.
yeah. I was done, man. I said, yo, fuck this shit, man. That's what I'm saying. I'll be like, shh, I barely stream these days. I was like, I told you we talk on the WhatsApp group. You don't want to join. I told you we was over there talking that joint. We talk there all the time. So that's why, like, that's probably all I need to go. Like, what's up, brother? Salute, Outlaw Boxing Club. Yeah, we over there talking on the WhatsApp group every minute. So we bet out. We there arguing about shit. What was we arguing about the other day? We was arguing about something for ages, man. Talking about this, that, the other. And then it's like, yo, so but we don't gonna lie, like Fight Dogs over there, he don't say nothing. So that's what it is. You know, the Google Hangouts, they finished us off with that. They didn't
Yeah,
tear
that's
everything
true.
down. Remember that used to be our joint, man. We was out there every
What's
day.
chats now? We can't do nothing on that.
What's chat? These chats here? Or the
Yeah, it's
chat?
called chat. They changed it to chat or something like that. Google Hangouts
Yeah,
or
no,
chat.
no one use it no more, man. No one use it no more. Everyone that's it's dead, man. The Google Hangouts is dead. That's why I said the WhatsApp, we use that and let's chat boxing on that on the WhatsApp
Yeah,
groups and
everybody using StreamYard and shit now. Yeah, so
StreamYard. Yeah, well, that's where it becomes, you know what I'm saying? But it's like these days, it's like they cut the communications off. So, and even on a big fight, we ain't getting that big fights. The big massive fight. But I'll be like you said, I'll be falling asleep on them anyway. I'll be fun. But I don't know. You don't be watching the UK fights though, because we had some big UK fights.
I
Like, where
watched
was you
some
at?
of them.
Did you
Go
watch
ahead,
that
go ahead.
the Parker? You watched the Parker and the Joe Joyce when it came on, or you
Nah,
were
man, I was busy. I was making runs
see? There you go. That's what I'm saying. That's where the shit we popping.
because it
That shit.
starts off during the day, man. People doing stuff during the day.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's on UK time. So
On
UK be
nighttime.
pop. Yeah, but
Yo,
this one, the Conor Bennett's gonna be in UK time as well. So you need to set your clock. You know what I'm saying? So maybe you can see that, but I don't think it's gonna be that good anyway. Mr. Bichet making me laugh, bro. He be hustling out here, bro. I want you on paper. I'm getting my 30%. I was like, yo, 30%. He be getting the 30%. I think the extra 3% is because he manages. You know what I mean? He be setting things
yeah.
up. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
That's pretty smart. 30%.
Yeah,
How
but
much?
what do you think is going to happen at which fight you gonna focus on the 15th though? Because they got the
Oh
Haney fight, they got Clarissa
man, you know
Shields.
Chris and Shields all day, man. I ain't even tripping. Straight out Chris and Shields versus Savannah Marshall.
Because
Cause
it
like
looks like they're
Haney,
gonna be a lot of them gonna be starting in London. Oh well, you got London and Australia, so Australia might show up later. I don't know what time
oh
they
yeah. I don't, let me see Australia. Which one will come first? I think the Australian one might come up first though, actually. If that comes on first, I'll watch that joint. But you know, I don't expect Devin Haney to lose the belt. He going back over there, right?
Yeah, he going back over there
Man,
now.
he ain't gonna get a rough right this time. He ain't gonna get a rough. They're gonna be roughing him up over there this time. They're gonna be on his ass this time, man. You know what I mean? Campos gonna come for his ass because you know why I say that? Because you ain't heard nothing from Campos now. You know what I mean? You quiet in it.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. He ain't talking no more, is he? Quiet.
Mm-mm.
See? You know what I'm saying? That
What
means
you gonna say?
yeah, Devin Haney be out here quiet as well. They know that might be a sleeper, a good fight. Devin Haney might have to fight for his life out
He
there.
talking about everybody else but Campos.
Yeah, well, you better check the gloves, man. He might be checking the gloves over there with Campos and everything, because them boys, I don't trust them boys over there. You know what I'm saying? So Devin Haney better bring a squad over there. He brought Zab Judas dad last time, so yeah. Well, they got So I think Clarissa Shields fight. I'm interested in that fight, man. She be talking reckless in that, man. Clarissa, I think she be over here one of the gyms. I might see it if I catch her up, man. But
Yeah,
you
man.
right.
They was on a boat and everything, man. Sparring and shit.
Yeah, that was a waste of time, man. That was a waste of time. I was upset. The queen died, man.
I know. That's messed up.
Yeah, but I was like, Mr. Bashir, when he saying about Evander Holyfield Chris, but I was like, man, he was old as dirt, man. He was Styles. Nah, he was old, bruh. Oh, they say 50-50 with the oh, like they said Mikey Garcia got 50-50, Shaw Porter got 50-50, Ugas got 50-50. So what's up, man? So Crawford should get 50-50, man. What's up? Crawford should Spence should give Crawford 50-50 then.
I don't know, man. Them guys coming up with all kind of excuses. I'm tired of hearing about them, bro.
You're not interested no more.
Nope.
What about the Charlos? You interested in the Charlos?
Yeah, at least they fighting. I'm interested in bosses that's fighting, man. I don't like the
Oh yeah.
talking and stuff like that.
Hey, we got the same day. Listen, what's this, right? Gary Russell's back. Gary Antonio Russell. Gary Antonio Russell's back.
Who's he fighting?
He fighting Emmanuel Rodriguez, bantamweight.
When?
Yeah? He fighting on the undercard of Wilder versus Hilarious. Frank Sanchez is fighting. Frank Sanchez is fighting as well. So
See, that's
Wilder,
what I'm talking about.
yeah. So you got Wilder, Hilarious, Haney, Cambosis, and you got Shields, Marshall. So shit, Wilder's shit. Wilder's gonna be a must watch against Hilarious, boy. For real.
Yeah, somebody getting knocked out, bro.
Yeah, that's on the 15th. The 15th is gonna be like fireworks. We think, yeah, that's like bomb. That's like fireworks, man. Ain't the 15th? That's like one of the best card of the year. Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Yeah, it's gonna be busy that day, man. The 15th, man.
Yeah, that's a holy for boxing, man. That's a holy for boxing. And then so this Saturday, we got Eubank and Ben. That's what's up. We got some other cards, some Mexican cards, but that's it. But anyways, man, Sam Edger versus Dennis Hogan. I don't know why that doesn't whack ass fight. Yeah, all right, PMC, I'm out of here, man. I'm gonna catch you up later, though, man. Nice to come over. Bro. All right, man.
Catch you later. All right,
Yeah,
bro.
you too, bro. Peace, bro. Nice one.